took a train to the south side of Boston. You showed me where your old man stayed. Took 28 years of blood I was lost in to feel loved on my own birthday. And I always felt like I was in between something like home and somewhere far away. But tonight on the west side in a bar out in Brooklyn, I saw tears outline your face. How lucky are we? It's been a hell of a week, but you're all grown now. The smoke seeping out of your bloody teeth, but you're home somehow. Upstairs with the guitar I was given when I was barely 14. When did McGlinchey's get so crowded, and why are the crowds so damn great? I lost my mind on the streets of the city, and maybe I lost all hope too. Took 28 years of blood pumping through me to get to this evening with you. How lucky are we? It's been a hell of a week, but we're all grown now. The smoke seeping out of the bar down the street, but we're home somehow. Took a train to the south side of Boston. You showed me where your whole heart stayed. Took 28 years of blood pumping through me to feel loved on my own birthday.
I'm telling you, baby, these things eat at your bones and drive your young mind crazy. But when you place your head between my collar and jaw, I don't know much, but there's no weight at all. And I'm damned if I do, and I'm damned if I don't.
Happy Tuesday, guys. What's going on with you? This is not planned at all. I have no fucking clue who this is. Who the fuck is that? Radio Restriction Lane 2. 10-9.
Barks.
030, 1041, 10-8. There's a weird vehicle near me, blue in color with white stripes in the center. Old 70s looking muscle car. Gonna investigate.
Hey, firm. What's the 20 of it?
North of the observatory, driving right next to me. I have visual.
You're out.
There's orange dancing in your eyes and bold light. Your voice only trembles when you try to speak.
He drove past me, so I was curious.
Take me back to us dancing this wood.
If you're saying anything, miss, I don't know. Fuck. Yeah, the wind's really strong. Hold on. What the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this? You okay? Still can't hear you, miss. I'm sorry. One time's occupied, one female, red in color hair. Difficult in communicating. Ocean Kingpin out.
Just randoms?
Unsure at this time.
Hey, firm.
It sounds like she, like whoever it is pressing her button. But like, the fuck did I get tagged in? If you respond to Ron, we had kind of in a pause to figure out what's going on. Hello, Lyric, Delta, Vikira, Wisteria. Absolute pleasure having you guys in. Also, fuck you, Kaya. Seems like she's having, the wind's really loud, so I'm just giving her a second, you know.
Hey, firm.
Black? Since when?
Yesterday? Or this morning, I should say.
Huh. Any particular reason? Feeling more down, depressed there, Director?
No, I mean, Blunt was on the same page as me. He souped my car up, painted it black. I blend in more. No more snow.
Oh, that's a good...
Dark night.
Hello?
Ha ha, Director Knight. Ha ha.
Veronica Westfield, ex-command, EMS.
I don't believe it's been looked at.
You okay, miss?
Yeah, no,
I can-
I'm good.
I can hear you now. No, you just nearly clipped me down there, so I
Oh,
was just...
I didn't even see you.
That's kind
That's
of what
my
I...
bad.
That's kind of what I thought, but I'll leave it to your solace to stare ominously into the night on top of your car alone, but I just wanted to see what was
Yeah,
going
no,
on.
I'm
you know?
sorry. I didn't even like see you.
No, you're all good.
It's usually pretty dark up here at night, to be honest.
It is.
so-
Yeah, no worries.
Were you in a car or were you walking?
I jog.
Oh,
I'm in a jogging outfit.
okay. Well, yeah, that explains why I didn't see you, because it's dark and that is a very dark outfit.
Kinda.
You should probably wear something reflective if you're running at night, especially like out here.
I don't usually anticipate someone nearly clipping me near the state grounds of the observatory, you know? So-
That's fair. Though I do come up here pretty frequently. So
Well, I'll leave you to it then. Stay safe.
sorry, I almost killed you.
No, it's alright. You're all good. Have a good day, ma'am. I was on my morning jog, and I was right there near the juice place,
Yeah.
and she fucking came up, charged up, and was like 10 feet away from me. So, I guess I'll just leave it. Guess I'll go finish my jog.
Then you gotta grab some. I've got 4 meetings
Do we need
after
a-
this lined up.
Do we need a debrief or
Before I
talk
can
about
make-
anything
I
that's
just
happened
had people
today?
waiting. all day, then I'm voting.
No, I think you should be good.
Okay.
Yes.
I
but it
spoke
has
to
approval.
Angel. I told her to
I will
speak
tell him
to
about it, but
you. Archivist
Yeah.
did text her
Right.
something that she posts pretty regularly, almost inferring that she got into her text record.
Yeah, that makes
Separately,
sense.
so you're
Okay.
aware, we got a tip that Dr. Stacy is trying to get in touch with the archivist. I'd keep that close.
Okay. Pipeline.
I'd keep that close, but on your radar. She wants to get in touch with the archivist to learn about face shit.
Understood. Okay.
Other than that, Bobby Charles got arrested today with the Green Gobbler. He's on a hold.
Wait, why?
Apparently, if you look at the latest report, apparently him and Carmine are looking to impeach me over something on that, but I don't know what.
What?
You know,
What?
I
What?
God fucking. I mean, we'll see how that goes.
Sweeney distributes AKs via Twatter? What is this? Were we not going to hire this person? She's
no,
holding a
it's fake.
class tune?
No, it's fake.
Oh, I see. Okay. Psych hold? Is that they want to impeach you? On what grounds? They realize they can't file an impeachment without what? Okay, is this the Spooder Man thing? That's a report. I'm confused, Director. What report are they trying to impeach you on?
Take a look at. I don't think Rooker's put one up yet.
Okay.
I would contact Rooker. She got a statement from somebody.
Copy. Okay. No worries. I'll finish my jog then if you want to make sure Blunt doesn't... Oh, he's at the observatory. Never mind.
Hell yeah.
Okay. I'm going to finish my jog then, Director. Unless you need anything, I'm going to continue working on the project that I'm working on, and then go from there.
Let me know if you need anything.
Will do, sir. Oh yeah, if you want to post that in the Kick chat too. One of our mods made a bingo card for stream, which I think is really funny. It's really, really funny. Where were we? Finishing our jog. Louboutins! Oh my god. How are you feeling? How are you doing? What's going on with you? 30-10-7. Every box is disgusting now. We're gonna see if Angel's around. I don't think she is, but that's the first thing we're gonna do. I have no clue. It's... Skyler can't take the case though. She's conflicted. It's her boss. Unless she gets approval. Teach me, motherfucker. They literally are trying everything in the book to fucking hurt the Marshals, and I think it's so funny. Those characters are wild. I'm not too worried about it. It's not. It's. I'd rather Skyler is not worried about it. Whatever comes from the RP will be fine. Door? 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 Thank you. That's our goal. I'm coming along. I have 1 month. Hold on, you have 1 month. Follow up on Monday. Hell yeah, let's go. Can we get some love for Louboutins on Twitch, please? I'm not gonna go over any specific details. She just needs some love for being a fucking amazing trooper. That's all. You did, however, make people cry in court. What the heck? Where are all the Paulos coming from? Welcome in, guys. Appreciate you. 30 to 8. Do I have any food left over? No, we're gonna see if there's anything to... Dawn, we have a problem. Who's on duty? I want to call a senior officer down here to take a picture of this so we can call it. Oh, we need to call Angel. I doubt Kylie's around. But we're gonna call her anyway. Ruby Orca's around. We could do archivist stuff in a second. I'm going to explain why I might be taking an actual flight. Hello, Commander. This is Deputy Marshal Skyler Sparks. How are you?
Bonjour, I am good. How can I help?
Bonjour. Tu parles français?
I was just about to reply in Japanese. I can only do conversational.
Je ne parle pas français maintenant. Je parle...
Yes,
je ne parle pas bien.
You're good. Okay, just a little bit of French.
Yeah, we.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How busy are you? Like scale 1 to 10.
I just got out of Air 1, so perfect time to catch me.
I would love to have a chat with you.
All right. You want me there, or you can meet me here? What do you want to do?
What do you prefer? What's easier for you? Where are you most comfortable?
I don't mind.
Okay.
There's no one in the records room if you want to meet records room.
Sure. I
Okay.
am gonna head down to Sassam Davis and grab a patrol vehicle.
All right.
Since I'm in a UC vehicle, that way it's legal. Not
Okay.
on UC is illegal, but you know what I mean, right? Like I can actually, function.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna run down to Sassam Davis. I'm gonna grab my patrol vehicle, and I'll meet you in the records room at MRPD. Then question mark.
All right. Sounds good.
Perfect. See you in a bit.
Okay.
Commander.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
03076 Sassam Davis, then 76 for a meeting to MRB. If anyone else wants to join me on the recorded conversation, you're welcome to do so at MRB. Chat, what do you guys have for dinner? Grandma, stop leaving your stuff around. Chicken rice? Hell yeah. I have chicken too. I got chicken tenders. So, for those who don't know, for my mods, I reached out to my mods to ask about flights to Indianapolis. So, Indianapolis, last night we met, Skyler, Rooker, and Knight had a long conversation, and Blunt had a long conversation with James Alderman. Jimmy Alderman. Jimmy Alderman was a member of the D&D group for the Archivists before the Archivists became the Archivists and was eventually kicked out, right? Well, he went to the college that the original Archivists did with Lucian Barthas before Lucian Barthas passed, and he kept saying, "Go Hoosiers." So we did a little bit of research. And I'm gonna try to reach out to someone to figure out who's running that plot line and going over the information to see if that's correct before I buy the flight out. However, we did research about the Hoosiers. The Hoosiers are from Indianapolis, Indiana State University, or University of Indiana in Birmingham, I think is the location. Specifically that location, which is 15 minutes south of the Indianapolis International Airport. They have the archives. It's on their website. It is exactly what is described in the lore that was on the website that we've been looking at for the last 2 days. And so I'm thinking about making a day trip over there because the flight itself is 3 hours. Grab a hotel, get a rental, and physically go to that location because it's not that far away. And so we were looking. The stream mods were looking up. We don't need anything in here. The stream mods. Hey James. We're looking at prices from Portland.
Life's a mess, ain't it?
Not really.
1 minute people are alive and the next minute they're just fucking dead.
Who died?
Shinto, the DRC captain.
Yeah, Benji did it.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
But it's a matter of putting the evidence together.
Yeah, it's a pain in the fucking ass because Benji's essentially threatening the other lifers into submission, and I can see it in their fucking eyes.
It's witness tampering.
Oh yeah. How do you prove it?
You don't. It's the shitty part. 3076 MRPD 107 interrogation. So I'm gonna pay for the flight myself. I don't give a shit. I'll pay for the flight, the hotel, all that kind of stuff. I just need to know if it would act like. Otherwise, I'll just have Skyler do it, and then we'll just like play Crim for a day or something, and like we'll go through the role play of doing it. Mons, can you get a thing ready for me? For the, I'm pretty sure Vons can do the highlight. Just get the highlight times and stuff ready. Yeah.
Oh my god. I'm about to take a nap. I'm also
So the library in Indiana University, Birmingham, part of it is called the archives. And the archives are on the 4th floor of that library. And you have to get permission to go into the archives. So before we go and fly all the way to Birmingham, hello. Before we fly all the way to Birmingham, or Indianapolis rather, and go into the archives, I've got to I want to see if it will actually be like something that will matter, or if it's just like very loosely related. Like if I fly there and it would matter, then I'll pay for the flight and go. I'll take pictures and stuff like that. Obviously I can't say that I'm a real life Marshal. That's fake. This character is very fake. Where the fuck is Ruby? York, Nikki, Moss.
Not sure how that works.
I mean, still did the crime,
Hello,
right?
Sparks.
Hello.
Hello all.
Hey, Sparks.
Welcome to Fridge Wars.
What the frick is happening?
I'm sorry. I'm just complaining because I did this great investigation yesterday on this lawyer who was, committing crime, and it was
As they
really it was
do.
a really good investigation. And then she was suspended by the DOJ pending the
Correct.
outcome, and then we put up the warrant, and she freaking died.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait,
Freaking died.
who? Wait,
Like,
who was it?
I don't remember how to pronounce her name.
Wait, I saw the name.
Himura?
Himura?
Something?
Yeah.
Himura, yeah.
Junmei Himura?
Yes, that one.
She's been attorney for what the
A
heck?
week.
What the heck?
She was a lawyer for a week, committing crimes, and then she died.
Meth crimes.
Yeah,
She's
she had a bag of meth in her car.
I'm sorry,
Told
what?
to. Well, I think Oxby's investigating
Should
it.
we just do it? Is he around?
No, he's not around. I think he said he was gonna put in a request for a search warrant of her properties.
What?
You know what's funny is in the interrogation, we asked her about the bag of meth, and she said, "Oh, what? You think I'm a drug dealer?" And I was like, "Well, we didn't say that, but are you?"
It is sadly really common in the legal profession for most attorneys to get an addiction. Mine was just adrenaline, but a lot of people go to drinking, drugs, coke, all kinds of stuff.
I mean, that's
so
really sad.
It is
Yeah,
very sad.
I can imagine the stress of it,
Mine is Swedish fish.
Swedish fish
Mine
are
is
good.
apricot jams.
Oh, apricot jams. Oh, that sounds good. What about mini jams from Knott's Breeze Farm?
Ruby, you remember when I was telling about the marshmallows? How I had like a handful of
Yes.
marshmallows and got a stomach ache? I
Yes.
was like, I was desperate for one the other night, and I was like, I'll just have one or two. That won't hurt my stomach. I got a stomach.
You had
ache.
6.
Oh,
Can't
no.
even. No, I had. I only had 2. I only had 2.
Oh,
Oh, so you had 12.
And I couldn't handle
oh, it's a
it.
miracle.
Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
he's
Hello.
walking
Hello,
again.
Lieutenant.
Hello.
Why are you injured?
Because people
I
shoot
was-
us.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
I put a man in a wheelchair, and then some men put me in a wheelchair. It's you know.
Oh,
karma.
Mazel Tov. Good
Am
for
I gonna
you,
get in
Lieutenant.
trouble if I post that picture from yesterday, Key, on Twitter
No,
right
you
now?
post it. Post it.
Going for looking?
This fridge looks like a fucking like impoverished
Yes.
suburb, like school gates. Like, how many padlocks is that on this thing?
Well, we're going to have to get another sledgehammer.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Would you caption this photo?
It's hashtag ship 2.
Yeah.
That's how we
I
roll.
I really want to retweet this. I'm not going to, for obvious reasons, but
No.
understand that I really want to. My thumb is on the
Say that
post
for
button.
your,
It's it's
your
in
cop
spirit.
bank.
We heard. Yeah, it's okay. You don't have to, but we know. We know.
I really.
What is it?
I was
No,
gonna say
no,
something
no.
I think you should tweet out.
inappropriate.
Key, you understand. The love is
No,
there.
no, you're fine, Stokes. You're
The
fine.
the love is there.
Listen, we hate the Marshals, okay? So it's us. You should tweet it out.
What?
I'm aware
Don't
I'm
listen.
aware you do, Senior
That's the
Officer.
baby talking. That's
We-
the baby talking, Nikki.
Sparks
You're
on the
emotional.
right-hand side. You can download the picture to your cop spank bank. It's okay.
I've already done it.
Okay.
I'm gonna make
Okay, on that
memes. Actually, we have to
Bye.
pause the meeting. I'm putting this in Canva right now.
Key, do you want to drive me up to
And
Scraps real quick?
Yeah, because I'm not a good artist, so I'm gonna give him blush on Canva really quick.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. No, in all seriousness, whenever you're ready, Commander,
Okay.
we can go
I'll
over.
be back. See you, Nikki. You going? Where are you
Coming.
going? No, you're not coming with us.
Yeah, you
No, I'm
won't be
coming.
coming. You won't be coming, Senior Officer.
You can come later on. Bye.
How do I get in this meeting?
You don't.
You can't. Nikki,
How?
get out of here. Nikki, get out of here.
Oh my god!
Get out of here, you.
I have to be a sergeant to be in meetings with you.
Nope.
God damn it! I hate all of you.
Uh,
I hope we get fucking carpet bomb while we're having this meeting. God damn it, Rudy.
She's pregnant. She's pregnant. It's
I
okay.
know. I've seen the state ID.
Pregnant lady, get out of here. You're being emotional.
Well, don't tell. Okay. I would like to record
up?
this conversation. I'm sure you understand what this is about. Obviously, we shouldn't
I
have. You don't.
know what this is about. So, what is it about first?
Roads and Pred.
I don't need to have this conversation recorded. I mean, are there certain questions?
I do.
Yeah, but why?
Because I do. So, under that conversation, you're going to be Mirandized and recorded. So,
But then you need to explain first as why.
I don't. So if you'd like to bring an attorney down to the Marshal's office, you're welcome to do so. But otherwise, I will see you in a couple minutes down at the Marshal's office. Thank you, Commander. Oh, 3076 Sassam for interrogation of Ruby York. The car was unlocked. What the hell? Fucking cadet shit. Can you please move your car? I'm gonna ask you
It was
once.
a baby. It was a baby. It was a
Do you
baby.
mind, Senior Officer, moving your car so I can leave, please?
It was a baby.
Thank you so much.
It was a baby.
I'm not saying anything, chat. Please let me know your ETA. Thank you. Blunt from Sparks.
Send it.
Can you 21 with me, please? I'm stirring a bit. I'm stirring a lot of it. We'll look at the notifications here in a second.
Sparks, where you at?
21, 25, 21, not 25.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Ruby York has declined to give a comment concerning the situation with Rhodes and Pred. She's the only person that I was going to give warning to concerning the conversation. I let her know that I told her at MRPD, I'm like, hey, I'm going to have this conversation recorded. You're going to be Mirandized, and if you would like a lawyer, I'm giving you a heads up that that is what happened. She's like, well, what is this about? And I said, you understand? She goes, no, I don't understand. And I said, it's about Rhodes and Pred. She goes, okay, well, I don't think it needs to be recorded. And I said, I do. And she goes, well, what is this going to entail? You have to tell me. I said, no, I don't. She goes, well, you should tell me. I said, no, I'm not. And I said, I'll meet you down at the marshal's office. Let me, I'll see you down there in a bit. I'll see you down there in a minute. When I pulled in, I let her know, hey, I'll send you a screenshot of the text messages. But I said, hey, just let me know your ETA. Thanks. And she goes, we will need to reschedule, or sorry, and I quote, since there are no lawyers in the limit list, we'll have to reschedule. I said, understood. Consider this your written notification on our attempt to have a discussion concerning this matter. Thank you for your time, Commander. She states a conversation would have been nice, but you did say I could get a lawyer, so when one is available, I will contact you. I stated, of course, Commander, as you should. I advise no other way. So she has officially declined without having an attorney there to have a discussion about this, and I'm going to be filing. I'm making a state marshal report now on the officers who are refusing statements. So unless you want me to make it a private report. So
no, a marshal report's fine.
Okay.
Actually,
So that's
an IA report. Do you have IA access?
no. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah.
So no, I do not have IA access. If that is a thing, then yes, I would like access to that, please.
Boom, boom, data, pi,
Key is available. I might try to talk to Key about it. He's a lieutenant in
Reset
the ship.
your MDT. You can also take every report that is about Rhodes and Pred, all the marshal reports, and you can move them into IAA. They don't need to be marshal reports. You can all of that.
Oh no, I will absolutely. I didn't even know that was a report option. So yes, no, I will be. Yeah. I will ensure that is there. That is not an issue, sir. I will go ahead and do that then. That is really disappointing, and she's the only person I was going to give warning for too.
No, so I got info. God, I
see
find this fucking report that she's also being corrupt. She's part of the cover-up squad.
Oh fuck! Why?
A BCSO officer went to take a statement from the victim that Crystal stabbed, and Ruby went and was like, "No, I'm gonna take the statement." Overrode them, went there, took it, and then now all of a sudden, the victim is like, "No, it was an accident. I fell on the knife. Trust me, bro." After Ruby had a conversation with her, the victim all of a sudden was like,
That's so disappointing.
"Yeah,
Oh no, we need a we need a restructure. Jesus
yeah.
Christ. Okay.
Yep. This was okay. So this is the report where Crystal stabbed somebody. Let's see.
All right, so that is it. I'm gonna put attempts. Okay.
I'm gonna call somebody about this report number real quick. I'll be right back.
Yep, no worries.
All right.
Who are you? The proud Lord said that I must
I didn't know this
bow
existed.
so low. Only a cat of a different coat. That's all the truth I know. In a coat of gold or a coat of red, a lion still has claws, and mine are as long and as sharp, my lord, as long and sharp as yours. And so he spoke, and so he spoke, that Lord of Castamere. But now the reins we bore is hall, with no one there to
Marshal Sparks?
Lieutenant Key, how are you?
Oh, I'm fantastic. Fantastic. How can I help?
I was wondering if you had time for a discussion. I wanted to have a discussion with you in person at the Marshal's office, if you could.
Oh, by all means. I'm just finishing up a call and then I'll be there.
Yeah, no worries. I'll wait for you. No worries.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And so he spoke, and so he spoke, that Lord of Castamere. But now the reins we bore is hall, with no one there to hear. Yes, now the reins we bore is hall, and not a soul to hear.
He absolutely understands. He knows exactly what's going on. Okay. I'm having a conversation with Clear. Hello.
Hello. Some guy just called Juno and threatened to kill her and everybody that she knows.
Sure, kind of makes sense. She's well known and probably well hated, so.
Jesus. She'll fit right in.
Yeah, sounds like it.
39876.
39876. I wish I knew about the corruption with York beforehand. That would have been super helpful.
I just heard about this.
And this was the stabbing.
Yes, and now it's Charlotte Moore later claims that she did it to herself, while some witnesses saying
Okay.
it might be accidental or otherwise.
So I had a candid conversation with Charlotte Moore. I called her the day it happened. I said who I was, and she's like, "Oh no, I was just an accident. I fell on the knife." And I specifically said, "Listen, if you're not pressing charges, I don't care that she stabbed you." And she goes, "Oh no, it's fine. We're friends." I said, "Okay." So yes, Crystal Clear did stab her according to that statement, but no one cares. So it goes to the wheelhouse. If the right to dignity wasn't breached, then why are we investigating? You know. So
that's what I told them, but like also I don't like that. So the part that rubbed me the wrong way was Ruby got on radio, said, "Is anybody going to go take her statement?" A BCSO officer responded and said they were going to go take the statement, and then Ruby all of a sudden was like, "No, I'm going to go take the statement."
Yeah, but if
like,
there's
you just asked for somebody to take the statement, and now you're upset that it's a BCSO person doing it.
I've started.
What are you trying to hide?
No, it is absolutely suspicious. But out of all of the work that I've done with Miss York and the good that supposedly everyone else in the Marshals up to this point has had, then yeah, no.
The scary part, I just don't know if she genuinely feels that way or she knows how to play it and just be like, I've known Ruby a long time. She's very, very, very fucking smart. Much smarter than she leads herself to be.
No, she's very clearly smart. No, she very much seems like the doe-eyed girl, but those people are the most dangerous.
Exactly.
And I don't mean like in the danger where she's like, "Oh my god, she's gonna stab me and like poison me." I mean like she can have the perception that is necessary for her to have.
And
that
she can make you
perception.
believe something wholeheartedly
Correct.
that's genuine, and it not necessarily it just
Correct.
be her what she wants you to believe.
Correct. No worries. I invited Alan Key down to here. He seemed, I could hear it in his tone. He probably already knows. So
Right.
I'm gonna give him about 10 minutes or so, see if he's gonna be here. And if not, I'll say, hey, just give me an ETA. And if he says, you know, and it'll be a bit, I'm just gonna text him exactly what I text Ruby, saying this is your notification on my attempt.
Sounds good. All right, easy. Good shit.
No worries. Stay safe, Lon.
Bye.
I almost kind of want to meta guard this shit and like not stream it, but let's be real. If people meta and they're fucking weird about it, then that's on them. Do I have any weird calls? Outgoing, Don Winters, outgoing. No, I haven't had any calls. Anything missed a day ago? Rob, James McLeod. I don't know if he's around or not. Let's see where Key is. Okay, looks like Key's at a 24/7 with Moss, Wester, Gator, Toby, Ryder. Okay. Where is Ricky Dallas? Ooh, it looks like Ricky's with Nikki. That's really unfortunate. Skyler's like, I really liked Ruby. What the hell? Why you gotta be corrupt? Why you gotta try to help cover everything up, huh? Alright. Let's move all of these reports to... Actually, we need to check this. Hold on. Mike Blunt, Skyler, Tony Long. What is this? Kyle Perez should be denied. Approved what motion? Oh, notice of appearance. With all due respect, the filing of an appeal for criminal charges is a complex and complicated matter. This process should occur before termination anyways, as the marshals lack the ability to fire police officers. Their legislative duties and functions is to suspend pending investigation, and the process of firing is purely internal, with the impeachment process being necessary from an outside agency. I'm not saying this impeachment shouldn't occur, but with the appeal being drafted and ready in the next 24 to 48 hours, this hearing taking place just as a waste of time for all parties. But the firing was done by the mayor. And the mayor can fire people. I don't know if he knows that or not. I don't know if they just assume that an appointment is forever according to legislation. There's nothing in legislation that says otherwise. I know that their favorite, like, the character's favorite things is, like, pointing out legislation and being like, well, it doesn't say it here, we don't have it here, so we must have it written down, blah, blah, blah. The only place that it's currently written is in the Constitution, which is an appointment, which is statutory intent means they can remove the appointment. And he was removed. And because of that, the ACR couldn't be filed because they have to be in office for it to be filed. We can't impeach without them being in office. Tony Long. Okay, so we need to move these. Matt Rhodes Corruption Master Report. We need to move that to IAA. Save. Oh, I can delete reports now. Okay. I did not know that. That is a power I don't want. Please remove that power. Rhodes. Impeachment of Matt Rhodes. We'll raise that to IAA. What the fuck? Oh, I knew I had access to that. Can I get a mod or two over in Kick, please? Kai, if you're not already there, can you be there, my love? Thank you. Rhodes Rule Update. Matt Rhodes Corruption Master Report. Is it under Matt Rhodes? Here it is. We have to leave this. Can I move this to IA first? I can. Might get scuffy though. It's not like it's working currently anyway. What sucks is the Marshal warrant section. I'll show you really quick. I don't know if they fixed it, but the signature area is not, well, it was not working. When it locked, it wouldn't allow anyone to sign anything. This needs to be removed. Necessary reports. 39908. 39919. Let's actually do the front number so it's even. There we go. Can I delete my private reports now? Because some of them are fucking useless. Tags, please, thank you. LSPD, CSO. San Andreas State Marshal IAA. Invest. There we go. Easy. Ruby York. Denied. Recorded comment. That's the wrong color. The thing is, any attorney that she grabs, if they're part of this, if they're there, they're not going to be able to represent Rhodes. So she has to be really, really, really careful. On what attorney she ends up hiring. I can delete reports. Is that intentional?
Probably.
Okay. I would prefer not to have that power. I'm not ever going to use it. I'm just...
It might be an IA thing. Where are you?
Cool. That's fine. Marshal's office. Davis.
Okay.
Davis.
Yeah,
What's up?
we're coming down. All right,
Okay, bye.
Never mind. Uno reverse card. Brian says come observatory.
Am I in trouble?
No.
All right, bye.
I was telling him about what happened with Ruby, and I think he just wants to hear it from the horse's mouth as opposed to telephone.
Okay, no worries. Thank you for the anxiety check. Appreciate it.
What? It's not.
No, I was no, it was good. I'm
'cause you were
thanking
stressed.
you.
Okay,
I'm
yes,
stressed
okay,
because I was in trouble. I'm gonna take it. I'm
1,000 meters broken. Okay.
No,
Brandon?
no, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. I'm gonna take whatever punishment is given. That's just who I am. No. I'm anxious. That's all. I was eating chicken.
Everything's fine.
All right. See you in a sec.
There's blood on the side of the mountain. There's writing all over the walls. Shadows of us are still dancing in every room and every hall. There's snow falling over the city. You thought that it would wash away.
Oh, I need my
the bitter
transmission
taste of
repaired.
my fury and all of the messes you made. Yeah, you think that you got away, but I'm in the trees, I'm in the breeze, my footsteps on the ground. You'll see my face in every place, but you can't catch me now. Through waiting grass, the months will pass, you'll feel it all around. I'm here, I'm there, I'm everywhere, but you can't catch me now. No, you can't catch me now. Bet you thought I'd never do it. Thought it'd go over.
I'm eating garlic bread, chat.
I bet you
It's a little salty,
figured
but
I'd
it's good.
pass with the winter, be something easy to forget. Oh, you think I'm gone 'cause I left, but I'm in the trees, I'm in the breeze, my footsteps on the ground. You'll see my face in every place, but you can't catch me now. Through waiting grass, the months will pass, you'll feel it all around. I'm here, I'm there, I'm everywhere, but you can't catch me now. No, you can't catch me now. side of the mountain. It's turning a new shade of red. Yeah, sometimes the fire you found it
Simultaneous to this,
don't
I
burn
think
the
we
way
need
you'd
a very
expect.
clear
Yeah,
codification,
you thought that this
right?
was
Almost
the
titled,
end.
you know, the IA Act. Hey, when a marshal comes and does this, you must comply. It does not require a full-blown docket posting that is a waste of everyone's time and is only going to cause the individual who is being requested of the information significant grief, because now they're going to look like a dumb fuck. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Sparks, what happened?
Would you like?
I'm only hearing like I'm only just hearing about the.
Oh, it just
conversation
happened,
tried
sir.
to have with Ruby, yeah.
Would you like the preface or just the conversation concerning Pred and Rhodes?
Both is fine. Both
Understood.
Is probably good.
Yes, sir. So I called. I am starting full-fledged the investigation concerning how many people knew about the situation, hiring, preface, etc. So I'm starting from the top down, and at the time, currently, or at the time, there was Crystal Clear and Ruby York. Obviously, I'm not approaching Crystal until last because they'll be like, "Why didn't you approach Crystal?" So I said to myself, I will approach her as the final notion for all PD command. So I'm starting with High Command, going down. Ruby's on duty, starting with LSPD. And then I was going to Ricky Dallas, but I asked.
Wait, is this about the Crystal situation or is this the Pred situation?
It's about the Rhodes situation, sir.
Oh, the Rhodes situation. Oh, okay. Easy. Continue.
Yes, sir. I called Commander York and asked if she had a time for a chat. I was very cordial, very friendly, because that was the general rapport that I have with most officers, both in BCSO and LSPD. She said she just wrapped up a scene and she had all the time and that we could speak in the records room. I said, okay. So I drove down from here to Assassin Davis. I advised her as such, grabbed the patrol vehicle I use, and met her in Davis in front of the fridge. There was Sergeant, excuse me, sorry, chicken is coming up. I apologize, sir. I spoke with her, Sergeant Moss, and Senior Officer Nikki Khan casually about something to do with a corrupt lawyer that just died. There's locks on the fridge. It was banter. Lieutenant Alan Key approached. I asked why he was limping. He stated about him getting hurt, and there was more casual banter, nothing to do with anything else. And then they posted a picture on Twitter about Key holding a gun, and I, of course, bantered back with them saying, "You understand why I can't retweet it, but understand, Key, I really want to." I was very jokingly and whatever. That doesn't matter. It's just banter. Nikki Khan, or Senior Officer Khan, states that, well, we hate the Marshals here, and everyone's like, no, we don't. No, we don't. Because that's how Senior Officer Khan is. She's a, for lack of a better term, she's a shit stirrer.
Jokes around.
Correct. And so after everything calmed down, everyone's laughing. I stated to Commander York, I asked, "Are you ready to have the conversation?" She said, "Yeah, sure." And Nikki tried to Senior Officer Khan butted her way in, and we both advised her that she was unable to join the conversation. So we went to the front meeting area on the most northwest side of MRPD, where the long table is, which is the room opposite of the standard meeting room for LSPD. I stated, she asked what it was about, and I stated, well, I want to try to have a recorded conversation, so I'm letting you know that's my intention, that I will be Mirandizing you, and so if you would like an attorney, you're welcome to get one. She stated, okay, I don't think this conversation needs to be recorded. You could just ask me questions, and I stated, I do think it needs to be recorded.
And it's important to, I think it's important to let them know what the conversation is entailing. And the reason I say that is these aren't people that are under arrest, right? This is inherently voluntary. And the Mirandization is a just in case. because the intention is it's voluntary. You know, hey, we're going to talk about roads, etc., etc. The reason why that is very important is we are scary. You hold a lot of power. And whether someone has a tough exterior, they are going to fear the worst. So upon entering into what should be at a as at the onset a cordial conversation will very quickly turn hostile. Now, I will say that not everyone is going to react to this way. Some people are going to be hostile regardless, but we should not presume the hostility from the onset. I mean, think about it. If we might be built slightly different. I too, if someone came up to me and said, "I'm recording this and I'm going to Mirandize you," I'm going to say, "What the fuck is it about?" Because the presumption is criminality, right? That's how we're trained. I would have approached it by saying, "Hey, this is going to be in regards to the roads and pred situation. It is on recording as it is a part of our SOPs, so that it is a protection for not just myself, but also yourself, so that there is no confusion over the questions."
Skylar wants to tell him really bad, but she's going to wait.
And if there's any impropriety, it's there's no disputing it. It's on the record. Now, at that stage, if someone is now
Let me tell you
that, you have a record of what they're refusing about. So that's a good thing.
Let me tell you.
Trying to obstruct. But on the flip side, there's contemplation as to whether or not Ruby did something that she didn't do, or did do, or this whole crystal clear thing. Even when you were bringing it up to me, I thought you were about to talk about the Crystal and Ruby situation. Is that making sense?
I told her what the conversation was about before I said it was going to be recorded, sir.
Oh.
I already did that, sir.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah.
Would you like me to continue?
Yes.
So
Could
to
you
back
run it back. So you went in the room and you could you replay it back for me? And I do apologize. I've been awake for long enough that I might be missing some things along.
Hello.
No, sir. I did not state that part. I didn't get to that part yet. So I because of the rapport that we had with because of the rapport I thought I had with Commander York, I will try to go back and restate it exactly how I did. I told her, you know what this conversation is about, right? And she said no. And I said, well, I'm going to need to record the conversation. She stated that she didn't need the conversation recorded. I could just ask her questions. And I said, well, this is about Pred and Roads. She goes, oh. And I stated that we're going to record the conversation. I'm going to Mirandize you. And if you would like an attorney, you're welcome to have one. I will see you at Davis Sassum when you are available. Thank you, Commander. And I walked out. I advised her in text message when I got to Sassum. And I quote, please let me know your ETA. Thank you. She promptly texts back, and this is in the IA report. She said, since there are no lawyers in the lemon list, we will have to reschedule. I advised her, understood. Consider this your written notification on our attempt to have a discussion concerning this matter. Thank you for your time, Commander. She states, a conversation would have been nice, but you did say I could get a lawyer, so when one is available, I will contact you. I stated, of course, Commander, as you should. I advise no other way.
So a couple things, right?
Yes, sir.
They don't need a lawyer. This is something that I'm trying to train us out of. At some stage, law enforcement started offering lawyers to folks, which we're not obligated to do. It's a part of the Miranda. If someone here listens to the Miranda, I don't want a lawyer in there. Lawyer does this. We end up in a situation now where someone may she's a law enforcement officer. She inherently knows that what the Miranda is, and any court outside of San Andreas is going to recognize that. The next thing is, but because we're in San Andreas and we may have untrained judges and lawyers and officers, they may not understand that. So we Mirandize as a just in case. But when we use a just in case in the case of like a what is it? A consensual interview, right? That is when we should be explaining to them the why so that they're aware that, hey, if they end up saying something that is criminal in nature, which we don't think that they're going to, obviously it can be utilized. We're going in above and beyond with this. And I say this because I deal with, you see how many interrogations I go into. Most of the criminals understand that when I say it, but that's because I explain it to them. Or someone that I'm bringing in that I have no intention of giving charges to, but I put it in those words so that they're aware. I will, however, never, ever, ever, ever offer an attorney because in San Andreas, it's a get out of jail free card. It's, oh, cool. I don't have to do this right now because now we're pending an attorney, which wasn't even needed in the first place.
Yes, sir. That was on purpose.
Oh, offering the attorney?
Yes, sir.
Well, was it strategic or?
Law enforcement shouldn't have to require an attorney concerning an investigation on other law enforcement officers. They should be willing to have a discussion with other law enforcement officers consensually without the worry that they're being charged.
I agree with that on principle, but that's not reality, right?
Okay.
And we have to operate within the realm of what we deal with, right? So, in other words, I'm saying strategy.
Okay. How would you like me to readjust?
Well, just that is don't ever offer an attorney. If they request an attorney, sure. Do you agree with the legal standard of not having to offer it once they're Mirandized?
I understand the intention behind it. Generally, on principle, I disagree. But if that's the direction that we wish to go, I will do that.
San Andreas is not perfect, and part of that imperfection is the lack of attorneys and halting a, if we had a lot of attorneys, I could understand that. You're kind of hurting yourself in that interview by effectively, it just strategically isn't a good idea. If you want to continue to do so, I'm not going to stop. I do think that if I was on the other side of the table and, I'm going to put my guard up immediately.
I'm aware. You told me to go full force on this, and so if I conflict every attorney,
I want to stipulate on full force.
Okay.
On road.
Yes, sir.
On everyone else, I don't think so.
So
they
don't
do anything wrong.
So don't conflict every other attorney for having them criminally represent every other person, so Rhodes doesn't have an attorney.
No.
Oh, wait, is that what
Barks?
Yes, sir. Because if they're criminally representing someone else, sir.
No, we don't. Let's not do that.
Understood. I will never do that.
Jesus Christ.
I will never do that, sir. It's Lieutenant Key.
Just text him back and say, well, I'll call you right back.
Yes, sir. I will not do that.
Oh man. Okay. Wow. Okay. So we don't want to. Okay, when I say pull forward,
I
mean,
understand, sir. I understand. I understand, sir.
This kind of goes back to my reason as well about what do you call it? We have to work within the confines, right? And look, I'm
Yes,
just
sir.
gonna say this, just in the best way I can put this, is criminals and people on the other side of a interrogation do not realize for their own good that putting in an attorney there is sometimes not in their best interest, because a lot of attorneys in the city, like Grayson, for example, make the case about them and not about their client. And
Yes, sir.
so it is up to the client to make that self-determination. But if they are looking at one of us and we're like, yo, do you want an attorney? Inherently, from like a psychological perspective, they're going to think, oh, I guess I do need one, because I don't know what the direction of this is. And this is especially the case when it's actually a consensual encounter. I do recognize that it sounds like Commander York is a bit confused as to the nature of this conversation. While I understand that, it's pertaining to, Matt Rhodes, etc. She may have the perception that she is in the crosshairs, and so I would say, strategy and the way we should approach it is only Rhodes that is guilty. Is it true that it goes deeper? I agree. But it's vague enough that it's important that we approach the other officers with as much cordiality as possible. With that said, I would like to give her a call. And I'm going to have you humble yourself and say, hey, I could approach that better. I don't need you to mean it, but we want to engage with her today, as opposed to the worst steps, which we don't want to engage in, which is having to put out writ of mandamuses. And that is something we will do if there is no attempt to produce basic police work on an active investigation.
Understood, sir.
On an individual, so the course correction here is individuals are not guilty unless the evidence points at them being guilty. If they begin to stonewall, right, then, and we need that work to complete an investigation, then we take those steps. Anything else we want to say before I give her a rate?
No, sir. Hey, yeah. Yeah. That's fucking devious. I wouldn't have done it to many people. Maybe just one or two. Because at some point it becomes, how do I phrase this? Problematic for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah.
But I do want them to understand how serious I'm taking this. So one or two people. That's enough. I'm going to call Alan Key back and just let him know we're rescheduling.
Easy. Addy.
Hello, Lieutenant. I will need a reschedule, so feel free to go on patrol, do whatever you need to do, Lieutenant. Thank you for your time.
Oh, fantastic. Anytime. I'm here when you need me.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Lieutenant.
Bye-bye.
Have a safe shift, okay?
Yep. Bye.
Oh, he knows. He knows.
Yeah. I'm sure.
Does not concern me, sir. I will go back and...
Oh, Pred's commotion got denied. Good shit.
Did it? Okay, good. Oh, I got 7 notifications. What the fuck? Sorry, sir. 25 minutes ago.
Oh, it's all in the same case. It's just
Oh, it is. Okay.
every rebuttal gets a deny, and okay, gotcha.
Your Honor, with all due
Motion
respect.
denied.
As part of requesting a stay, you are required to provide more information than simply intent to file an appeal motion. To stay the judgment of a court carries a burden of proof that you will suffer harm if the stay is not granted. That the public interest weighs in favor of granting this motion and that your appeal is likely to succeed. A stay is similar to an injunction, however, it differs in its execution. She's correct. A motion to stay would be filed at outcome of judicial proceeding, allowing time for you to file an appeal and pause the judgment from taking place. Considering that your appeal has not been filed and no decision has been made by the court regarding the outcome of this impeachment, the court will be denying this motion at the time. The court is aware that your appeal could potentially have an impact on these proceedings and will proceed with that in mind. As she should.
I don't understand the last sentence, actually, because I don't understand how an appeal of the charges would have any bearing on this proceeding at the moment, to be honest.
Because if for some reason he gets the because if for some reason he has any felony conviction overturned, then there wouldn't be a grounds for the impeachment inherently. For the impeachment as it's written, because there is just a felony criminal conviction, we would have to be offered a motion to amend the original complaint, and have the injunction would be inherently removed if he doesn't have a felony conviction on his record. And that being said, he still can be impeached and removed from office based on the activity, because somewhere the judiciary has found him guilty.
He still
did that shit. Yes, sir.
At the time of the and their whole argument is that we didn't file the impeachment even though he got fired by.
We can't file the impeachment because he wasn't in office because his boss fired him.
Right. So they can't on one hand argue that and at the same time argue, well, I'm not a convicted felon anymore. So now the impeachment's invalid. Like, what? It wasn't. You were a convicted felon at the time that it was filed, so it should still go through.
Which is why we would be offered. We should be offered the. Which is why we should be offered the chance to amend. Because we should include that on there, but it shouldn't be the sole reason. Should he have an appeal go through? But who would even take the appeal? Adams? Because they're going to complain that it was an EMS judge, right? Because that's what they immediately complained on, like Twatter and while we were in the courtroom and all kinds of shit.
Then they should have pulled a Silas.
Which is what?
Conflict that, like, make clear that the judge is conflicted before the case is heard.
Correct.
Which he did with Grayson before it went to Ma.
Which the thing is, they knew going in, because that's going to be my argument in the appeal. They knew I'm going to ask them to deny the appeal before we even get to the point of argument, because if that ends up being one of their pieces of argument, that's a strong point against it because they had plenty of time. It was public information that Angela Adams was signing things as the SAMA director, I think, at the time? ? I would have to look at the specific legislation. Dosage. I'll just click this random one. Andreas Medical Authority. Yeah, she was SAMA director. So that being said, that's public record and public knowledge. They had the opportunity to do that. It's not for grounds for the appeal. An appeal should be based on evidence that was misused or misutilized. It should be based on whatever they have until Tuesday. They have 15 days. I checked that today. Because I'm like, why haven't they filed an appeal? What's happening? I thought it was 30 days originally, but no, according to the DPJ Act, they have 15 days. So if they go off that argument that it was a quote-unquote EMS judge, they had an entire week to be able to strike her, because she was the first judge that entered, so that's not valid. What are the other reasons or grounds for an appeal? Could be dark statement. Could be breakaway statement. They could lean onto that was misutilized. They could state that there was doubt concerning the situation for the text message because Maze wanted to go in there. But that just strengthens my argument. What are the grounds for their appeal then? I don't like being a felon, frowny face?
Yeah, I don't like the outcome, and I want somebody else to cry about it too, and tell
That's
them how bad
not how an
my
appeal
rules are.
works. Like, obviously, like, this court system might view it differently, but we shouldn't have an entire second trial for an appeal.
I would hope not.
Oral arguments, sure. I'm fine with that. Between you and me, we could write something.
I hope this gets heard before, like, the fact that the hearing on this didn't happen that day. Like, when I filed this, I was there, Angel was there, Fred was there. Why the fuck didn't we just do the hearing? Like, this is not a whole, I need time to prepare whether
the impeachment?
or not I have. Yeah.
Okay, so they complained about me not being available when I had to fly out of the city 30 minutes or less after that, because you know damn well that pretrial would have taken longer than 30 minutes.
Like, there's not much. What's the
Why didn't they do
defense
it?
here? You have a felony. The entirety of my presentation is, Your Honor, his record. The end.
I mean, he's not in office. Who cares at this point? So.
I care more about the writ that, like, just.
Oh yes, the preventing him.
Sets forth you cannot do this.
I'm gonna hit him with accomplice to corruption for the position anyway. Oh, we never got those results back, did we?
Some yes, some no. So we got the second one I did, the armory logs and the evidence logs.
Okay.
Stand by. Let me get that to you. Where's that from?
The armory logs and the evidence logs, you said?
Yes. The rest we're still waiting on. The, like, who gave him keys, etc., etc.
I'm sure that takes whatever. So
where
Spooderman.
there?
Oh, wait, Nakota's around? He just created this report. Oh, he must be at home. Okay. Yeah. Okay, do we have a roads results document at all?
No,
I'll do that now.
No, I got it mid while we were doing all that shit. Here's that. Boom. So Pred did buy a Glock, a bunch of magazines, armor plates, a badge, etc., etc. It looks like all of the relevant equipment was put into his locker before he clocked off.
Okay, stand by. You emailed those, okay. Okay, so he purchased a Glock magazine, 9mm, armor, government watch, armor plate. Why do you buy so many armor plates? Do people really think they need this many armor plates?
Yes. You have people running around like fucking juggernauts.
That seems really heavy and useless. Okay. He bought one IFAK, he bought a Glock. Oh, I see. It's from reverse order, question mark? It's not. Okay, it's just haphazardly time-stamped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 magazines. 14 ammo, 11 tourniquets, 7 IFAKs. Hello, sir.
I had a chat with her. She's understandably worked up. I don't think our approach, like, we need to be a little bit more, friendly, right? And I say it like this, Sparks, right?
Yes, sir.
This is not to say that you're not typically friendly, but the reality of the situation is, right, they're innocent, and we are our badge is scary. In her own words, and I could kind of tell this with with the approach we took. Her presumption is that she's about to get locked up alongside Rose. We should expect that human reaction. With that said, I think when it comes to these interfaces, I think we need more than just you present, because Ruby is probably the most cooperative person that will exist with us in this shift. That's my opinion, right? Even taking into consideration what you had brought up to me there, Blanc. And if she's going to feel a certain way, let's replace her with someone that's going to have tension right off the get. Here's how I would like us to approach this. I do think we should have a chat with Ruby today. I think we should have a chat with Key today. I do think in fact, I'm going to go even further than that. I think that we need to speak with Ruby and let her know that her command are going to be questioned, so that she feels like she's a part of the process, and that it doesn't seem like we're going to random folks or random members of, not random, but from their perception, different officers asking questions they have zero understanding of. Blunt, what is your take?
Typically, I'd agree, and it is our responsibility to keep our head above the water and not get drugged down into the shit. But also, the way the entirety of the department has acted on this, like Ruby might be the rare exception to the whole thing, but us taking it in a very shrouded, a little bit of a secret, like that mystique to what we do, that's almost part. It's a tool that we can use. Like the
True.
intimidation that we inherently create in our badge is a tool that we can sometimes use to our advantage. And respectfully, if ever there was a time, it's in response to the shit that we've been getting thrown at us in the last several weeks, and the antics and the methodologies that have been utilized against us by this very department.
But the thing is, because here's the thing, the department as an institute is not at fault.
I disagree with that statement more and more every day.
I listen, at a high level, I agree, but we need to be above that.
That's what I said. It's on us to be above that, but I also get it.
Let me ask it this way: Have we approached Key yet on these matters, or Ruby up until now, or Crystal up until now? A little bit.
No, I believe Sparks. Go ahead. I believe Sparks said that Crystal was going to be last. Ruby was first. Key has been contacted.
Yes, sir. Ruby was intended to be first because she was always intended to be cooperative, because that is the nature of the rapport that she has with Sassam, and then whoever else in LSPD command. I haven't been offered the opportunity, as was intended in the discussion. What was intended in the discussion was to inform her as essentially the highest in command that doesn't have pending criminal charges. Not that I would tell her that. That I would be questioning the rest of her command concerning the situation, because that's what a good person does. I haven't had a chance to say that to her, sir.
And that's where I'm going with this, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the conversation that happens before the recording.
Understood.
Because by turning on the recording and then saying it, you are ambushing them. And we have now ambushed a person that may not have otherwise we're putting them in a position to put up their guard. It's the same thing if I'm dealing with a drug dealer, right? I'm going to use that example because you're trying to throw that person in. You don't want to bring them in with their guard up. You want them with their guard down. That's why you don't bring up the attorney. Say, look, hey, I'm going to just Mirandize you. And I'm even going to say we should not even have a damn serious tone, right? I get it. We're marshals, but we're also in San Andreas. Motherfuckers work here 4 hours a day, right? And get their paycheck. If we approach with a very serious, stern tone, we should not be surprised when we get that reaction. We have to work within that paradigm. I'm making sense here?
I
You
just
got to tailor it to every individual because some
Yes,
people the
agree.
intimidation factor will make them fold. They will just fold.
I actually
With
agree with that.
others,
I agree with that. But in this situation, right, is there anyone that
Ruby
we
probably
need the intimidation factor?
probably not.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, you saw what happened with Bobby. Like I got it, Bobby, not by being professional or intimidating. I got it by pissing him off.
With this specific situation,
That's what I'm saying. That sometimes it's the exact opposite. Sometimes going completely silly, stupid, and matching their energy is exactly what you need to get them to finally start talking.
we have to recognize that PD is
Sparks
by nature
Sparks disagrees, but she's
corrupt
going to do what Brian tells her.
because they have been trained under a regime for so long that they don't actually recognize their oath. And the question isn't whether or not someone is corrupt; it's how corrupt
Ooh,
are
he
they.
phrased that. He phrased that
Generally
very specifically.
And to be very more specific about it, I mean, we probably all agree someone's let their friends go. Someone's looked at someone slightly different than the next. And some of that is also because of everything is so situational in this city. You know, whether it's Green Gobbler 1 minute, Faceless the next. I mean, just look at that FIB situation. I myself was perplexed because I thought I was walking into an SBS situation. And it wasn't until afterwards we spoke today, Blunt. My eyes started opening, and I was like, "Oh,
Yeah, I get it. No, it really does come down to just every individual person. The strategies are going to work against that particular person's personality.
She just stays quiet until she's.
With Ruby, the carrot usually works better than the stick. I think.
I agree. I don't want to take away from the fact that it is also a reality. Even if you did take the friendly approach, there is going to be some guard being put up. Because even when
I can't get both
during
of
a Bill
them.
Mays situation, she brought that up as a reference, the Bill Mays situation. Let me put it this way: should we be Mirandizing? I think cops get confused by that more than criminals.
I think we need our own version of like.
Yeah, but why say it at all?
In case they do.
She's my good little soldier, my good little paladin.
And like, but I wasn't Mirandized.
You
and
know,
like, yes, any court outside of San Andreas would assume you're a law enforcement officer. You inherently know Miranda.
She will just stay
it
quiet.
Goes deeper than that too. Do we have the full Miranda case law, or only a snippet of it? Because actual Miranda is
cops should already know the rights.
I forgot the word. I'm gonna make up my own. It's an investigative interrogation. No. It's for
custodial detainment.
It's not investigative. It's fuck me. It's
Sparks, you got this.
Is that a question, sir?
Yeah, go for it.
Yes, for custodial detainment.
Yes, that's the word. Yes, custodial detainment. However, I don't know if San Andreas knows.
That might be going a bit. I get that is the case.
That's exactly why we got to do it, right?
Yeah. I still think it would be better if we just had our own version of a fucking Garrity warning, basically. It makes it much easier when you're dealing with like IA matters.
Permission to speak, sir.
Go for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
If we are to treat all of this situation serious, sir, and I'm at attention for a reason, sir.
Go ahead, Spark.
Thank you. If we are to treat them with the general manipulation tactics of an interrogation, I can do that. I approach and intended to approach. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Understood. I intended to approach this because they were cops in a particular manner. My strategy with York would have been different with other people. My intention and strategy with York, all of it was intentional. And I disagree with the general outlook and intention behind the investigation concerning roads, but I will repivot to what your intention is, sir. Not an issue.
I want to hear your reasoning.
When you back something in a corner, sir, they become defensive, they raise their guard, and they act differently, which would be very similar to how they would react if and when that happens on the field with their commanding officers. If Rhodes were to approach them, it might be a little different. I wanted to see them, what is the PC way to say this? At their most heightened. So I know how to counter it.
That would be fine in my mind if it wasn't for the fact that we also got to work with Ruby tomorrow too.
Well,
and so while there may be some value to your strategy, that is only if, you know, we're never going to see her again.
Understood, sir.
Remember, this is... How you doing, Springfield? This is, you know, and that's something we have to... You don't want to be burning your bridges along the way. That is why there needs to be that great, and this kind of goes to everyone in the circle, is that even if we walk away with this situation altogether, you stand a little bit more to the right there, Springfield.
Huh? Well, you want me closer to blind?
Yeah, sorry, your hair is kind of flying in my face. Even if the Pred and Rhodes situation had to be handled. However, we need to engage in politics and we need to engage in long-term strategy such that when we approach Pred and
Lyric, it's like I'm role playing.
We're not necessarily damaging the rest of the infrastructure and creating more enemies along the way, because those same individuals that are innocent, if their perception changes too much, then all of a sudden the rest of the work that SASM needs to do is then in jeopardy. My advice, absent any evidence of others having wrongdoing or failing to produce the reports that we need, we should approach them with the utmost, in a way where it shows, treat them with the utmost amount of innocence up front. Even if deep down we're like, you know what, I think this motherfucker guilty as shit. Because strategically, if they're walking out of there with what we need, we've won. But if they're walking out of there even innocent, having thought negative thoughts about us, we may have lost a backup. They may not be coming to those state, we might end up having a bombing tomorrow, and they end up not showing up because they're like, you know what, fuck the Marshals. And it's shitty. It's shitty. It's like that. All said and done, I have a separate question. Is there a reason we don't just have every member of LSPD just write a statement with specific, questions? Is that a safer approach? Open question here.
Because we're able to guide the interrogation rather than having a statement which they can pre-write or have pre-written for them. There's no trust in the capacity that that is going to be their statement, and if it's directly from them rather than something written, then we wouldn't have to worry about going back through. That being said, we had that.
You can get so much more out of questioning.
Yeah, but what's our volume looking like? How many officers need to be interviewed?
Unsure. I just started. I was starting with the most person that would talk the most. I was going to speak to BCSO High Command, LSPD High Command, BCSO Command, and LSPD Command. I was going to stop there. Basically, the first 20 people I would talk to.
Okay.
Would you theoretically be able to reduce your workload by giving like a very generic questionnaire to weed out the ones who may not have information that you're looking for?
I didn't plan on going over 10 minutes on any conversation. It also drowns any defense attorney in significant amount of interrogations that they don't necessarily know how to watch or listen to.
I think we should decide between one of those two strategies, either the questionnaire or know who we need to approach. I do think we need to approach Ruby again today, but this time with a chaperone. And Sparks, this is not meant for a dent to your capability, but rather as a strategic way for her guard to go back down so she does answer truthfully. And we're not in that odd position where now we have to go file a fucking docket filings, because even if we're in the right, people are going to get in their fifis and we have to operate around that.
I do not consider it an assault, insult to my skills, sir. I know where I stand.
Good shit. Blunt, are you available to help oversee this? I'm going to be present as well.
Yeah. I'd have a quick conversation with Remy, but I don't think it'll take too long.
Easy.
I'll also see if we can do it after Storm.
May I offer suggestions, sir?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I want your input on this.
Understood,
you have
sir.
a better understanding of this case than anyone else. I'm just my role is partly political, right? As much as I hate that, and I'm realizing it every day.
If we are to keep the kid gloves on, my suggestion would be having a essentially pre-written
Only for the innocent until we have evidence.
My suggestion would be to have a pre-written list of questions that those who wish or for command to approve, so that has an extra layer of understanding behind that, so we do not have to have the process hindered by any other making sure there's 5 people in the room or behind a glass or whatever, so that everyone knows going into the conversation with any sort of command, whether it be me or any other member of IA,
yes,
so that we know those questions are going to be asked and how they're answered.
I like that a lot.
Permissions.
I want to kind of repaint it. Yes, I want us to go full dick on the institute, not the people. That the people, yes, we should be. I don't want to say kid gloves, but we're going in there where we're presenting as peers. I would even say, we should, like, even if they're coming out, we don't want to do this. We don't, we're having to do this because there is corruption. We want to give you an opportunity to tell us what you know. And it is important you tell us the truth because we don't want there to be confusion. But in terms of, if we find through this that we are not getting the answers we need, and despite that respect and those gloves, we're being lied to, we're being stonewalled, that person is ready to be thrown to the den. You were going to say something there, Spark.
Yes, but I forgot.
You're about to ask for permission to speak freely, even though you've been given it 8 times. Speak your mind. Push back if you need to or want to.
I forgot, sir.
Okay.
Look, at the end of the day, this is all new shit for us, right?
I have a delete button, by the way, Director. I was granted access to IAA reports. I don't know if that's inherent in IAA or if that's inherent with whatever my position is.
It probably is.
I need to. It's very important that I keep that communication line open. I don't know if that's intentional or not. I'm never going to use it. I have it.
I thought I cleared that
Now
for
you don't.
most of the
I
roles.
fixed it.
Okay, I'll reset my MDT. Thank you. It was right next to the save button.
There's a lot of things that are super scuffed right now.
Copy.
Well, I wouldn't say scuffed, but I think like the way that permissions work have changed. Like I had to remove my director tag because until it's resolved, it's preventing me from seeing anything, and I don't know why.
I think the MDT was not designed to have this many roles appointed to one person at a time.
That's what we thought, but it seemed there could be a flag, like any one of those flags that's like an override.
I can't see those reports anymore, Blunt. I don't know if that's intentional or not.
What?
Nice.
If it's just there, it's just there, and I live with it, and I just stare at it, and I'm very concerned. It's right next to the save button. Why is it right next to the save button?
Secondary prompt. So if you were to click it, there's another thing that's like, "Hey, are you sure you want to delete this dog?"
Okay, that's fine.
So yeah. Hold on. Reset your MDT. And then let me know when you have, and I'll do it again.
Okay.
Okay. Boom, boom, boom. All right, do it again. You should be able to see it again.
Okay.
Something with the permissions definitely changed because as I was messing around with stuff, there are like the brand new permissions about like dockets and stuff, all the docket stuff. We can't, even though we can edit the ranks, we can't give those permissions. Only Angel can give those permissions.
Negative, sir. I don't have access to the IAA reports anymore. In fact, I can only make Marshal reports.
I know what happened. Hold on.
And now I can only see Theta reports.
Yeah, no, you can't. No, that I didn't break your shit, Springfield. That's not my fault.
I understand that you're upset with me, sir, and I apologize greatly, but I didn't know this is how I got fired.
No one goes after Ruby. She's the last one until there's a better one.
Huh?
Because everyone's getting fired.
Oh, yeah.
We need to discuss that. I feel there might be you and I need to talk about that. Actually, wait, you're aware of it too. Let's
Everyone's aware of it. Everyone's aware.
Let's get this thing done first, and then we'll open that one up.
Okay. What about now?
I see it. It's fine. Officer statement attempts. Okay, so how many questions should we ask? I feel like 5 is the magic number there. Okay. Can we agree that are you aware?
You can kind of pull from the questions that I put in the written request to Rhodes.
There's a written request to Rhodes.
There, but yeah. That is going to be
impeachment. Rhodes found shotgun. That's October.
39930.
Reggie, no, tomorrow. No. I gotta go.
Okay. Since it's command members and they're all involved in the hiring process, what is the thought of the first question being, when an officer is considered to be hired, how thorough is the background check on that officer? When a civilian...
Yeah, just in general, what is the background check process before somebody is hired?
That's easy. Yep. What is the background check process for a potential officer?
Yeah, for an applicant.
Does anyone disagree, agree?
Is this being written into a document? I just lost all access to everything.
4
Oh, there we
zeros.
What the fuck? Never mind. I'll look at that later. Latest
no,
report threw me off. Okay, correct.
40053, sir.
400.
Oh, I don't. Latest report?
Oh, it's fine.
No, ignore for now.
Chatterbox got his fucking phone.
I don't see that report.
It's a High Command report.
Oh, yeah, I can't see those. Oh, thank God, I can't see those. Okay. Very good.
I think she's willing to have a conversation, by the way.
All right, that's good. Did we want to try to do that now?
I think we write down the questions first. I think that's good, especially since we're all here.
All right.
You want to high level questions? It doesn't mean we can't deep dive.
Yes, you got. What's the background check process? I'd probably like. Were you involved in any discussions about rehiring Kyle Pred before it happened? Were you there when it happened? And based on kind of the answers to those questions, if the answer to both of those questions is no, then now there's really not much else to like really worry about. When did you become aware of his rehiring? Would you hire somebody with a felony record to the department?
Okay, so the 4 questions we have currently are, what is the background check process for a potential officer? Were you involved in any discussions concerning the rehiring of Kyle Pred? When did you become aware of his rehiring? Would you hire someone with a felony record to your department? Is there any other questions? I feel like if we're opening the opportunity to deep dive into those questionings, then I believe that will naturally just move from there.
Yeah, I think that's enough of a starting point to get the conversation rolling. Like I said, if the answer to all of those is no, then okay, there's not really much more to go off of next.
Yep. Does anyone agree, disagree, opinions? Okay. If no one has any... I'm sorry, ma'am.
Oh, no, it was just, yes, sounds good.
Understood. Then I am probably shouldn't even be involved with York's questioning then, if that is where we are currently, just to have that replaced for whatever faux punishment or situation we wish for her to perceive. Just, oh, I remember what I was going to say. Speaking freely, I don't like that we use interrogation tactics like what we would do for a common criminal and officers. Obviously, I will do it. It just makes me feel icky. And that we have to resort to quasi manipulation to ensure that an officer is willing to speak. Yes, I do believe we should offer a Garrity warning because that's what a good person does, but we don't have one, nor are we required to by law. And I would be happy to get something together that was small, that was like 2 sentences together. Even though inherently a voluntary interrogation, involuntary interview and interrogation inside of a police facility, there's no expectation of privacy concerning that, especially as an officer. So we can lean on that as far as our arguments are concerned, but for some reason, half this state has a hard-on for black letter law, and why is it not in legislation? That's where my opinion is on all of that. So whatever everyone else decides, I support that decision.
Do you need a Garrity if it's not a compelled testimony? Or compelled
The
statement?
question that was in response to earlier from Knight was, should we keep Mirandizing officers at the beginning of interviews?
I don't think we should Mirandize anyone unless it's going to be used in court and or it's involving criminal activity, because that's not a compelled statement. That's what spontaneous utterances are. We don't Mirandize for that. Furthermore, if it's a voluntary statement, it's implied. They don't have to give a Mirandize warning for that. But we do because people are dumb.
But now you're
Yeah.
trying to use it against me in a court of law, so you had to Mirandize me.
Incorrect.
Yeah, our version of Miranda doesn't really include a lot of the stipulations of like Miranda.
Yeah.
I'm aware. I'm very well aware. It's also
getting more at there should be a different standard for police officers, and it's not Miranda, but there should be like Sparks said, a
You're
1 to 2
saying so
sentence
like they
warning.
get their
It's like-
guard down, they're not like, oh my god, I'm about to go to jail.
Well, yeah.
You
just
know
like,
what would be better if there's just like the problem I want to go back to is that it's a snippet of Miranda and lack of clarity as to how much of the Miranda legislation is actually legislated, to the extent that we would expect every judge to be knowledgeable on that. And I feel like the easy fix to that is getting clarity in the common law.
If we're pushing just for common law, I'm fine with pressing the boundaries. I'm cool with that. So Miranda.
No. I think it's important to Mirandize, but just let them know the law. Actually, you know what? In this case, Dewey Miranda.
No, because we're not charging them.
Let's talk strategy here. They're cops.
No, we do have Miranda.
Yes, we do, and it states spit.
Yeah, look at due process.
Only because we've opened up 3
jurisprudence.
different lines of conversation. I agree with you, Sparks. Normally, I would say we should Miranda because it's a criminal. And by not Mirandizing, it removes a scare in these particular cases. Secondly, even if they say, yo, dog, I told Rhodes to do this, it doesn't fucking matter because it's a spontaneous utterance. So we can already make that argument in court that, number one, it's spontaneous. Number two, they're not detained for any charges, right? We're getting clarity on a separate case. Number three, there are cops and therefore already know what the Miranda is, and if they need an attorney, they could have gotten one. Number four, let us open the door for why the fuck would you need an attorney for you? You see where I'm going with this? If it was a criminal, I would advise against it. I think in this case, we just go without it. Agree, disagree? Feel free to say this is dumb.
I mean, for some reason I thought we had our own localized common law over Miranda, but we literally just recognized Miranda, which covers you can't ask incriminating questions. So I mean, as long as we're not like, why did you authorize the hiring of Kyle Pred knowing he's a violent felon? That would be an incriminating question compared to
what about
your
did you
understanding of what happened
know?
with Kyle Pred? Yeah.
One could argue it could.
Sometimes it's very hard not to speak as Skyler.
I mean, any question's incriminating if somebody utterances randomly, but
I agree. But let's say even if it was, and the argument was made, well, you can't use that. It opens the door for us making an argument for why it does. And furthermore, it does not prevent us upon hearing someone say something of material where we have the intention. Like, okay, so let's use an example here, right? Ruby comes in, she's like, oh yeah, Rhodes did that shit, right? She's gonna she can't go and claim, well, I wasn't Mirandized, so you can't use it. The charges aren't against her. The only time it's gonna matter is if we press charges on her. And let's say we did, and we were like, oh shit, do we want to fight the Miranda bullshit? We could literally just ask her again. It's not the end of. I'm thinking from a very strategic lens based on where we're at.
May I offer my opinion?
Mm-hmm. I want you to speak freely in this conversation.
It's very hard for me to do that, sir. So, Miranda, as we have it, is not the case law of Miranda that's in the continental United States. It's a blurb from it. It's not the full opinion. As we have written, if we go to black letter law, it is just a defendant in custody concerning an interrogation. Technically speaking, as is written, we're still doing Miranda wrong.
Wait, where do you get that we only have a blurb of it?
That is the common law within the state of San Andreas. That is the blurb. That is not the full opinion.
Yeah, but look at section 11 of due process and jurisprudence.
I was advised today, but well, I guess currently, I guess this is information on operating without advising. That's probably all just getting deleted.
Due process is getting deleted?
No, that particular act is getting, and I quote, squished. Don't worry, Sparks. Brittany Angel.
I mean, due process is pretty squished, but as it stands right now, he is right. Section 11 just identifies the general case law.
Correct. So
as the whole last thing. Sorry, go ahead.
we don't have to give Miranda unless they're a criminal defendant. We don't have to give them anything unless they're a criminal defendant. And until such time as they bring up something that indicts them, just based on their statement, we don't have to read anything to them. That is the black letter current law. Now, if they say something, if we're like having a conversation with Reed Dankleaf and halfway through he's like, yeah, I just shot that guy. Oh, excuse me, sorry. I shot that guy yesterday. That's when we read Miranda. Because that needs to be something that would be utilized against them.
I agree.
So unless we have an officer that starts being like, yeah, I gave him the keys, that's when you read Miranda at that point. Otherwise, we just be like, hey, this is us. It's a recorded conversation. As long as we have it inside of a police station and it's recorded, we'll be fine. I just don't... Skyler, feel it's icky.
To do what?
To not give them all the options to say otherwise.
Nah. Listen, you're coming from the right place, but you, Skyler, I feel are thinking of it from the perspective of not San Andreas, and I'll explain what I mean by that.
Okay.
Is because I think you're thinking about the why it's good for them, but the problem is that most people look at it in the opposite way, unfortunately.
I just want to be a good person. No, I think that's coming from... I just want to be a good person. Me, Skyler, I just want to be a good person and give them the opportunity to bury themselves. But it doesn't matter.
You know what? Look, you're no different than I am when it comes to that. The amount of times I have to... I'm in a battle with Reggie Might right now about whether or not we fucked over Michael Simone for giving him like 30 years a long time ago for mass terrorism and pretending he's dead and shit. All because he did not recognize that based on the charges and the laws at the time, Michael Simone was going to be put into Guantanamo Bay. But we, as the good guys, gave him 30 years. Now, he's never going to understand that. he's going to see that plea deal as, oh man, we didn't get to go to court and hide all the, you know, and have an attempt to make him walk away with nothing. It's the same reason we get plea. We have a lot of, excuse my French, retards that think that when we give plea deals, we're abusing something, right? By skipping court. What they don't recognize is that quite literally their clients would be going in for 2 to 3x. And we're going out of our way and saying, hey, we just want a guilty plea. I don't give a fuck if you go for fucking 5 years or 4. There's no skin off our back. 5 years is nothing in our, you know, in the way we deal with it. We spend more time making these cases than they do in jail, but I don't think any of us sit here weeping about it, but that's a perception. So I get your point of you're trying to do the right thing, but sometimes the problem is that the right thing from a societal perspective is perceived differently.
I understand, sir.
I gotta think about grabbing this coffee back here, and then I think we should call Ruby down and start tackling.
I will abstain from the conversation for the political aspect of it then. That way she can perceive that I was removed for whatever reason, so it's easier.
I mean,
Wait, why?
unless you disagree, I don't think that's necessary.
Respectfully agree to disagree, sir. But I will do whatever is commanded of me.
But you're saying to give her the impression that you were removed, but like the point wasn't that. It's just a tone change. I think being present might actually be helpful.
Understood.
Be like that wasn't the point. We weren't trying to come off that strong. It's a cooperative conversation here. We're trying to get to the bottom of it. Obviously, you know, that Ruby, you know, some shit went down. You know, we have to do our job and do it. So that's what we're here to talk about. That's it. Nice and easy.
Understood,
I feel like I'm
sir.
missing context here.
You want to give her the brief TLDR of what happened that led us to this conversation?
Yes, sir.
Y'all ever buy coffee and they forget to put the fucking glass like all the way through the little styrofoam cup holder, and you put it down, and it just goes all over the place?
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah. Every single time. I came at this with a lightsaber for the Rhodes corruption investigation, and then everyone went, no, Skyler, don't do that. That's really bad. I said, okay. I turned off my lightsaber. I'm taking the scalpel back out.
What?
I was Death Starring the investigation on Rhodes so I could win.
She went to try to talk to Ruby and maybe came at it a little more aggressively than was needed, given it's Ruby, but you know, due to the overall situation that's being presented with. And Ruby got defensive and lawyered up and didn't want to talk. So now we are trying a round 2 of it to get her to be, you know, more cooperative, the way we kind of expect Ruby to be, without stonewalling or the lawyer worrying that she's like a target of this, because that's not really. Please, can you park your car that is at MRPD? Clowns are stealing cars. Thank you. Whose car is it, MRPD?
Unsure. I think there was a white car there, but I thought it was BCSO. Did they text you?
They stole my car from right there, I guess, and drove it to MRPD because it was parked right there. And it was at MRPD. Do we go down?
You want to kick this off? You can never come up here
there because I got to go grab my car from there. I guess.
Okay, easy. All right.
I'm perfectly fine, chat, by the way. Skyler's just a little paladin coded. Maybe a lot of paladin coded. I also want to hear and or one of my mods link a stupid fucking out of context clip where they go, "Oh my God, Wildflower Wonder is trying to win at roleplay and ruin people's lives." It's like, no, I didn't plan on doing anything after that. That's what I think is funny. You guys want to know how you win roleplay? You guys know the secret? There's a way you can win at roleplay. Hi. Hi, Upsetting Tooth. It's good to see you. Skyler is very disappointed that she has to go through, like, levels of, like, criminal, like... How the character's viewing it is like, I shouldn't have to go through this level of effort for an officer to be able to talk about other officers. And so she is actually, like, disappointed and sad and, like, coming to the terms with, that a lot of people that wear the badge don't view it the same way she does. And so she's like, well, fuck me, I guess. And that's just how that's how she is. That's how she's gonna be. Officer statements and attempts. Matt Rhodes corruption. Investigation search subpoena results. Debrief. This is a categorized list of all results for gathered documents, such as subpoenas and items collected through the course of the investigation. And so, like, some of that is, like, making sure people realize I'm role-playing a character, and it's, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not... It's just Skyler attempting to be, like, quote-unquote, a good person. Because that will be her, like, intention, right? She's gonna make decisions that she's going to try to make decisions that can I organize this by, like, A to Z? There we go. Dismiss. As an EMS main, all I usually see is going on as EMS and how everyone interacts with EMS. I like seeing the interactions of different factions within the city. Yes, it's nice to be able to explain that. Armory results. San Andreas. IAA. Subpoena. Search. Can I copy just this. Does it not? I don't know what the table is going to look like. Oh god, that looks miserable. Can I do this? Can I do like line by line? Purchase, 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 order. I wish that it didn't make it super small. Oh god. All I got was this mug. That is ×1 purchase unless noted. So he purchased 14 9mm. Where's that? Ammo. 9mm. X14. Armor, PD armor. She just be that way. No, even then, it's a situation where she loathes having to do it. She likes doing it because it rids the streets, but it like weighs really heavy on her. Because all she wants to do is be that good person that does good things and make sure others can do that good thing too. X7, X11. Let's do 1X purchase. $7X. So as long as everyone involved with like any of this realizes that I'm just role playing a character, that's all that matters.
I'm not sure what you're touching.
You don't see this?
Nope. No, I don't.
Neither do I, Director.
Go have a seat in the room.
No, I just see beanbags and a couch.
The hell?
Last time I went to sit on the couch, all of a sudden Springfield was lying down, so she's not behind me, is she?
I can check
No,
the
Springfield's
let me
outside.
check the cushions really quick.
Yeah,
She's
last
right out
time
the
I
window there.
yeah, last time I went
Hiding
to
in the
sit
plants.
and she was right there.
There's nothing in the plants.
Okay, good.
So, go ahead. So I'm gonna kind of kick this off a little bit.
Fuck.
And set the kind of the tone for this and kind of a bit of a background. So, firstly, I think the way that SASM could have handled this could have been significantly better. We are still learning. This is a very new space for us. And transparently, as I told Blunt, and I'll say
Poor
to
Sparks.
you as well, is we have this strange challenge where our department is and should be one that is bringing the three departments together on rather critical circumstances, be it the Faceless, be it the Green Gobbler, anything that spans like 20, 30 individuals' long-term investigations. However, at the very same time, our mandate also says that we need to look into matters of internal affairs, and it creates kind of a bit of a conundrum, right? One minute we're working together, next minute, we've got questions that may leave the person being questioned wondering if we're coming after them. With that being said, we had a very rather long discussion over in the corner, and I think while there are many things that we need to learn, one of the things that we will be implementing is, in this case, we should be bringing the individual involved for the shift, yourself, for example, and letting you know what is happening, so that not only do you know for yourself, but also if others under your command or question, you're not, you're not being left. You're not getting getting blind. Bringing this person and this person in, it's like, what the fuck is this about? I will say that this is there may be cases where that can't be done. Hopefully, we never cross that line. Let's say tomorrow, Ruby, you decide you want to start murdering people. Obviously, the conversation can be done differently. Would be done differently, but not
That's
in a
if you
case like
find
that.
out. Yeah.
Exactly. To sort of set the tone here, this is in regards to the impeachment of Kyle Pred, and also questions revolving current assistant chief, current chief Matthew Rhodes.
Yes.
The full scope of this, obviously, we can't sort of bring up for his protection as well as the integrity of the case. However, we are looking to speak to as many members of command as possible. We don't, I know you and I, like, we saw you down, I know you had just been waking up. You're probably wondering what the hell is going on down at Mission Row PD. Valid question. But a part of the reason why we're doing these questions is because someone may just simply have zero knowledge on any of these, and that's something
My
that's
volume was
equally
turned
as
down. Thank you.
important for us, so that
because the car
we
was loud
understand
earlier. I forgot
full
to turn back up.
picture here. Now, what I would like to do is
2.5
ideally
hours.
put this on recording. We are not pressing any criminal charges against you. There is no need for a Miranda. However, the reason for the recording, if you will allow it, is so that if there is any confusion, we ask you a question, it can't be misinterpreted, and your answer is what it is, including your tonality to the question, et cetera, et cetera. Would you be okay with that?
If there is a question that I feel I should have representation for, am I okay in expressing that?
Absolutely. You could simply, if at any point you're like, hey, I need a lawyer for this, we can skip over the question.
Okay.
We can even Mirandize you if you so wish. That is your choice. It's not something we need to do. You have those options.
And the recording will be labeled as investigation, or where are we heading? Is that your intent?
Be labeled the voluntary interview.
Correct.
Well, I saw how well that went with Rhodes.
That is very different.
That lasted like 10 seconds. We said it's a voluntary interview. He said it's voluntary, so I can leave, and then he left.
Hold on, Blunt. So there are issues with what happened with him, and I'm going to be very transparent about it. So there are a series of legal matters that are kind of open right now, and one of which was, so Rhodes, without going into it, Rhodes probably should not have done that. As was seen in which pretrial hearing was it? Blunt, do you remember where there was the
39924
where Pred was forced to create a statement?
That was his authority conduct review.
Correct. So effectively, as law enforcement, can do what Rhodes wants, but it's not. I'll put it this way, make it easy. If any one of my marshals ever needs to make a statement, including myself, which may include me as a subject matter, I have instructed all of them that they must provide that statement, because I am of the belief that we are legally obligated to, not just through the derivation of the Constitution, but also with the legislation that enables our
Bruce Collins,
existence.
MDTR. Oh.
Okay.
I think Rhodes will get his answer soon too.
I mean, this is, I'm assuming you are investigating something, correct? You don't have to tell me what.
Mhm.
Okay. If I feel that there is a question that crosses a certain line for me personally, then yeah, sure, I'll let you know.
Absolutely. Whenever you are ready, Blunt, if you want to start the recording.
Sure.
And if you have any clarifying questions throughout this, feel
Why
free
do
to
I
ask.
have? Oh, because it says armory.
Worst case, we can say that's not something we can answer at this time.
Oh.
I should have stretched my knees there.
Uh-huh.
There, you're having a spasm there for a second, Blunt.
No, it's just sometimes the knee acts up. You know, I gotta stand up real quick and just straighten it out so it doesn't cramp up. It's part of getting old and shot, I guess. It is January 20th, 2026 at
Let's yell in here, by the way.
11:22 p.m. Eastern Standard. Sorry, what's that, Brian?
I just if we
Speak
could
up
yell
a
in
little.
here.
Yeah, sorry about that. It is January 20th, 2026, 11:22 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am 069 State Marshal Mike Blunt. Also in the room with the State Marshals is...
Commander Ruby York, 201 with the LSPD.
Oh my god, you joined the Marshals? Fantastic.
What? Did I just say the wrong thing?
Well, no, I said in the room are also Marshals. I was pausing for
Oh, I'm
Brian.
sorry.
But if you want to foreshadow and that's
No,
perfectly
don't be
fine.
cheeky.
Go ahead, Brian.
I'm going to be Director Brian Knight, call sign 0495, San Andreas State Marshal.
Deputy Marshal Skyler Sparks, badge 030.
Fantastic. Okay. We're here today with a for a voluntary interview with as she identified herself, Commander Ruby York of the LSPD.
Since we're not recording, I can talk over it.
Go ahead, Brian.
So these questions are going to surround the matter of Matt Rhodes and Kyle Pred and the circumstances sort of surrounding it. The intention of these questions are to get a better understanding of events as you best understand them. Just
I remember this.
Sparks, is this set of questions the full set?
Yes.
As we previously sort of discussed, Commander York, if there are any questions here where you're like, I don't wish to answer that at this time because you know, just let us know. We might pry at the why or try to get clarity in the event, you know, there's a misunderstanding or whatever it is. We'll discuss as we go. Were you ever brought into any conversations pertaining to the rehiring of Kyle Pred?
What do you mean by conversations?
So I'll be rather forthcoming on this. Let me give me a second here.
Sparks is like, if we manipulate, then we manipulate. And so goes a little chink, like a little notch against her.
Just want to get clearance on the. So, okay. So you are aware that Kyle Pred was hired back into the state marshals with the rank of assistant chief of police.
The LSPD, not the state marshal.
Oh, the LSPD. Sorry.
Yes, I became aware of that when yourselves and the BCSO walked into LSPD. Was it yesterday, January the 19th? I had just got on duty, and someone said to me, "Have you seen the docket?" And I looked at the docket, and that's when the whirlwind happened.
And if you want, like, feel free to express more of
A cute
what
girl
happened,
texted me.
because I can say on recording too that I do recall seeing you and you were kind of like, what's going on?
Yes. I didn't know what was going on. I did not know until that moment of reading that he had been hired.
And then I presume you found out he was hired, and then did you hear Matt Rhodes mention that he was subsequently fired or anything to that effect?
Not while I was there. No, I don't believe I was part of that conversation.
Understood. Prior to, so earlier that day, he was hired on before you had come on duty, from the sound of this. Prior to that day, were you brought into any conversations or asked any opinions as to whether or not Pred should be hired?
I don't believe there was a formal conversation. And the conversation that I was privy to was not really based on the fact of Pred. I believe the conversation that I was a part of
She's really
was a
cute.
talk
Like,
to contest
actually really cute.
legislation. And I believe there was discussion at that point of the option of having Pred as assistant chief.
Do you recall what day that was relative to the days Pred's rehiring?
I don't get to see Rhodes that often. Our times are different. Majority of the time he has finished his shift hours before I come on, so I may have caught the tail end, but I believe that the conversation that I was in was just after, I believe, maybe a day or two after his court case. I honestly do not remember.
So a day or two after his court case, I presume you're referencing when he was found guilty?
Yes, I believe so.
And just for clarity, you had, and correct me if I'm wrong with this, sounds like a day or two after his court case, you had joined a conversation or overheard a conversation in which contesting legislation was brought up and bringing in Kyle Pred as an ass chief. Is that correct? Or if not, feel free to restate.
Maybe contesting legislation is not the right word, but the fact that there is lack of legislation or certain things within legislation, I believe that was the discussion that I initially was a part of with other people. I cannot remember when, but I wasn't the only one.
Understood. Do you recall whether it was members of command, command?
I believe it was some command, high command, but I don't honestly, I don't remember.
Were you ever reapproached about the rehiring of Kyle Pred after that day?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you hear any murmurs or rumors, or was it brought to your attention at all of others being asked their opinion on rehiring Kyle Pred?
I do believe
Okay, I
that
like
there
this girl.
was
She's
a high command,
Okay.
maybe even command meeting. I just don't know when that was. Maybe last week sometime, where I believe people gave their opinions. But I wasn't part of that, and I don't know when that happened. I just know that people have expressed that they gave their opinions on whatever was discussed. Some people are happy, some people are not happy, but I was not there. I was not there, and I don't know the context.
Understood. And I think it's important to say, given that you have so many individuals under your purview, that this conversation will remain confidential to the individuals in this room. Not all of SASM will be privy to this. It is something that I am very, very stern on, is that whoever it is comes into these conversations, they're we need to respect their, I don't want to say anonymity, but I don't want their honesty to affect their everyday. And this extends to others that we may wish to speak to, that may be privy to it. Know that we're not going to be spreading that outside of the circle, and all protective measures necessary will be taken to ensure, you know, there's not unnecessary backlash for simply asking questions. So let's see. I this is a pretty obvious one. Were you aware that Kyle Pred was charged with violent felonies?
Yes.
What is the normal background check process for any potential officer? Does it include a check for previous charges?
I can only speak from past experience. When I have been involved in PNT and that kind of thing. Majority of the time, there's 2 layers of a background check. One is, yes, we check their profile. And number 2 is usually if there are people that are questionable, they go to a higher level background check.
If someone were to attempt to apply for the LSPD and they had a violent felony, would they be hired?
In the past,
Prior to Pred, let's.
in the past, no.
What is the reason for that?
I
Generally,
can
or as in depth as you wish.
So I can only speak from my moral belief as a police officer. So this is my personal opinion, not the opinion of the LSPD. Is that we are in a city that gives 1,000 chances. It is what our city, what our island is known for. And Our state gives multiple options for people to take the time to clear their criminal history. And so, therefore, from a moral policing point of view, if they have removed their past and gone through the actions, then it shows that they have taken the steps in the right direction and they're given another chance. So in the past, we have not hired people with felonies on their record. However, it is not in writing. It is not in our
Out of character, I
SOPs.
really hate that
It is
argument.
not
I hate it so
in
much.
our personnel and training handbook
It is such a boring
that we cannot
it is such a
or should
boring
not
argument
hire
for
somebody with
where
a
is it
felony.
written down. And I'm going to give you an example. And I'm going to show you an example on why that's such a boring roleplay argument. And it's not
Need
from the
that number,
player,
Brian?
right?
32851.
Miss Bombastic is fantastic. I love that. This is from like my personal point of view for like the roleplay standards.
If we take a look at, and feel free to open up your tablet,
I'm going to show you
32851,
why
standard
the where
operating
is it
procedures
written down is a problem.
under
Give me 2 seconds.
section punishments and consequences under cardinal violations.
So here's the
immediate
Onyx
termination.
MDT.
Correct.
It notes conviction of any violent felony.
Correct.
Here is
I
the
was
parking
part
and motor
of the
vehicle
rewriting of disciplinary
1,
action.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that
And
has been cut
yes,
down.
If a person, after being suspended due to investigation,
That is just the
is
Onyx motor
convicted
vehicle
of
code
any
that has been
violent
cut down.
felonies, they are to be terminated. However, I'm sure you've looked through, just like I have looked through. There is absolutely nothing in writing stating hiring with felonies.
I'm going to show you one other item here. Give me
It
one
becomes
sec.
an argument of like, at one point, do you become a model government?
So just for clarity,
versus
that the
like a roleplay server where
SOPs,
we're just hanging out.
as you read them today, instruct that an individual should be fired if they commit a violent felony while hired, but it does not restrict.
But we
the current
react how the
SOPs do not
characters
currently
react. We go through with how the
restrict the
characters go through.
rehiring of a violent felon.
And we go through the
Am I
roleplay.
understanding that correctly?
After combing through SOPs, there is nothing specifically identified that way.
More of just like,
So
dog,
under
most
Leo
of these people
hiring
aren't
and
going to
initial
work in the
training
law
overview,
office.
section 2, background check. A background check with their past or current employment and criminal record will be performed.
Correct. But I'm sure you can see, like I can see, just because something is performed, there's no restriction. Nobody has gone ahead and actually placed in writing something that has been done for years.
Do you feel now that that should be done?
I believe a lot of changes need to happen.
What about that one specifically?
My personal point of view, yes.
The argument is, where is it written down gets ridiculous because the SOPs are 80 pages. Correct.
Thing I want to pull up for you. Give me 1 second. Under the writ of mandamus, enforcement of the Constitution, legislative authority pertaining to common law with the state of San Andreas, post number 7, and this is
like,
written by
it
the
just
governor.
is, right? Like, I mean, I
in
can
which
see.
he states, the Constitution offers safety and protection for all people of the state. No felon will be able to run for mayor in San Andreas While it is questionable how the
Where are
DOJ may
where are
have
the
articulated this, that is firm.
There's an SOP
Article 3,
tab.
freedom, rights and freedoms, right to health and protection of others. Citizens have the right to health services and the right to protect themselves and others
I mean, at the end
reason.
of the day, it depends on what the
States
characters want
reasoning.
and how they pursue
The
it.
foundation
right?
is enough that no
I
felon
generally don't
should
like
be
that
able to run for
argument
mayor.
for roleplay.
We
Where
strip
is it written
felons
down?
of privileges already for the safety of our people. Example, we jail felons for the safety of our people. We take weapons licenses for the
But
safety of our people.
it makes
We
for
take
very,
driver's
very spicy
licenses
roleplay,
for the
and we
safety
go
of
through
our
the
people.
motions.
We have law for the safety of our people. If felons were not a danger to our safety, none of this would be required. This is dismissed. This is in relation to an attempt by a violent felon for running for mayor.
Yes, I remember.
Given the derivation that the governor utilized in relation to a mayor,
It's actually right here: cardinal violations,
do you
immediate
not
termination.
believe, and you're free to say otherwise,
It is in the SOPs.
that this is not also applicable to law enforcement?
I believe it should be. But again, there is a chunk of information that
Immediate termination.
has not been documented in regard to any policing.
Would it be accurate in saying that you believe on a personal level that there needs to be clarity?
Is
of
it
that?
not written down anywhere that a felon and law enforcement
I
officer are
believe
mutually
that we
exclusive
have
states of
got to a
being?
point where
It's
I
implied.
suppose,
It's
in
the
a
statutory
sense,
intent, but
something
no,
that
it is
has
not
quote unquote
exactly written
always
down
been
exactly the
done,
way that people
but
are
never been
exactly saying
documented,
it, or the characters
now
are
needs
saying
to be
it.
documented.
No.
Would it be accurate to say that the Constitution is not enough to provide that clarity, but that clarity should be expanded on?
I mean, it's not in the Constitution. And the Constitution covers BCSO and LSPD. It's not. There's nothing even in Marshals that I've read through that says that you can't hire a felon. So it's all of us.
But so to kind of, so the derivation that the governor utilized via the Constitution, specifically Article 3, right to health and protection of others, where he derived that the Constitution implicitly underlines why a mayor that a individual with a violent background cannot run for mayor.
Correct. Well,
Would that
yes,
not,
correct. Because it's
for that
not
same
written down,
reason,
does that mean I can still do
derive
it?
that a law enforcement
That
officer
goes with whatever the character's
not
moral
either,
code is.
due to the right to health and protection of others? It sounds like the answer is no.
Well, I mean, isn't that what you as marshals are trying to get to the bottom of? I don't see how my opinion would count. It's obviously something that has.
I would agree with Vaughn.
Listen,
it is very common
the
that a
world
nuclear
that we live
option
in
is taken by
is
certain
very
characters.
interesting. If it's not written down, therefore I can do it. If it's not written down, then maybe I shouldn't do it. There are two sides to the coin. Some people play on one side, some people play on the other.
But that's also how
And
you get
I
102
think
pieces
the
of
issue
legislation.
is, by my personal opinion of how things should be and
Run for
how
cop.
I personally have operated as an officer, don't are not reflected in any written matter, and I agree they should be written.
It is written.
I understand. I don't want to come across like your opinion is invalid. This is to better understand also what others may have been thinking. Let me ask it a different way. Would you, in your position, hire someone who's a violent felon?
I have not.
That was an interesting response.
Let me see.
Is that something you'd personally consider, or is that a hard line for you?
Again, for me, I believe that, as I said before, San Andreas is based to give people multiple options, to live multiple different lifestyles, and to change that lifestyle at any time. I agree with that stance, and there are avenues for people who want to make that change in their lifestyle. That is what I
Brittany
hold
Angel
fast
created the
to.
administrative policies. When was the last time this was updated?
As a matter
The
of,
23
this is going to
November?
sound ridiculous, and it is to a degree. What was? Do you believe there would have been a difference between
Forehead for high command?
if Flippy were to be hired tomorrow? I'm sure you're aware of Flippy, multiple violent felon. Would your stance be different? And if so, why?
No, my stance would not be different. But I'm not the person doing the hiring.
Do you, in this particular case or in general?
At the moment, both.
Would you say that you hold a higher standard than that of what you perceived this week?
You guys, she's possible she's remembering. You guys want to see
I
something?
can't say that it is higher, but it is clearly
that first
different.
image that Skyler sent Brian, because I can't show you the actual document.
Sparks, any further questions, Blunt?
This is from the Google Doc for the old SOPs.
Upon having learned, actually, I'm going to take the question back. You mentioned that there is a lack of clarity, as there is no direct line in any piece of legislation quite like specifically preventing a member of law enforcement from being hired. Is that accurate? I don't want to misrepresent.
It just makes it boring.
There is nothing that I have read in legislation, or even, for example, you have, I believe that you, hold on, I don't want to miss. Under San Andreas DOJ legislation and San Andreas state legislation, you even have an outline San Andreas state marshals and correctional officers. Police departments, we don't even have a subsection, or law enforcement's even under powers. There is really nothing written legally that clearly states, beyond a shadow of a doubt, in regard to people with a criminal record being hired. Now, is that something that we've done in the past? Absolutely not. But there is nothing at the moment. Should there be something? 100%. And again, I feel like
leave the building?
we are at a
I have
point
no idea.
where every single thing in our state is being tested, that if it's not written down, therefore I can do what I want.
So with that having been said, do you believe that the hiring of Pred was to challenge this?
I don't know specifically if the hiring of Pred was to challenge this specific thing. when the discussion was made, it was mainly around the lack of anything written down that states who can and cannot be hired as a law enforcement officer. I knew there was something in regard to the mayor. There is nothing in regard to mayor's cabinet. And I believe there finally is something in regard to DOJ. But I don't believe that the initial conversation that I was a part of was to, I suppose, in a sense, use the hiring of a person with a criminal record to push this envelope.
And for clarity, you had no awareness of the possibility of Pred being hired outside of the meeting you got the tail end of a day or two after the trial.
There was a, yes, I mean it was thrown around. I did not know it was going to happen. I did not know that was the decision that was made.
When you say it was thrown around, as there was about a week, roughly like a week between the trial and the rehiring, I don't quite recall the exact number of days.
MDT load.
How many times was it brought up to you by Rhodes at any point in that week?
As I said, I really don't see him that often. I believe that other people had way more conversations, which I'm just only assuming that decision was part of that. I haven't been able to speak to anybody else. Myself, Oxby and Key and the command, we did not know that this was going to happen.
Corruption and bribery is only 5 downs.
Was it discussed at that point? Yes, but the initial conversation I had was more about contesting legislation. That's what I remember.
At 6 stamps, a mandatory 24-hour suspension.
Would it be accurate to say it was not directly brought back up to you?
Not that I remember at all. No.
Okay, so
it was just
in reality, excessive
conversation
lethal
you heard
force,
in the hallway,
corruption, all this kind of stuff, right?
No, it was
that should be
a
terminable.
conversation
it's a role play server,
that
so
was
that you
had.
get a little bit of leniency for doing dumb shit.
It's very hard
because
without
sometimes
looking at
it's for
dates.
content.
I believe it happened a couple of days afterwards. It may
until
have
it starts
been
happening egregiously.
At the weekend when I am on duty earlier. And I believe there was a conversation with other people as well in regard to, what do we do from here? I believe that's when Rhodes was made full chief, I believe, and not interim anymore.
One final question, then I'll open it up to Blunt here and Sparks. Now, throughout the conversation, we sort of discussed legislation for the Marshals, for Leos, the Constitution, etc., and there not being clarity, no black letter. Do you believe officially or from an opinionated perspective that if something is not strictly noted in the Leo legislation, that opens the door for Leos being able to do whatever, as long as it's not in the penal code?
As long as it's not in the penal code, not
in the penal code or written explicitly in legislation.
So the interesting thing is that you operate at a certain level because I operate at a certain level because that's the way I was trained. That's the way I have operated. And then certain circumstances have obviously happened where people, once again, as I said, oh gosh, people are saying if it's not written, then it's written down, then it's open, to be pushed.
I can use a direct example.
I mean, that's not my stance.
I understand. So let's say, for example, listening devices. They can be purchased in the news. Do you believe it to be lawful for a law enforcement officer to utilize a listening device on an individual without
Fun
a
fact.
Search warrant
Fun fact.
or a subpoena?
That's a Fourth Amendment violation. It's not our Fourth Amendment.
And note that the Constitution notes the right to privacy.
Yes, it's a violation
I'm not
of the
going
right
to
to
answer
privacy.
that. I don't think that is part of this discussion.
Oh.
Just for clarity, it's an example of what's in the Constitution, but not explicitly notated in the.
There are multiple things like that.
Blunt?
Parks? Are you aware of any other individual in history that has been hired with a felony conviction on their record?
In the whole history, or do you
Since
mean
you've been a command member?
Let's say in the last 2 years.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, I haven't been command the whole 2 years. I definitely have not been high command for the last 2 years. So I can only say from when I have been, not to my knowledge.
Since being in those positions, are you aware of any individuals that have been denied their application based on a felony criminal conviction?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Doing something just because it's written down, not written down somewhere that you can't. What do you call that operating in good faith?
Well, it depends, right?
Does it?
Again, it's based on our Constitution and on the penal code. You want to rephrase your question here?
Do you think Matthew Rhodes hired Pred in good faith?
In good faith of what, though? In
Why does this
his
need to be
beliefs?
defined?
I can't comment on his decision and what he believes is right.
If you hired Kyle Pred today, do you believe that could be possible in good faith?
For Ruby York, no.
Well, we regularly have, especially in a command position, have to make a determination whether an officer was acting in good faith or in bad faith when they took any particular action, whether it's written down or not written down anywhere that they could or could not do so. So it was a reasonable definition and justification of what is good faith when acting in the capacity of a law enforcement officer. So taking the action of hiring a convicted felon to the police department in the capacity of a command member, do you feel as though that is in good faith?
I think you're also forgetting that we deal in intent as well.
Storm.
Affirm.
Oh my God! Holy
Pausing the
cow.
recording here at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right, Miss Ruby York. At this time, you have the right to remain silent, as the storm is coming, and there's not much we're going to be able to say.
Hallelujah.
Thank you so much for your time. Is there other questions we need?
No.
I think we're good.
Can I go to sleep?
I was going to ask her about the picture I sent you.
I'm going to drive home. I'm going to drive home.
Oh.
Have a good night, Ruby. Sorry for being a little bitchy. Appreciate you.
Bye.
Director.
Obviously, we're going to be approaching other people as well. Please don't you know, go too much into detail about what this conversation's in regards to, just in case, you know, they say, "Oh my God, Ruby told us this," da, 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 and then it muddies up everything. You know what I mean?
I do.
You may now kiss the bride.
Y'all waking up after this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey! Tone.
That was
Yes,
March
sir.
of 2023, by the way. How fucking scary.
I understand Arthas's feelings now. I need to play more WoW. Skyler goes to Google D&D groups near her during storm. How good are the WoW soundtracks, though? Ooh, the server's starting up. That's why. It's really fun to go through and have these moral questions pressed on my very morally good person, who's like, how does someone in that position not see how this is a problem? How does someone look at that and go, how do they see that this is, I don't know, bro. Ooh, so fun fact, Disney, their contract to play music in their parks, specifically Animal Kingdom, has the right to play music from Lich King. They play specifically let me see if I can find it. They play specifically Garden of Life in Animal Kingdom, and it plays throughout the park. Which this is the theme from Sholazar Basin. Sholazar Basin. It's the one with the Titans on the west side of Northrend. Oh, fuck. It's the jungle one. I forgot. Northrend map. It's Sholazar base. I'm a fucking nerd. Okay, good to know. I mean, to be fair, I used to roleplay on WoW all the time. That was like my primary thing for a very long time. I'm gonna have Sparks do a tiny little crash out. As a treat. I don't want. She wouldn't actually do anything like that, though. Well, let me rephrase. There's not a chance she would so soon. It would have to be constant, just beration after beration after beration, with no return for actual moral satisfaction. Like what happened with Bobby Charles, what happened with Kyle Pred. She has moral satisfaction from that. She feels an achievement from that.
Glad you could make it, Uther.
Watch your tone with me, boy. You may be the prince, but I'm still your superior as a paladin.
As if I could forget. Listen, Uther. There's something about the plague you should know. Oh no. We're too late. These people have all been infected. They may look fine now, but it's just a matter of time before they turn into the undead. This entire city must be purged.
What? How can you even consider that? There's got to be some other way.
Damn it, Uther. As your future king, I order you to purge this city.
You are not my king yet, boy. Nor would I obey that command even if you were.
Then I must consider this an act of treason.
Treason? Have you lost your mind, Arthas?
Have I? Lord Uther, by my right of succession and the sovereignty of my crown, I hereby relieve you of your command and suspend your paladins from service.
Arthas, you can't just...
It's done. Those of you who have the will to save this land, follow me. The rest of you, get out of my sight.
You've just crossed a terrible threshold, Arthas.
Jaina?
I'm sorry, Arthas. I can't watch you do this.
I am not at all an Arthas sympathizer or apologist. Because he's an evil character. But depending on how the roleplay goes, I can see her going down that path. I don't really want her to go down that path. I like my paladin-esque character. I like her being a good force because it's such a rare case. Arthas deserve better in Shadowlands? Well... Well... Did he... Did he... let me restate his story deserved better. His story deserved better. Sylvanas' story also Sylvanas' story also deserved better. There's a lot of people who deserve to have a better story, and I don't know why they didn't. Who's 291? Reinhardt. I think Ysera deserved to have a better story, to be completely honest. See if he engages. What's he doing? Sleep and be. Oh, he's at the meeting. Speaking to... Oh, don't care. Skyler wouldn't care anyway, so there's no reason to look at dispatch.
Hello there! Hey, man!
Oh, I bet he's ranting to his chat. That's why he's running around. Doesn't he always have the zoomies? Yeah. He's probably also been streaming for a while. You guys are like, yeah. That sounds like Medi. And we're just chilling. Oh, you know what else is a good soundtrack? Hold on. Hold on. I know you guys don't... I know that Shadowlands is so, like, hated. For a lot of different reasons. But, oh god, do I just, like... I just love the music. I love the music so much. It was an incredible idea. It wasn't a good idea. It was an incredible idea with very poor execution. I got into WoW, I'm gonna be old. I got into WoW and Vanilla at the very tail end. I played a gnome mage. And then BC came out and I made, surprise, surprise, a Blood Elf. Oh, yeah. But you also gotta zoom when dealing with it. It is very intense roleplay. That's why we're just kind of sitting here having a chat, listening to good music, to just like, you know, decompress. Take a breath. Because that's how you win at roleplay, chat. You win when everyone has fun. And if you're not having fun, why are you roleplaying? I watched the jailer fight during the Race to World first and started playing because of it. Oh, that's so cool. I used to roleplay all the time. I loved my characters so much. Not because I it's a role player loving your characters, right? Which I did. But like the stories that I was telling at the time, talking with other people, it was all just like it was all just like really, really, really fun. I got a bunch of commissions too. This is my character Kalindra. She was a blood mage. She had gold eyes, but she actually had red or green eyes, which was the Fel. Because she was an illusionist fire mage that believed she was lawful evil. She believed that Kael'thas could do no wrong. And that was her partner at the time. The guild broke up, and they ended up not. She was a really good person too. She's one of the few people that no, I didn't ERP. She's one of the few people that out of character was really like really sweet, and like she had a boyfriend. I think she was straight, but she like obviously she wasn't because she was role playing this. But like, it was really fun. It was really fun, and we went through that stuff. And I miss Eliana a lot, as far as like the player's concerned. I got her commission from a very particular Russian artist, and she was really good. I had my what do they call it? It's not Render Eye. Is it Render Eye for the Void Elves? That was my Void Elf Elegy. She was a mage, but I had her be a bard. So I only used like illusion magic and all that kind of stuff. And that's like part of the reasons why there's like petals and butterflies and stuff like that. And then I had Savaria, which is one of my favorite characters I've ever roleplayed. She was my demon hunter. She was like someone who had no remarkable skills until her husband was killed by Arthas. And then she went with Illidan and Kael'thas to the Outlands, became a demon hunter. And at the time our guild had we rolled you know that character? You do know that character. For demon hunters, we'd have a 10% chance to have a eternal demon soul, so that if you died, you would just come back. I rolled like a 3 or a 2, and so it was in that 10% chance out of 100 that she had the eternal demon soul. And when she bound herself to the observer, because you choose a demon, when she bound herself to an observer demon, all her emotions got completely dampened, and so when she had emotions, it was very important. And so she was very like she was probably closer to my most like neutral good, chaotic good character. And then with her preferred armor and weapons and stuff from the same artist. These were all gifts from an old friend. Yes, I like S names because her name is Savaria Sarosong. I like that character a lot. I miss her very much. I don't miss text RP because, one, it was all kind of like... How do I phrase this? Most of the people were kind of weird all of the time. You know how GTA role players are only some of the time kind of weird and very rarely super fucking weird? WoW players, for like 70% of the time, WoW role players are kind of weird, and then like another 10, they're really weird. This is a real story I have never told on stream, but I'm gonna tell it on stream. So sit your butts down. This is some tea. When I played on Wormrest, I met at Wormrest Accord, and then I switched over to Moonguard. No, I don't ERP. Assuming he's coming over. He's not. So I met with this group that I roleplayed with for probably like 2 years. How do you do it, director?
What do you mean?
You and I are both experienced in many different capacities.
Mm-hmm.
And you are very experienced and significantly more when it comes to handling high-stakes law enforcement situations. What is it that you have learned in as many years as you have been a cop, an investigator, in the positions that you've been in, that tempers the fire to just not purge it all? What holds you back?
You mean from wanting to take a gun and just blasting someone in the face?
No, that's violence, and I wouldn't resort to that unless I
Well,
need
I mean,
to,
with
but
verbally, you know.
Yes. What tempers the steel?
Because none of this shit mattered.
What do you mean?
Because ultimately, if you are like,
I hope he understands that it's roleplay.
okay, do you want the do me side? Because fucking Faceless already won.
You think so?
Mm-hmm. Faceless won a long time ago. Faceless won the moment that law enforcement was left unchecked. When government agencies were left unchecked. When law enforcement stopped investigating. When they looked at a situation in isolation. How many gang members, how many raids have been conducted lately? That has not been happening. How many people in government positions were challenged on their decisions? And because it has been left unkempt for as long as it has, we have a situation like down in Los Santos County. We have a deputy mayor whose gang just got raided and was seen asking to get access to it. I don't know if you heard about this. Fucking JJ tried to get into that fucking warehouse. Yeah, you got a otherwise decent cop, Matthew Rhodes, who's gone so off the fucking rocker, he hired a fucking felon as the ass chief. It's because I think at some level, people don't care. Now, when I say people do not care, they do not care to worry about the consequence of their actions and its effect on the greater San Andreas. I mean, even when I was in LSPD for years, I used to joke about it being a gang. And we had to, in many ways, we shared some commonality in that we needed to be side by side when we went to war with whatever gang was fucking clapping us every hour. It created bonds, but there were certain lines we never crossed. And those lines were actually being a gang and operating in ways that were bad faith. You're going to hear horror stories about me, but I can promise you each and every time I did it in good faith because I had to make the tough decisions. But now those similar decisions are not made because they're a necessity. It's because you can. Because there is no care for the everyday civilian. So when I look at SASM and you ask me how, it's because I look at how can we do it better. We just got done talking to Ruby York, right? That could have been Ash Ketchup. And Ash may have made decisions to, you know, because out of necessity. If I treat her like a piece of shit, not saying that you were earlier, but just as an example, she's not going to want to talk to me. She's not going to want to relate to me. She may not be open about her reasons, her experiences. If we always approach these conversations from a understanding perspective, that other person is where they are in life and the choices that they made are, at least we can recognize that some of those things, many of those things may have been out of their direct control. I think people are more willing to open up. I don't know if that answers the question. Maybe it does a little.
I understand the concept of, and I've used it in practice. I'm sure you've seen it with me in practice. the red masked other individual that we got a little bit more information for, that you let me go in and talk with him, we got more information out of him because of that. Being down on their level, right? Understanding the tiny compromises they made, the tiny compromise here, a tiny compromise there, for job security for their friends and family and for themselves, so they have a roof over their head, the basic necessities, right? I think it's Aslov's hierarchy of needs, I think is the philosophical phrase for it. Aslov's, whatever. Even if you're lying, being on their level still lets them think that you're a peer. We are their peers. We're all just humans trying to be here, make good decisions, leave the world a little tinier place that's a better, tinier place than what we were at. I more so mean just... I mean, you went through an entire war that weighs on a person's soul. You see this. You were the first person that mentioned it to me on how this is just sanguine repeating just domestically. Less of a deputy marshal to the director and more of a Skyler to Brian question. How do you contain the fire? What is it that you do?
Knowing that people are it's hard to say. I mean, to be honest, I think yeah, I don't know. I think people are naturally good. I think their environment changes them. And I think San Andreas is an environment that will fuck you up mentally and from a whole slew of other ways. And knowing that, and knowing that our society here in San Andreas is not normal, but knowing that our job is to guide people to normality. I know I'm being very vague here, but I'll be more specific.
No, I understand.
People will break into a car and joyride because they need to go from Los Santos County up to Paleto. But they do so out of a need. They do so out of a convenience. It's a normality. It doesn't mean it's right. So if I approach someone on that, like I pull them over, and I used to get a lot of shit for this. They're like, what do you mean? They committed a crime. Okay, but we have, officer discretion. At the end of the day, it's a fucking local, right? Now, is it illegal? Yes. Is it a local? Yeah. In many ways, their lives don't matter. They're fucking might as well be NPCs, right? I ain't dying for their ass.
Well,
they're not protected by the Constitution. But when I look at that, I ask myself, do I go throw this person into jail for that, or can I use this as an opportunity to correct? Explain to them, for example, that this is just, a gateway. And that's what I used to do back in the day. And over time, that opened up a better understanding between me and that person. So that one day, if they did end up robbing a bank, why was it that they wanted to speak with me? Not because I went easier on them. I mean, I will ask you a question, Sparks. How many times people say I'm in Lying Buddha's pocket?
That I've personally heard?
Yeah.
I honestly only have ever heard it from you.
Oh, you should come around shift one. It's like said to me all the fucking time. And actually, you know what? They used to do it back in the day too. And I used to sit back and be like, I've raided that motherfucker 26 times. I once put him in jail because Marty decided to call him during a chase, and I fucking subpoenaed the phone and then raided the Clean Manor over it. But I think that perception comes from or Benji, right? Like I was just got off the phone with. I'm not trying to make this about me, but you asked the question, right?
Yes, sir.
Like these people, they keep taking these plea deals and keep throwing them in. Why are you going easy on them? I'm like, bitch, if you say taking away millions of dollars from people and throwing them in for years, it's because I'm going easy. What the fuck is going hard? 'Cause I haven't seen that. It's just treating them like humans. People make mistakes. These people that are working for the faceless, they're not doing it because they're evil people. We just don't know the why. And I think part of our job is understanding the why.
I had the clowns show me how to turn off the entire power station yesterday.
Really?
Step by step is an entire report. What thermite to use, how to do it, how long it lasts. Nate told me everything.
There you go. Relationship. I did some reflecting over your initial conversation with Ruby.
Yes,
and
sir.
the one that came afterwards. And I don't want you to be mistaken that we are learning. You are learning. I am learning. This department is learning how to do this job because no one has done it prior to this. Not at this level, nowhere near this level. And so how we go about it, especially with the fact that there is the challenge that we need to work with all three on these big matters, it's a very difficult and delicate matter. So much so that if tomorrow, high command was significantly more held by the balls for being corrupt, I would fucking love that. Because I'm not interested in investigating cops. I'm not. I'm only interested because there's a need, and it's without it, we're fucked. With that being said, if we continue having to do this, and we probably will, I haven't heard anything otherwise. Why we almost have to develop our own internal SOPs in the same way that over the years, PD had to develop their SOPs for how to deal with cops or deal with criminals. I'm going to give you some examples.
Yes, sir.
Do we just throw someone in cuffs?
Is that a rhetorical question?
It's genuinely. Let's say someone's like, running away and you tase them. Do you just immediately throw them in cuffs?
It depends on the situation. Not to give the lawyer answer, but...
No, how are you trained? You say going for cuffs, right?
No.
Or give me your hands?
Of course I do.
Yeah. Why are you saying giving, for the same reason we say, give me your hands, is you're indicating what you are doing so the other individual has a choice, that they have the opportunity to choose to resist or not resist, right?
Correct. You're giving them the opportunity to secede to law enforcement, so they understand that what they have done is a crime, and it allows you to go lenient. But as soon as they resist those cuffs, as soon as they push you away, rip off the cuffs, able to break through whatever it ends up being, that is the choice that they've made.
Precisely. The job of a law enforcement officer, and even though I think some of this art is lost, is that we always give them the choice. And if they choose to continue, then what is coming is coming. In the same vein, how we gave Ruby York a choice today. Here's what's happening. Here's why we're doing this. Now we're giving you a choice to answer a question. And notice she was mostly forthcoming. And I don't want to open up the topic of there was some caginess, We can analyze the why, but she was significantly forthcoming. Now, the approach you took, and I don't blame you for this, right? But let's analyze it, right? Because
Yes,
I
sir.
would have done the same. I did that with Pred to a degree. Is in that moment, she as a person was not really given a clear choice. I know you were going to give it to her, but we need to, what's the word called?
Describe it.
It's when you're showing that you're about to punch in a direction. You're sort of
An indication.
telegraphing.
Yes.
We as cops should always telegraph our actions. And we are telegraphing our actions through our speech so that there is always the option is for the other person. And as marshals, when we IA work, we should be telegraphing as much as we can. And we only pull back on our telegraphing if there is a reason.
I vehemently agree, because that is a tool that should be utilized carefully, because then we get known as the department, as the agency who has this oversight, who doesn't telegraph, who doesn't give any warning, and all of a sudden they come in, black bag, metaphorically or physically, someone, and that is the perception that the public gets quickly. They'll latch onto that drama and run with it for years.
Exactly.
That
Had
is-
we not handled this situation with Ruby tomorrow morning, I'd have been like, oh my God, the marshals brought me in here and they said, get a lawyer and blah, 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 blah. And the reality was this entire time, you meant well, but because it was not telegraphed, we opened the door for God knows what. Now, but you know, look, we're going to learn. And I think we need to sort of develop these SOPs over time. We've got some basic set, right, that was made from Pred. And I don't want to relate the Pred situation. That motherfucker.
No, I understand. It is
That
an anomaly.
motherfucker is not normal.
Yeah, I know. That's why I keep having conversations with Marshal Ruth with. I'm like, the more and more I deal with these 3 court cases, the more I just don't want to give them the opportunity for the court case, right? I want to just throw them in cuffs, send them to jail. But you said very early on that these are anomalous individuals, extreme anomalous individuals.
I will say, I want to be, it's important to know our subject matter, right?
Yes, correct. Yes.
Pred is fucking victim Andy, to put it lightly. Bobby and Carmine, they know what they're getting, right? You don't even need to telegraph too much with them. You should, but you know, they're gonna do wild, crazy shit, and they're gonna take what's coming, right? I mean, look at Bobby just got caught in like some fucking outfit and whatever. He knows what's coming. He's gonna double down. He doesn't give a fuck, right? And that's good. Pred, he's gonna try to protect everyone around him and then play victim when, you know, he gets 10% of the 100% he gives, and that's just how it is. However, Ruby's gonna be different.
It's the call sign.
She's going to her best
Remy Ironside.
protect her folks, but not, you know, be significantly more open.
Right.
King, right, is gonna sometimes start screaming at everything and then wait until he learns the full story. He's gotten better at that, by the way. But and in the same vein, I don't know, Peach is just she's gonna
Cry.
No, Peach is actually not very corrupt. I'm going to be honest with you.
I don't get it off that vibe for her. I think she just trusts people a lot and hopes for the best.
I actually think Peach is in a very shit position, if I'm going to be honest, because I think this is, maybe I'm wrong. I think she is actually wants to do the right thing in so many different ways, but she is, I think, afraid to
Does he have
do
a black,
what she needs
he
to
has
do
a black belt with brown shoes.
because she also does not want to disappoint.
Motherfucker
That's
needs
my
somebody
read
to
of
teach
her.
him fashion.
But regardless of whether I'm entirely accurate on each of these things, those are my reads. Those are my understand the subject. In the same way that when I approach Benji, it's going to be different than when I approach Brandon. Is this a different way than I'm going to approach Ray Romanoff or anyone else I'm looking into? And in fact, it's the key thing that I think has made me successful when it comes to people accepting when I go full dick on them is my first couple. I'm going to give you an example. Leon Edwards, I didn't know who the fuck he was. Soze got in my car and he wanted to raid someone. So I said, I bet. I got you, fam. Now,
Sorry, chat. I knocked my mouse. As destiny would have it, a dumbass hit us in the middle of a road, and I pulled it over, and he let me search the car. Or no, and then he fled a little, so we had reason to check the vehicle, and it had some gun components. And then I brought him into an interrogation. And I didn't know who the fuck Leon Edwards was, but I started talking to him, and I analyzed who they were as a person. Now, this is going to sound like very sociopath, like I'm a fucking sociopath. It's fine. It's part of the job, sadly. So
I
get it.
First, who are they? What is their temperament? What is their way of speaking? What sort of way of talking are they open to? And then I very rarely will ever lie. And I genuinely mean that. I explained to them the situation and how far I can take it. And then everything beyond that is their choice. Mr. Ramos, you're going to go in for 30 years. Do we want to talk plea or do we take the next step? And even Benji learned, right? He waited too long and now we know he's fucking got $19.5 million in the wrong, that he owes to the state. You give them the choices. You give them the choices and let them step on the trap. Not because we want them to, but we're giving them a choice. And some people, they learn real quick. I'm going to give you an example. You know, Flippy over at Mirror Park?
I'm familiar with the name of. I don't know the individual though.
I've rated Flippy so much that he knows not to play games. I mean, he'll like, and I don't mean it like that, like more like he knows when I have him that I will tell him I have him, and he knows I'm not bullshitting. So much so that I caught him on him and 4 others on quadruple murder. Sparks, they let me into their house solo and then into their gang compound solo. And when I saw they might move something, I said, don't touch it. And they didn't. They were we were done. I did a 4-property raid with one other individual and put them in for murder. Now, this isn't because like Flippy and I have like some kind of like weird relationship. Okay, we do kind of, but we have an understanding.
Right.
I didn't get there overnight. That was developed over time. I know what his lines are. He knows what my lines are. And the reason I'm saying this to all you, to you Sparks, we're now going to need to learn that with each and every law enforcement officer that we may one day have to bring in for questioning.
I get it.
And no one's done that before.
Good to see you.
Treat them with kindness, right? Even if they may have done something wrong.
Of course.
But if they start playing fucking games, grab them by the fucking throat, treat them like they're EMS. I'm kidding with that. Oh shit!
I know what you meant, Dorothy. I just was hoping for better.
What do you mean? What you like? What how you handled it? Is that what you mean?
No. I handled it a certain way, and it's not our direction, and I absolutely understand, and I'm more than happy to pivot. That's not. I was hoping that Ruby wasn't a byproduct of the command that she's been having to work with above and below for however long. The fact that she leans so hard into the black letter law saying where is it written down without knowing your own SOPs.
Let's bring Blunt into this conversation. Let's go inside. I think I'm ready for that part of it.
Director.
I think he's inside.
Before we move inside.
Yep.
Just thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Where'd he go? He's not here.
I was just having a chat with Spark.
Good to see you too, random local. That was the conversation that Skyler needed to be like, okay, he kept the door open. At least a little bit.
It's on his way up.
Understood. Okay. You know, I'm glad my girlfriend broke up with me. She's right.
Why? What'd she say?
She said basically that I wasn't considering her in all of the jobs that I was doing, and then I was putting her life in danger. And so she took a sergeant position on my recommendation to high command for BCSO. And then left me in the woods and drove away. Yeah. She's right though. The job's more important than her. So
I'm gonna give you one more thing while we're waiting for Blunt.
Yes, sir.
You know what I like to tell people? Don't ever show your teeth until you need to. And that includes like the sternness. You want to save that for the people that deserve it.
But how? I guess it's just understanding the people, right? And when it happens and when you have to pull it out. So,
I mean, even if it's like Mr. Blue, I'm going to have a very cheery conversation with him to begin. But the moment he starts fucking around, my teeth come out. Very few people have heard me yell before. You never want that. It's usually when it's like cross the line, and also because people think it's more serious than it is, and then it gets. I'm very good at yelling. I can be very visceral.
I understand, sir. I heard that for the first time today when you corrected me on my tone. I don't ever want to hear that again. It made me cry.
What the fuck? Wait, that was nothing.
I don't
that was
like
just me being stern.
I don't like disappointing my superiors, sir.
Oh, I've yelled at Pred before. I think.
Yeah, but I'm not a dumb baby idiot. I'm sorry, sir.
You know the worst thing is, you know the last good conversation I had with him, I said he kept telling me he wants to quit being the chief of police. And I said, quit being a fucking pussy and just do your fucking job. Get your damn, your fucking detectives back in order. Oh yeah, I yelled at Hassan. Oh, that was.
Who's that?
Poor guy. Well, it was the day that he was gonna kill Edgar.
I don't. Okay.
Yeah, he fucking kidnapped him out of the fucking hospital so he could have some like psycho doctor, like not doctor, quite literally change his life.
Speaking of which, do you want the long version or the short version of a doctor gave them the equipment and told them when to come into the to kidnap him?
Oh my god, who?
We don't know yet. There's a I don't know if he applied. I had to check the applications, but there's Deputy James McLeod. He has my recommendation for at least a recruit. He started an investigation. I shared with him a state marshal report so that he could hide the information from PD. Basically, the TLDR of it is that Margot Escargot had, and pay attention to this part, Margot Escargot had the model and serial number of the equipment to rob from the hospital that would keep Edgar de Castillo alive in that house that we ended up breaching. The model number and serial number for active equipment that was being used to treat him, which means there was a doctor that provided the serial number to that equipment. So someone, do you remember that the fake doctors that were there that were getting him out, and there was a real doctor that was hovering around?
Mm-hmm.
We think it was probably him, but we're trying to find the proof. So I'm letting him run with that investigation. He's updating a private report. I'm getting copies of that private report every time it's updated, storing that, and then copy and pasting that into a state marshal report.
We need you know what I think we need? You know, I am going to hypothesize if the faceless blow everything up, right? And somehow some of us survive.
I hope so.
I think we need like a civilian credit score.
Like China?
Because the thing I learned about everything is, why the fuck would you ever be a civilian? And I feel like that's the disease that we're facing. Number one, you get choked out by a chief. Number two, you don't get like a, you know, like you're a doctor. Okay, bet. What else benefit do you get? You know, you don't get money, right?
Isn't that a Black Mirror episode, basically?
Yeah, you fucking, you know.
I see what you mean. Right. The cleaner you are, the more the government supports your actions. I mean, I guess it could work, right?
There used to be value. That used to call the reputation system that these fucking jerk-off bosses had. People were scared to death if they lost their job at G6.
Well, yeah.
They were scared to death if it affected their, like, you could go do tow. You want to do that dog shit job? You know what I mean? And I'm just kind of using this is like, why are these doctors, why are these cops? Okay, cops I don't understand being corrupt. That's just retarded.
I could see low-level officers taking corrupt actions, whether purposefully or through, like, you know what I mean? But the higher you go up, the bigger your background check should be, you know?
Being a corrupt cop is just someone who's just was a shit criminal and they found another way to
do it,
you know,
yes.
exert their power, right?
Correct.
Couldn't drive fast, couldn't shoot well, couldn't, you know, get enough people to join your gang. You know what? I'm going to become a cop and then have power over others. That's how I look at it. But others, like doctors and whatever, I could understand to a degree that their feeling of importance may stem from, you know, needing to do something, you know, along those lines. And in a weird way, I kind of get it. How do you stand out, right? Everyone wants to advance their career. Well, how do you fucking advance? You be the damn dirty doctor.
Basically. Because then you advance socially, right? If you're the corrupt doctor that gets robbed, reports it being robbed, like your equipment being robbed, but then now you know that if you get kidnapped by the wrong gang, you can call your friends and they'll take, you know, revenge on it, you know? Or
could you imagine like if you had to study to learn how to do lung transplants or surgeries or things that may make everyday people in the city healthier. But if you got fucked, you did some dumb shit. You just, they're going to take your board licenses away.
I mean, as you should, right? Like,
we're talking about a differentiator, right? Between the, hey, yeah, I got some fucking felonies, but I'm, you know, at best I can be a nurse here.
See, that's what I wrote the shield law for. It got kicked back because it was improperly filed, but I wrote an entire legislation that allows felons to work in the government with oversight. They could have been lawyers, cops, anything. It's basically just like hood lawyers, hood cops, you know, like nurse practitioners, all that kind of stuff. As long as there was someone vouching for them in the government, and if this felon was on the job and did dumb shit, then it was also their sponsor's responsibility, you know?
But I feel like that's not enough though, right?
You don't think
Because
so?
no, I don't think so. Because at most you get you still don't have the career advancement.
Oh, I see. I mean, why not though? Like if someone works at it for like a couple of months, but they still do dumb shit, like if they go street racing, why do I care if a street racer, if they're really good with their hands, is performing heart surgery if I know they're not going to kill me, you know?
Well, in the same vein, why wouldn't you?
Because it's not the same type of crime, you know? It's not their
No.
intention.
What I'm saying is, well, I'm not saying there's a right answer here, but it's a...
No. It's we're just chatting about it, yeah.
If a doctor could get away with street racing, sure. You know, I personally agree with you because it's not violent. In the same vein, though, by making it acceptable to street race as a doctor,
okay,
you now say you're effectively saying doctors can street race.
Right, so why is it illegal at that point?
It's the same
right
conversation that took place here with Miss York, which was why can't you be a felon and a cop? Because of insert reason.
Well, there's like 10 reasons why you shouldn't do that, but like...
No, I know, but it's the counterpoint. Why then not Flippy? And I hope Blunt...
He's with Sergeant Ironside, it looks like. They're friends. So, Blunt's coming up. Actually, that's a good point. Did McLeod actually apply? I mean, it's just philosophical, right? Like, I really hope that all the work that we do, the good that we do to help... You say the faceless have won. I mean, at that point, what are we doing? We're mitigating the damage that they cause?
No, we're building a department that survives the collapse.
You think so?
Yeah, that's why I do this. Otherwise, I would have taken a vacation a long time ago. Everything that is left, I know this sounds miserable, but everything we do is a test case for when we survive. And
okay,
it is why procedure, why discipline, because at the end of it, most of us in the Marshals take these things serious.
Right.
And it is increasing our chance of survival. Because when the next fucking twat goes out and there's 30 people making their way to a bank truck instead of what is a clear perceived warning, not because we warned cops of it coming, it's because everyone who is paying attention knew that we survive. And when things need to be built back up, I can look to my left and right and say, they're the right people for the job. I know that sounds insane, but I don't see it that much different than what's happening in New Babylon. I think they knew a long time ago, I told this to Alfonso, They know the bomb is coming. They know that they're going to lose. And the clear evidence of that is their fucking bunker right under New Babylon.
Right.
You don't build a shelter. You don't build a bomb bunker for fun. You do it because you actually fear that that may happen one day.
So we are building to make for a better future for everyone who wants to live here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Happy to be a part of it.
So
it's in their fucking SOPs.
Oh, I got further information on that just now, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Can I take a quick, like, 2-minute?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna make coffee. Blunt, you want something?
Right. No, I'm chilling actually.
Water. When's the last time you had a drink of water, motherfucker? I'm getting you water.
The water content of a
Nope.
can of Coke Zero.
Nope, that's not at all. That's not happening. With all due respect, sir, I understand you're my superior. I'm ordering you to drink water.
Okay.
Parentheses as a friend in parentheses. I'm gonna go get a cookie, chat. I'll be right back. Oh, that's such a good, like, oh, I fucking love roleplay like that. It's so great. That's not that is not at all the playlist that I wanted to play. Hold on. That is not at all the correct playlist. Where is it? Oh. It's right here. I'll be right back. Hydrate, bitch, correct. With a knife. Hydrate, bitch, or I stab you.
In your eyes, there's a heavy blue. One to love and one to lose. Sweet divine and heavy truth. Water or wine, don't make me choose. I wanna feel the way that we did that summer night. Drunk on a feeling, alone with the stars in the sky. I've been running through the jungle, I've been running with the wolves to get to you, to get to you. I've been down the darkest alleys, all the dark side of the moon to get to you, to get to you. I look for love in every stranger, took too much to ease the anger all for you, yeah, all for you. I've been running through the jungle, I've been crying with the wolves to get to you, to get to you, to get to you. Your fingertips and trace my skin to places I have never been.
This cute girl's been messaging me left and right.
If I win, break down these walls and come on in. I wanna feel the way that we did that summer night. You're gonna feel it alone.
Me too.
With the stars in the sky.
Me too, actually.
I've been running through the jungle, I've been crying with the wolves to get to you, to get to you. I've been
Thank you.
down the darkest alley, so
You're welcome.
side of the moon to get to you.
Why were you glaring at me earlier?
Look for love in every stranger, took too much to ease the
When we give you permission to speak freely, it is open permission to speak freely. You have to keep asking.
I
I get that I get the formality, but it's not necessary.
understood, sir.
You open up a little bit with us. It's the externally sure, but when we're having internal conversations, you got to be. It's not a speak unless spoken to kind of thing. Push up, push against us, push back a little bit.
Okay.
That's okay. We're not going to hold it against you. It's not disrespect. It's not insubordination when it's in private. We're a team.
I felt at the time I was being dressed down, so it was very important to me to follow procedure so that you understood I was listening, taking the feedback, and utilizing it in the future. That's how I viewed it. So
You're good. It's just, we know you're doing that anyway, whether you're being formal about it or not. I'm not questioning whether. Even if you were to push back, I know that you're taking our feedback seriously and not McAllistering it. Okay. You've got that. You've built that rapport to a certain degree. I guess is what I'm trying to tell you. You don't have to worry about the formality of it to try to get that point across. We know. At least I do.
To be forward, I've been here a month, so
Yeah,
I don't
but
feel like that's enough
even
to
then-
really. Right.
I don't know. Maybe it's just I'm quick to get a vibe check on people, I guess, and you passed that with flying colors a long time ago.
It's really sweet of you, sir. But that's. I don't know.
You could be in you. I'm just telling you, you got to, you know, don't be afraid to do that or think we're going to hold it against you or think less of you if you do. That's not ever the case.
I have a lot to live up to, you know. And it's just mounting.
Yes and no.
mounting, mounting.
We're all paving a forward path here of not a whole lot prior.
True. It's a lot of organ trailing, I suppose, with far less dysentery.
It's a good way to describe it.
I'm very lucky. I don't know. I refuse to risk, you know. I wouldn't be here for a lot of different reasons. So.
Well, I want to share something with you that brought up with Sparks when we were talking.
Okay.
You know, as law enforcement, we should telegraph everything. Going for cuffs. Here's what's going to happen. Here are your choices. I'm presenting ideally two options, right? Resist or comply. And that same sort of principle expands into interrogation. It's kind of includes the way that we handled all these recent cases, right? Ultimately in plea, you said, hey, dog.
Love and light. That is very similar to what Skyler thinks.
We need that plea deal tonight. If not, tomorrow. And, you know, in many ways, those SOPs for the telegraphing for the day-to-day is something that's trained in the PD. It's mildly trained in interrogations, but we're sort of paving our own set of SOPs with how we handle law enforcement. Very similar to the dynamic between law enforcement, civilians, felons, whatever. In many ways, the PD that we need to investigate, I think we need to develop something very similar or approach it in that way. We brought Ruby in. Our intention and reason was telegraph. And she inherently had an option to discuss or refuse. In the same way Rhodes was. I think over time, we should think about these things because there's a lot we're going to learn out of it.
That makes sense.
Let's talk about that interrogation.
Okay.
It's in their SOPs. It's written down literally in multiple places. I checked the history of the document. I checked the MDT. It's been that way for years. How do they not know their own SOPs?
So, according to what I just heard, the reason that Rhodes at least told people that he did this was twofold. One, because it's not explicitly written down anywhere, according to him, that you can't, which is a bad reason. The second, which was new information, was because we didn't file an impeachment after Denzel removed him. And I explained to that person that told me this that we got his keys were removed, his access to the MDT was removed, and the mayor put out an announcement that a new chief of police had been selected. Had we filed an impeachment at that point, it would have looked like us rubbing salt in the wound, and they would have immediately said, what the fuck is the point of this impeachment? You're seeking removal from an office he no longer holds. You're just being dicks, basically. And the person that told me that wholeheartedly agreed. And so, and I was like, so we're fucked if we did, fucked if we didn't. And the answer was basically, yep, Marshall's bad.
And that's always going to be the case, right? In the same way we deal with criminal, non-criminal interactions. And I think that's just something that comes with the job, right? Where everyone's bad guy.
Yeah, but from to tank his career over these little things, like I was hoping there was at least some like meat behind the reason why. And
I'll
it's
tell you,
so
giving people quests and engaging roleplay and allowing them to
Roads
do new
for as long
things.
as I'm aware.
I
even when I was in
love
BCSO,
facilitating roleplay so much. It's
did
been
not want
my favorite thing.
any
about
high-ranking
this iteration.
position. That changed when Pred was hired. I also, knowing I've dealt with Rhodes quite a bit, he's usually really good when it comes to legality stuff, but he has a fault of being petty. And he's applying the petty logic. Rhodes is I don't know how much you've seen him in action, but he will find the pettiest reason to arrest someone. And it is inherently if there was a poster of malicious prosecution, Rhodes would be it. It's very hard to prove. Have you ever seen him be petty on a criminal?
I have not.
I've not personally witnessed that. No.
Petty Rhodes, I fucking love Kirby so much.
Oh yeah,
Rhodes
like
is such
he
an
will,
interesting character.
Oh, this tire may be a millimeter from the, the thing, and let me take out my ruler. And just because someone tell him to go fuck off, he will go out of his way to do that, but he will put on the blinders for all the wrong he's doing to get there. Now, mind you, that is fine, as most of that pettiness is usually restricted to otherwise irrelevant situations, right? We're talking about like one citation versus 3.
Yeah.
If that same logic is then applying that same philosophy for a matter like this was not it. Did you pick up that Ruby was telling us in so many ways without
he is.
mentioning
he's
it
HOA-ing.
to us that this was Rhodes's plan?
Yeah. And we knew that all along.
She sort of hinted at this to me when I first spoke to her about it. And I think she was very intentional with the answer she gave.
Oh, 100%. 100% the entire time.
She's always been that way.
And it's hard to say, right? But I don't know if she personally has the opinion, and correct me if I'm wrong here, this is my read of it. She is relaying what her high command, or indirectly her high command, the rest of her high command, Rhodes, was trying to tell people. It's not written in the law, because if it's not written, you don't have to do it. Even though it's very clear. I don't think LSPD realizes we need to derive things from the Constitution. Just say it straight. And my read of what her answers were is that's what I am being told.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I started getting into, do you feel this way? And do you feel this is in good faith?
Mm-hmm.
And she's definitely giving very political answers, knowing that this transcript is going to be read by these people. Eventually, in some court at some point, she's anticipating that every word that she's saying is going to be released.
100%.
Which is why she answered the way she did, versus just saying, "No, dog. Obviously, that's bad faith. They're being fucking dumb." Which seemed to be the general gist of the attitude that she was giving towards it, underlying the words that she was saying. You know, her Obama anger translator, that's what they'd say. But it comes back to, like, with how political the answers are, is that really, like, I hope and I want to believe that is how she truly feels. But I don't know. Especially with that other thing.
I don't, having seen how Shift 1 operates, we have to work on contrast. And I'll explain, like, how I view it, right? There is clear wrongs that happen on the day-to-day, but we can't attack every single wrong. We'd be stuck in the office and barely get 5% done. And while you will see me often make a distinction between Shift 1 and 2, is because 1 has a attitude of suck my ass, bring it to court, pre-trial, technicality to get out of anything, including just what could be fucking 3 statements in a damn report. With where I'm going with this is, idealistically, could this interrogation have been better? Oh yeah. But realistically, it's going to be leagues better than most are going to give us. We have to almost look at it relative. Because once that other problem is removed, and people in Shift 1, for example, either due to legislation or because of the outcome of these sets of cases, they change their ways, the improvement will be seen everywhere. I don't even know if what I just said made any sense.
Kind of.
Rhodes gave no answer. I expect Benny and Shift 1 give no answer. At least we're getting a
Shift 3
pretty
should be
decent
cooperative
answer.
with you. Apparently, most of Shift 3, after this was said at the Shift 3, what they called the Salt Room meeting, several individuals collectively and then also individually went to Rhodes to express their disagreement with his decision.
The problem with Shift 3 is that they complain about being on an island, and then they complain when they get removed from their island. They want to operate independently because of how isolated they are, but then complain that they're isolated. Does that make sense?
But wait, Shift 3 is against what Rhodes did?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, they are.
Huh?
Yeah, very much, very, very against. You have one of their sergeants considering transferring because of it. You've got another that's probably looking to do the same.
Oh, that's a good
People
point.
are
Hold on,
not
let me
happy
just
with
plot
that
this out
decision.
really quick.
Both within the LSPD and the BCSO. It was a joint meeting of all senior officers plus and senior deputies plus in all Shift 3. They went to what they called a salt room so that everybody could air out their grievances against each other and like stop some interdepartmental and interdepartmental drama that was happening. And at that meeting, Rhodes announced his intentions regarding Pred to all senior deputies and officers plus in Shift 3.
What?
Yes.
Huh.
That is why we got approached by so many different people. It was immediately following that meeting, which then was reiterated and followed into Shift 1 of the following day.
I am fucking dumbfounded.
Yeah. And like I said, on the LSPD side, the majority of the command of Shift 3 in groups and privately one-on-one went to Rhodes to express their disagreement with his decision. imploring him to either wait until Pred was expunged or his appeal was successful before doing so. And he chose to do it anyway, even over their objection.
I want to analyze what the fuck is going on with this. Everything needs to be written down. I'm going to be honest with you. If that's how a lot of them feel, like I am on that energy, is we have to audit the fucking department.
It's dog shit is what it is.
It doesn't make any sense. Like if you hold that stance, you know, the thing that bothers me, I have this issue, and I'm sure you'll notice this if you haven't already, is I expect conversations to be in good faith because I don't have time. Way too old for it. You know, you give me feelings bullshit, I say, I'm sorry, are we talking about feelings or are we trying to solve a problem? 1 + 1 = 2. You don't say 1 plus I need my fucking, you know, comfort blanket, you know, +1 = question mark. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're solving a problem. We should be applying logic and facts. And the moment we enter into the feelies, well, it's just, you just kind of, it just convolutes it.
But then again, you
the
look
notion
at somebody
that you cannot, that everything needs to be in explicit writing is actually the most retarded thing someone could say to me, because you are disconnecting your ability to recognize the law that you're supposed to be serving to. If you quite seriously believe it's only what's in black letter and that everything must be derived from the Constitution, and you are suspending all common sense and the basic ability to derive what stems from the Constitution, you can't be a cop. That's my stance. Sorry, what? I know.
No, that's fair. I mean, you say you expect conversations to happen in good faith, but even with somebody who's supposed to be the beacon of hope left in the department, the answer to the question of was this in good faith was good faith to who? As if there's a varying definition of good faith.
But they want everything written
People have
down.
lost the meaning of what good faith. People don't know what good faith means anymore.
This is we have to come into this like with IA shit, right? Like coming into this, this department is a byproduct of having 102 pieces of legislation that outlines everything. 102 pieces of legislation before Angel took office, before we really kicked it up.
You know, yeah, it's definitely because of that. And the amount of legislation definitely wasn't because Petey was arguing this the last 2 years.
No, but that's why.
I mean, I haven't been around for too long, but
okay, so maybe it's symbiotic. Okay. Thank you for challenging.
I don't know. No, I don't know. I'm just, you know, I don't know what the senator was. Why he. Let's just hypothesize that it's not because of the way.
I should have filed an ACR. I should have filed it. It's like 12 pages.
So let's get him on the line real quick.
All right. I mean, he's probably gonna fire me. So.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, Senator, what's Sparks had some questions for you. Who the fuck is? Oh, that. Who the fuck is Sparks? On speakerphone.
Hello, sir. Deputy Marshal Skyler Sparks, badge 030.
Okay. Why do I care?
I had a quick question for you, sir.
Okay, spit it out. You what's going on?
So do you think the PD is garbage because of legislation, or do you think
I
they
don't give a
push
fuck.
badges? Okay.
Do you see me? Do you see me twatting out? I'm on a fucking yacht right now. Oh man, fucking stupid ass. Well, okay, go ahead. What's your question?
No, sir. I don't have anything to say, sir. Please.
Well, then why the fuck you call me?
I didn't, sir. I didn't. It was
Okay, well, someone called me on your behalf. Are you gonna ask the fucking question, or what's going on?
that was the question.
I didn't hear the question.
I asked the question.
Okay, what's the question? If I'm asking what's the question, maybe I didn't hear it.
Why does everything have to be fucking written down? Why does everyone want everything written down? Why is this a problem?
Because it's stupid. What do you mean? Why do you think everything kept getting written and written? Because people are, oh, I don't know. Is that legal or is it fucking illegal? They don't use their fucking brain. So you have to put it in there so you can point at it and be like, listen, dumb fuck, that's why it's illegal. Are you asking me why do people not read anything? Have you seen the fucking news?
You're right.
Have you picked up the newspaper?
Yeah, I have.
If it doesn't say explicitly something, they need to be spoon-fed it. And when you give them a book, they say, okay. And then they put it into AI, and whatever junk comes out is what they believe. You know what the solution is? I'm going to tell you right now. I'm actually working on this right now. All right. I got this new company that I'm investing in. All right. And it's an AI company. But hang tight. You ready for this?
Sure.
You put in all the legislation. And so when the cops, they go to arrest someone, they open up their phone and they say, hey, Nino GPT, here is what happened.
By Skyler going
What
today.
charges do I give? And then it goes, and then it spits out the exact charges and an explanation.
Okay.
And then the civilians, here's the best part. This is where the real money comes in.
Okay.
Like, obviously, I'm going to make money from the government for it.
Right.
But then civilians, they also get an app, but it's for free. All right. But the first 5 questions are free, and then you got to pay a subscription fee. And you say, is this illegal? And then it tells you yes or no, but in a video format. So imagine you say, hey, is it legal for me to have been pulled over without a lawful reason, and with the reason changing over and over again at a gas station? Was that detainment legal? And when you put it in there, it'll be like, no, it isn't illegal, because that is showing that the law enforcement officer that pulled you over probably did not have RS because they could not articulate it when questioned. Now, they don't have to necessarily tell you that, except for the law that I put in specifically for that dumbass fucking Quangle who decided to harass my damn niece. It's going to explain the why. Right? But in a TikTok video, it's going to be generated.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's going to use AI to make a video to explain why it's illegal. And then you press a button and it contacts a lawyer with the entire circumstances.
I wish.
Any more questions?
Yeah. So on the 22nd of
Who
October,
are you, by the way?
Deputy Marshal Skyler Sparks. I'm under the purview of the San Andreas State Marshals and Director Brian Knight.
Wait, I thought I got rid of the fucking Marshals.
No, sir. You did not.
I'm pretty sure I got rid of the Marshals.
Director. No, we
You're
still
telling me the
exist.
fucking Marshals are back?
We've been around.
Oh my god, good jokes. All right, so what do you actually do?
Yeah, so on the 22nd of October, sorry, the 10th of September 2024, you met with St. Clair with Assistant Chief Peters concerning a gun down of Peters by the gang. What was in that discussion?
Oh, is this when this was, let me try to remember, what is this about?
Peters got
that's
gunned
right.
down
It's
by the
'cause fucking
Saints.
St. Clair and these fucking dumb fucks in the Saints, they were sucking so much fucking cock with the fucking deputies up in BCSO that these fucking cops were intentionally going into gang territory, starting shootouts and causing all kinds of massacres, to the extent that all these gangs got together and they were going to do Hell Week. And given the fact that I'm the fucking mayor, I don't want any fucking bloodshed on the street. And I don't need the cops all riled up and thinking that the only fucking solution is to kill everybody the moment they see a gun. So I rallied these, you know, the leaders of these gangs. And the intention was to figure out why they're so pissed and to use the diplomatic approach. But because St. Clair is fucking retarded, he decides that in the midst, oh no, it was two things. It was that dumb fuck Ventura too. Ventura, knowing this dumb fuck, despite the fact that Peters told him, don't go down there and agitate him because we're trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, decides to go down there and start pushing their block in the middle of trying to figure out this conversation. And so as me and as Chief Peters is trying to meet with these gang leaders to figure it out and set up a meeting with the heads of the departments to kind of talk out what's going on, all right? He goes and rolls that block, and St. Clair, who's also sucking off fucking Ventura and half a BCSO, you ever wonder why they wear the same colors? Decides to shoot Peters in the head because he's a hothead, and now we're pissed. Oh, and then fucking Nova calls, and she's like, oh my God, what happened? Let me go fucking investigate this shit, you know, instead of figure out what actually took place and just fucking, I don't know, turn into a whole thing. There you go. Any other questions?
Yeah, so on the 28th of October, 2024, during an LSPD and BCSO meeting at MRPD, there was an announcement made by Brittany Angel concerning the audits. You had stepped up and noted that performing audits on members of the PD are apparent retaliation for alleged corruption. What would you say about that?
I don't know. I don't remember the specifics. I mean, I say a whole lot of shit.
That's
I'm a fucking politician. You scare people with fucking words. And then there's so many words, they don't know what's up and they don't know what's fucking down. You know what I mean?
I realized going through this ACR that I wrote that was like 5 pages on you like a year and a half ago is just like mostly
Can I ask
nonsense.
you some questions? You were back
sure.
then?
Yeah, sure.
Why was it that everywhere that I fucking went, there was a fucking camera and someone sitting in the fucking bushes? This, that, and the third?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Just wondering, you know.
I didn't place
Well, I'm over here, you know, sweating my. How many? Look at these fucking mayors. You see these guys? Fucking. I had the fucking. I had $1 billion before I left. Now I'm hearing I gave. If someone wanted even more than $250,000, they had a good fucking business plan as to why. Now I hear they're just fucking printing out goddamn checks.
Yeah, they
Why
were.
am I getting harassed over this?
I don't know. I was curious. I never
There
thought I
wasn't
would
any
talk.
fucking faceless back when I was. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Oh, did I ever tell you the time how? Never mind. Anyways, any other questions?
Nope. Appreciate the time.
How's the city doing without me now?
Why'd you make the legislative change that lawyers can introduce bills?
I actually really like that one.
Yeah, because I recognize that I myself cannot do everything, which is why my name is on literally everything, because nobody was willing to pick up the fucking pen themselves and give us the information. Like the fucking LSPD, fucking VAF bullshit. Oh my God, put a fucking bullet in my fucking head. 3 months we talked about VAFs. Oh my God, this point, this, that point, that. Why the fuck are you wasting 40% of your time trying to arrest the fucking car? Like, tell me that. While there's literal massive fucking serious shit going down, you're wasting your fucking time investigating a fucking car and then wondering, man, we're starting with 12 cops on a fucking chase, and every swap, we're taking 2 of those cops to stay behind with another swap, and now you got 3 cops chasing 6 people and then wondering why you're getting gunned down. Maybe if you don't give a shit about the fucking vehicle, and instead, I don't fucking know, maybe let's think about this for a second. Hey, why don't we just take the fucking license plate, and when
Chavez
it shows
is
up
convincing
multiple times
Sparks to
over,
like
you bring it to
Chavez.
court, because at a certain point, you see that vehicle
Sparks
with the
is
same
being
fucking gang, with the same fucking DNA, you fucking yoink the fucking car. But wait, hold on. That requires paperwork, and that requires, I don't know, a little bit of forethought. But no, the reason I did that is so that it wasn't just the mayors that could put legislation forward. Instead, mayors are forced to look at shit that is put forward to them, and if they refuse, every bar license attorney alongside law enforcement has zero reason to cry about the law because they can do it themselves. Same reason the penal code got broken down. So instead of people crying like, oh my God, this charge, it doesn't make any fucking sense. I don't get it. It's there. It takes 2 sentences now. You just put up a bill that's a quarter of a page and say, I am changing this penal code with this change. Done.
Huh.
How many alterations were made to the penal code since I've been gone?
Probably less than 6. Well, until Angel took office again. So.
Well, how many people? Okay, there you go. Look at that.
They
6.
unrolled back the rollback.
I made it easier. And they still didn't do it. Because here's the reality. No one gives a fuck. All right? No one gives a shit. And that's why I plan to blow up this fucking island.
Okay.
With my fucking load, you know what I mean? Oh, fuck. Any other questions?
No. I appreciate your time, Senator. Thank you very much. You have a fantastic yacht.
Is that Nino?
It is, ma'am.
Oh, hey, Jessica. How you doing?
I'm still waiting.
All right. Well, listen, you're listen, with all due respect, you're the look, you're just not my type, all right?
God, this ACR is so fucking petty. I don't even remember writing most of this. I want my delete button back.
His type is dumb bitches like him.
You know what's sad is that conversation actually convinced me that most of this shit is dumb in my ACR. Doesn't matter. Anyway. LSPD is a byproduct of the LSPD is basically what we just learned.
I don't know if that's all that was said, but I mean, I think it's like 2 things that are pushing and pulling, right? There's the disinterest in introducing change, but there's also simultaneously the disinterest in learning about the change. And if we were to simplify, most things are the law is tuned to bank truck. The law historically has been tuned to bank trucks and bank robberies, right? It's also been, and I'm using the word tune very loosely here, is law enforcement, especially in the last 2 years, has been tuned to respond to those things. And what has been thrown out is critical thinking.
The switch tonight is giving me.
Now, when you apply
role player. I do the same
complex
thing.
legislation, regardless, even if you were to divide the current legislation by half, even, it's not going to make a difference because you're now falling into this. If it's not explicitly written, it's not real. Without realizing that the explicitly written isn't that it says something is illegal. It's that the written is referring to what is derived. I mean, you heard it here too, right? Is we're not teaching cops that the Constitution matters and how to derive whether something is legal or illegal. Legislation is meant to bring clarity, not direct explicitness. If we start doing that, we might as well program every fucking cop to be AI.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you mean? We basically have. So what do you mean? We basically.
Oh,
have...
I thought you stood. There was more to that sentence. Sorry.
No. I mean, they basically have trained every cop to be AI. They give them a flow chart, follow flow chart.
I mean, that's where we come in, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think we should be training the investigative bit into folks. But it also does mean we have to then tackle the notion of why is this illegal? We can go to court. It's fine. It'll be outlined there. I don't think anyone is reasonably going to be like, wait a minute.
Wait, what?
Didn't by nature of this impeachment and the injunctions effectively, what is the latest on the docket? I mean, isn't this answer already granted?
No. So basically, she says we're gonna wait for the appeal to come up, and then we'll deal with it then, and put a
I don't think
pause
he
on
knows
this.
of even Pred's motion.
Motion of emergency injunction was granted. Therefore, no. To convert case and remove prosecutor. Ooh. Okay. Approved. Deputy Marshal Sparks entered. Okay. In 24 to 48 hours, filing an appeal. Wait, denied.
Yeah, he wanted to pause the proceedings on this so he could basically go back to work. For the
Oh my God. Brother. Oh, poor Tony. Wait, what happened to Grayson?
Who cares?
I'm just surprised he's not on the
Yeah, I don't know. Probably not yet.
rebuttal. The request for stay should be denied. Upright is currently a convicted. Okay, yours was approved. No appeal has filed at the time of rehiring. Okay, and then rebuttal. Your Honor, with all due respect, the filing of the appeal. I love this new system.
It's nice just to have it in the MDT. It's just very nice.
I did find a flaw in it, and I'm going to see if I can bring up the concern.
Where anybody can strike and schedule and blah blah blah.
No. Rather, my concern is how do you get notified outside the city?
Oh no, you don't.
Yeah.
You don't.
Which
Well,
I think is a huge issue because there should be some mechanism to easily do it from my cell phone. When I'm on vacation.
yeah.
You should check the MDT.
Yeah, just bring
Yeah,
MDT with you.
but okay, but so I'm just we're all gonna hit this issue. Is I'm taking a vacation for 2 days. I'm in bed. There's something that I'm not going to keep opening up the MDT to see if there's something I need to do. Having some sort of function to reply to something that I could reply in 5 minutes or even 15 minutes is exceptionally, I wouldn't even say valuable, I would say necessary. Especially
all my best docket stuff occurred while I was on the toilet.
I mean, even with the old docket, I had to, check the docket for any updates because I haven't gotten notifications from the docket in over 8 months.
And that's fair, but you can still do that with your phone. Just refresh the page that you probably already had open on one of your Chrome tabs.
Yeah.
But that's the same as the MDT. Oh, from your actual.
Oh, how are you going to open it on your phone?
Yeah, that's fair. That should be easy. I think that's the solution, or like the issue that needs to get solved there is just being able to open the MDT on your phone.
Well, that's kind of much, right? I think at minimum, maybe a notification.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, if there's a way to make it work again. Yeah.
Or a simplified one for just the docket. I don't know. It might be a lot, but it's something that I realize, anyways. So where are we with this? What are next step? I just realized I got to go to sleep so I can wake up tomorrow.
Next steps with what? The roads thing?
Like the whole scope of thing.
We still need the logs of who hired him. And then the next step is getting the written thing from Rhodes, which we were told is going to be an extra day or two, which is okay.
What written thing?
The written request. We sent him the request for a written statement. In that request for the written statement, we requested it within 24 hours. It's more likely going to be somewhere between 48 and 72 for reasons.
Sure.
And that's okay. As soon as we have the confirmation that Rhodes was the one that hired him, that will be the PC that we need to then go for Rhodes's phone records to see who else was in on it, etc., etc.
We also have a timeline, which was a day or two after Pred's case, because of the statement from Ruby. So what we need to do is start questioning other command members, because Ruby is essentially the highest in command that isn't Rhodes, right? So that means we need to start going to other captains, lieutenants, maybe sergeants, question mark, but I don't think we need to go that far.
Can I ask a question? And this is,
yes, sir.
I'm somewhat tapped into this. What is the value we're getting from those? Because I guess let me ask it this way: prosecutorially, what does that give us? More evidence, but strategically, what is that giving us? Like, if we find out that Rhodes was the one that gave the keys, and we learned he planned, like, you know, if he planned it the same day versus 3 days prior, is that changing anything?
The timeline.
I want to get.
Go ahead, Blunt.
You're free.
It's mostly a political move. If we question the rest of LSPD, like we intended, then that gives us ammunition or exoneration of is the 51% or higher enough to request for the state to suspend the department and do the cleansing. That was the original intention. And then 2, if there are co-conspirators that encouraged it or conversed to have others be complacent in the action.
Understood.
So
I've got a third one.
Ooh, what's the third one?
The third one is to further demonstrate it and substantiate the claim that I heard that these individuals approached Rhodes and implored him to not proceed with the action, and he chose to do it anyway, over the objections of his own command members. This isn't just like, oh yeah, we thought this was cool and it's not written anywhere, so we're going to do it. It wasn't written anywhere, and all of his command members told him it's still a bad idea. Don't do this. I want that on recording. Like, that is an impactful argument to make in a court of law, if it comes to that.
Especially for corruption.
Understood. Just for clarity, I would never want us to cleanse. I want to use a different word, which is audit.
Happy to do that. Yep. That was the original word I used, and then you used cleanse the other day. So I was like, okay.
Oh, did I? Okay,
yeah,
sorry. Yeah. Our official word is going to be audit, I'd say.
To audit the department. Okay.
And I think for me, what that would look like if we ever got that far is kind of like a rehabilitation course. Here's the Constitution. Here's how we derive things.
Oh, God.
I'm actually serious.
I know, but it's like we send all of LSPD to Parsons is what we're doing. Is rehabilitation.
It's what it's doing is the argument there is like we're sort of like realigning expectations.
She doesn't know that it was an insane asylum. She only knows the sign, which is rehab. That's it.
I don't know. I feel like that's a healthy solution, right?
I agree.
Because even with the little bit I've learned here, the problem is it's so cooked. If people are being at the highest point are being led to believe that the Constitution is just toilet paper, which it is.
It's
right?
The supreme law, though. That's
if
the thing.
Genuinely, but that's exactly my point. Quite literally, the law that exists right now is based on the Constitution.
Yes, PC and you.
If we are, as law enforcement, are not actually swearing an oath to the Constitution, or even if they're ignoring it, you're effectively ignoring it by saying, well, the Constitution, in so many words, what I heard today, which I don't attribute this to Ruby, I think she's relaying what she's being told indirectly without saying Rhodes or other people's names, is that the highest people at the top of the LSPD don't recognize that everything derives from the Constitution. And if we are not actively thinking of it when making decisions, they are failing in their position. And who knows how much that's been poisoned. Like the question, even when I made the note about the listening device, I know PD's been using it.
It's
'Cause I
illegal.
caught them. In fact, Springfield. Wait, are you the one with the photo, or was it?
Yeah, I texted you the photo of Pred using it on one of the victims.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, which victim? What? I'm sorry, what?
The Carmine and Bobby one with the mines and everything.
Which victim?
Peach.
She needs to be placed in a bubble and protected.
It was, I first learned back when Belle was a cop. She was using it. I've been told multiple times that Dark was actively using it. The issue is it's against the fucking Constitution.
Correct.
And please, anyone tell me there's an argument.
There isn't
for
here. It is direct. It is explicit in the Constitution, which you shouldn't have to have it explicit anyway. Right to privacy, and I quote, citizens have a right to personal privacy and protection from unwarranted disclosure of private information.
Yes.
It's actually
by that alone, you should be like, oh, can't do this.
But there's
now,
actually legislation that says you can't do it either. But people
wait, where?
It is in a communicative legislation concerning different items. So let me see if I can find it. It literally says that there's an expectation of privacy unless you're in public in a certain location.
Oh, yes,
for
yes,
recording.
yes, yes,
There's
yes.
an LS thing specifically for Ellis County, but still, it's the legislative intent.
It's a basic derivation.
Yes,
right?
Correct.
It's such a basic derivation. And
Triple
so
pie quilted.
when law enforcement isn't being taught that notion, and I understand why, right? Because this concept is new, but at no point was the training done. At no point were the SOPs altered to necessarily reflect it. And as a consequence, LSPD, what I'm asserting here, has been operating in ignorance and through word of mouth for far too long. The culmination of which is the byproduct that we have today.
Word of mouth, yes, but the SOPs were updated November 27, 2026 by Daisy Dukakis.
Well, you're correct, but I would say not fully. And the SOP stuff started with me and Angel.
Yes, I
and
did
Maeve.
see that. Yep.
Because I did not like that the SOPs weren't accessible in the city.
Yes.
You needed a fucking Google Doc.
Yep.
And I did not like disciplining anyone unless we could point to why it was wrong.
I wonder how much of
right?
willful ignorance. Probably
And
a
that
lot.
meant code of conduct, this, that, and the third. You should
Probably
be
a
able to
lot.
say this is why it's wrong. When it comes to the certain intricacies of what speed we pit at, it needs to be in
Needs to go
there.
to
Why?
bed.
Because I've been in high command positions so many times. I can't tell you how many times certain debates reintroduced itself and no one wrote that shit down. So we'd argue about 150 mile an hour pits. The most
That's
common
way over
one is,
lethal force.
can you shoot someone in the driver's seat versus disabling the car? Is it one and the same? That has gone back and forth probably like 20, 30 different times. So fucking write it down, right? Come to an agreement. It's this. That's what it is. Okay. But the point I'm realizing I'm getting cooked here. And now rambling. While the SOPs were written down, they weren't necessarily, let's say, reevaluated with the current laws and constitution in mind. Does that kind of make sense? There
Okay.
might be shit in there that is not aligned with the current legislation. There is likely things that are missing
All these
with
images
some
are
of the
broken.
legislation in place. Now, I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing, but underlinedly, we're not the main point here is we need to teach people that the Constitution is the first thing that matters, and people as law enforcement should be able to do basic levels of derivation.
Correct. They can't sit there and say, we're not judges, we can't interpret the law. No, but we have to understand how to execute it and what makes sense.
Yes.
Blunt,
Like, imagine someone in the middle of the street saying some random shit. Yo, fuck the police department, blah, 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 blah. Da, 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 da. Now, is that the right? Is that right to free speech and thought?
37924,
Or is it illegal? A law enforcement officer needs to be able to evaluate that. I think audit the audit. I'm not saying that into those extremes, but those things matter. There's the right to health and protection. Citizens have the right, and then we have PIPA. There isn't even an understanding of PIPA with the doctor. I'm not saying fuck the doctors, but hence my conversation with Derek Shaw. Where I was like,
soon. Fuck you.
Hey, we're being told we can't arrest people, and we have access to medical records. Oh, remember that conversation, Blunt?
With Derek? No.
No. The whole thing with arresting and
Oh, yeah, of course.
how much of the report are we able to see? There's a lot of undefinedness. If you open up your MDT right now, what Blunt, open it up real quick.
I'm not investigating anything regarding anything medical related, so I don't see anything. Smile.
Well,
I understand we've got
I don't
access
think-
to certain reports for when we're investigating corruption with regard to their shit, but other than that, why would we have
Well-
access to medical reports? We're law enforcement officers.
What? I see.
Well, there we should have that conversation afterwards.
Yeah, right.
I'm just
I
assuming
thought
whatever
we
I
can see
can
it, we
see.
just can't talk about it. Sorry, go ahead.
See, yeah.
I
We need to have a command conversation about.
I presume that whatever I can see in the MDT is what I can see, but I, as a marshal who is not corrupt, because that is part of my oath, I don't discuss it unless it's absolutely necessary. To that point, I saw that my ex had shot somebody in a command report. I didn't discuss it with her until she had access to command reports. Because she brought it up. She's like, oh, I have access to command reports now. I'm like, oh, okay. Have you looked yourself up? Yes. Oh, okay. You mean about the time you shot this person?
So these are all good. I don't want to make a definitive conversation right now because this gets a little complex.
Sure.
But let's just say that there is a large gray area, including expectation, including what we magically can or cannot see, if that makes sense. I will say that there will be a very clear thing soon. This conversation reminded me I gotta poke Derek again.
I miss my partner. When's Astrid coming back on duty? I love her so much. It's 11 p.m., Director.
I gotta go to sleep. Anything else we got to chat about?
Oh, yeah. I need permission to go to Indianapolis.
Yeah, of course.
The hell for?
I'll explain after the.
Oh. What's going on with this Ruby Crystal thing?
What?
Huh?
Ruby Sapphire?
The Charlotte Moore stabbing thing.
Charlotte. Oh, I don't know. Do you want me to
taking the
investigate it?
statement.
I was just gonna leave it and remand it to LSPD. But if you want me to press charges, I can do
That.
that.
So here's here's what I'm aware of. I was told by Ruby that they were looking into it, and FYI, in case it comes to any marshals, we have a report on it. I saw Nikki Khan had started a report.
It's already come to us. A member of EMS brought it to us.
This was it. One came before the other. I don't know in the timeline.
We were approached by the head of EMS HR, Rin Hayashi, and then Violet Waters had talked about it, but didn't want to release anything because of PIPA. And then there were twats that went out before LSPD actually started investigating. I was on duty at the time. I think
So
that's a
is there
tomorrow.
a
The
victim
issue's
or
not-
is there not a victim?
There's not a victim. Charlotte Moore doesn't give a shit. I called her and I literally told her, "Hey, my name is Skyler, blah blah blah." She's like, "Oh yeah, no, I fell on that knife." I'm like, "Listen, if you don't give a shit about Crystal stabbing you, I don't give a shit. Do you care? Are you pressing charges?" She goes, "No, I don't care about pressing charges. She's my friend." I went, "All right, cool, thumbs up," and I hung up.
Was that before or after she gave the statement to Ruby?
That was like basically right after it happened. I don't know what the statement was that she gave to Ruby.
So the issue that came up, and I don't really whether Crystal gets charged with the stabbing or not is not really the area of concern. The area
Okay.
of concern was she was a victim. She was at Charlotte was at the hospital following the incident.
Yes. Yes.
Ruby went over radio and said, "Can somebody please go get her statement?"
Oh, that issue. No.
Yes.
I talked to her after she was out of the hospital. It was like 2 hours after.
Okay, so this was after. So again,
Yes,
the
that
issue.
Ruby issue. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is a completely different thing. I thought we were talking about the actual stabbing for Crystal.
No, I don't really give a shit.
No,
about the
there's no
stabbing. I'm more worried about the cover up.
I mean, she could have covered it up. I don't know what the statement is. I haven't read it, but all I know is Charlotte Moore doesn't give a shit that she was stabbed.
So originally she said she was stabbed. Then, the Ruby asked somebody to take the statement. A BCSO command member went to go take the statement. Ruby heard that she was going to go and then said, "No, I'm going to go." And then the report at the end said, oh, grabbing the number. If you want to read for yourself, 39876.
Sure.
Charlotte Moore later claims that she did it to herself.
That's
While some witnesses saying it, at first, but the first statement was went into the bush. It sounded where's her original statement?
You saying that Ruby changed the statement?
Not necessarily changed it, but after Ruby met with the individual, the narrative changed from Crystal stabbed her to I was trying to cut a cookie and the knife slipped and she did her, it was her stuff. Like,
that's the story.
I think is what they're trying to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
They what?
Nothing.
All right, cool. Skip. No. That is the story that Charlotte Moore gave me when I called her, and then I literally told her directly, "Listen, do you want to press charges against Crystal or not? Is this a serious situation?" She said no. So I'm gonna be direct with you, sir. I think this is just an unreliable witness who doesn't give a shit that happened. I don't think it's a cover up.
Okay.
There could be a cover up. I don't think anything's
I don't think we
conclusive either
go.
way.
Yeah, I don't think we go hunted for it.
I agree. I think we just leave it. Like, we don't have the bandwidth for that.
It goes back to my principle. Unless someone comes to us and says, "Yo, how do I put this? This is the most difficult thing when it comes to law enforcement because it's San Andreas and because we just wake up at the pillbox and blah 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 blah. There is no inherent risk unless you get where I'm going.
Right
with
to
this.
dignity.
If there is no victim that can in any way go onto and say and remain a victim, it is a waste of our time.
There's a difference between
and I'm going to give you an example.
Yes, sir.
Carmela came over here and said, "Oh my God, Alana," and now she was getting ocean dumped, and it was not a big deal. We can't. What do you do with that? You can't do anything because we're going to be wasting our fucking time on a victim that didn't give a shit. And they could very much just walk in there.
I mean,
I'm not saying we skip it all, but we're effectively trying to analyze, do they believe they're a victim?
and that still depends on the situation, right? It's like, oh my God, I still hurt, but I don't want to talk about it, but I do, but I don't want to talk about it, versus the, oh, I don't give a shit that they stabbed me. It's my friend. I'm just going to joke around with them later, you know?
That is always going to be the most difficult thing at the end of it. You know, it's not so dissimilar to, luckily it doesn't happen anymore. back in the day, gangs used to shoot each other, and then the winners would put all the bodies in the car
That's fucking
and drop
wild.
them to the fucking pillbox so they don't get arrested.
I lean really hard. You made a good point a long time ago, a couple weeks ago. Right to dignity. All citizens shall be treated equally with respect, free from discrimination. If they think their friend
Mhm.
stabbing them over and over is not free of discrimination, but there is a witness nearby that does, that's when we take action. You know, if there's 3 people and they're all stabbing each other, like fuck whatever, who cares? Like,
Yeah,
What a wit-
I was not concerned about the stabbing itself. It was more the
Yeah, did
I think
someone
it's unreliable.
coerce
concern of,
someone?
I think it's an unreliable witness who doesn't care.
I think there's another thing that we have to be considerate of is because we have to do this as well. Is, hey man, did you actually get stabbed here? Because we're trying to read the situation as a higher member
Sure.
of command.
I agree.
It's tough to analyze. I think that's why ultimately when it comes to these IA things, we almost need such a clear cut, because outside of that, there's just so much. I don't know. Well, every situation one at a time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we waste time on the statement from York. It's very possible she just did her best to make a statement from someone who's an unreliable witness.
Agreed.
The question for me, or the suspicious part, is like, why did she ask somebody else to do it and then jump back in and take over again? Before you go, you need to talk to her about the apartment scene.
Oh, I'm not gonna remember any of this.
Okay, then you need to do it tomorrow or something like that.
Oh,
yeah.
Springfield. You're gonna see. Oh my god, I gotta write it.
Owen.
You know that day that I had to deal with some bullshit over here because you deleted someone's evidence allegedly.
Except I didn't delete the evidence.
Yeah,
I just
yeah, yeah.
deleted one line and the evidence wasn't touched. Yeah.
What?
Of it. It was fucking. It felt
Yeah, what
like
about it?
I needed to apologize. That I hated that so much. Were you ever approached on it?
No.
Yeah. Well, apparently they needed to be approached on it, but couldn't approach you on it. So when I came in to say, you guys don't own this report, I scene lead. This not your statement. It was like the worst thing in the. It was. I don't know. It was some other bullshit. Anyways, there was a situation. That apartment was faceless. Some guy, faceless people came in. They shot up a bunch of bodyguards.
She immediately bounced back.
According to the Oracle, and a laptop was stolen.
No, she's like.
Now I recognize that you're trying to alert me to it. I was dealing with some shit. This is gonna happen from time to time. It is what it is. But to the best of your recollection, was there a situation at Ron Oil that was related?
Okay, I see where you're trying to get. Okay. The Ron Oil tie, we didn't have in relation to the apartments, we didn't have a direct guaranteed tie to Ron Oil.
What happened at Ron Oil?
Ron Oil, the way that Ron Oil came into play was 4 days prior was the Charlie unmasking. During the Charlie unmasking, they took armored cars identical to those found at the apartment scene from Ron Oil, and Alec Ron 911 saying, "Hey, my armored cars have been stolen," and it was the same style, the same look, like
so
similar
when Ron
registrations,
Oil
things
was
like
mentioned that day, it was not about what happened that day. It was just bringing up nothing happened at Ron Oil that day.
No, it was bringing up the.
I see. Okay.
They brought it up because they saw those same armored cars.
Sparks like, what the fuck? Were you cheating on me the whole
Charlie
time?
unmasking
Okay,
that were taken from On Oil 4 days prior. So it was like, hey, these are the same cars.
I'm with
it's
you.
the same thing.
I'm with you. And by the way, I'm going to be very ask for shorter answers just because I'm super cooked, so I may stop you there. So okay. Where did the FIB building come into play that day?
Oh, I got water right here.
How did we go from apartments to the FIB building? What was the connector?
The guards that were shot down at the apartment were seen at the FIB building in those armored cars earlier in the day. They were coming out of FIB.
Sir.
And getting into the car. In fact, one of them was ID'd. One of them actually, in one of the reports. Yeah. One of them was actually ID'd. It was like Mark Walrus or something. And that was one of the individuals that was shot at the apartment.
Wait, what was the name exactly?
I think it was Mark Walrus.
Didn't he create Life Invader?
ID should be in the. His ID should be in the.
Brian,
one of
what
the
was the name of
reports.
the guy? My brain's fucked up, but I'm making a connection. The agent dude, what's his name?
I'm looking it up right now to verify that was the name, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
I think Brian's cooked.
Chat.
No, I'm talking to a state rep at the same time.
Oh, you're good. What's the agent's name? The dead one.
Sorry, say again.
The dead FIB agent guy. What's his name?
I just want to
Peter
question
Wallace.
other LSPD people.
So apparently, this guy named, I'm going to tell you what the Oracle told me, all right, or the connect to it. Peter Wallace, ex-FIB, murdered at the apartments he was renting alongside his bodyguards. That's the Spanish Avenue. FIB building, and apparently he was followed from the FI building to the vineyard. He was then followed by armored cars to the apartment. He had a laptop there. The entire room was covered in blood. His laptop was hacked into. The laptop contains very valuable information pertaining to the infrastructure that the FIB knew about. Unknown what it is. I'm going to be getting a call from a whistleblower who learned all this and is going to give us more details. And the faceless likely were the ones who downloaded everything from there and are likely planning something drastic. The Oracle was in contact with the whistleblower. The whistleblower agreed to explain what the faceless had stolen. Now, mind you, when I was approached by this, I was like, bro, I don't even know what you're talking about. I opened up the 13th, and it was like the day everything was happening at once.
Yes.
And I couldn't tell where things were beginning and ending because we didn't have the resources.
Yes.
Those people at the FIB building and those papers, I don't even know if they're related, but it didn't sound like they were related. But now knowing that there was a 3-hour difference, my guess is that those people we ran into probably got told by 20 other people like, yo, dog, something happened at the FIB, and they came to play detective. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the reason why. Do you remember that whenever I brought you up to the FIB building and we found those 3 people in there?
Mhm.
That's the reason we went to the FIB building, because those people that were shot at the apartment were noted as being in there earlier in the day.
That makes
She's
sense.
at the memoriam.
All right, well, there's your context.
Thank God. All right. That makes sense.
I think I just found the additional. So I see your report. You have 40049, right? I am adding a reference for a different call.
I love
that
this.
day.
Could you timeline that?
Yeah, I just found the vineyard call, or the vineyard report 39518. I attached it to your report. So that's the vineyard thing.
If you could, to your best of your ability, try to timeline the best you can on there and potential people we should talk to. And I think I'm going to start doing that because apparently this laptop's got some crazy shit in it. And in advance of, I don't know what this is, but I imagine whatever the fuck the archivist and Mr. Blue were meeting about probably has to do with something. Actually, it probably has nothing to do with this. faces, whatever the archivist and the faces are doing, probably is unrelated because this would have been in the hands of the faceless prior to that meetup. So
Who were those suited guys? Did we ever find out like who they were affiliated
I
with?
believe it was Lando, Eve Summers, and the other deputy mayor.
No, I
And
mean the guys who were shot at the apartment, the ones in the suits that were
They're
shot, the
bodyguards.
guards or whatever. For who?
For the Peter Wallace, the ex-FIB agent. Apparently, he died in there too, possibly, question mark. There is one John Doe, and I'm assuming that's Peter Wallace.
Oh, okay.
In regards to this medical stuff, yeah, I'm going to get clarity from Derek. I'll tell you my personal opinion. My personal opinion is that we're the Marshals. If we see a title, we see a title. We should not open that medical report unless we have a investigative, lawful reason to do so, with the addition of the proper medical paper.
I would vehemently agree. Otherwise, you know, they
You
would be
wouldn't know
notified.
that there is anything, quite frankly.
Correct.
If you know, and that clarity needs to be made at
The
a
complaints from Jimmy and Cassidy.
listen. I'm not a big fan
Sorry.
of pretend something doesn't get seen. I think that's dog shit. Everything in my bones tells me, you know, we've always operated with what you see is what you get. Whether you choose to open up the document, that's another question. Like I said,
See,
that's a deeper conversation with Derek.
I was under the impression that we can see those and that we're allowed to read them with reason or for cause, but because of PIPA, we can't even discuss the contents of the report between even each other until we request a release.
That I am somewhat leaning into that notion as well. I don't go that deep for sake of not wanting to break any laws, but I can see that
Simplicity.
perspective because it's like HIPAA. Well, listen, we live in a very strange city.
Yes.
In other cities, the hospital is going to tell you that someone came in with gunshot wounds.
Oh yeah,
Because there are mandatory reporters.
Yeah,
but there's a lot of people that get shot all the time. Multiple...
Correct, but HIPAA's doesn't cover that, right?
Sure.
I think that's something we need to deep dive both with the. This is something we only discuss with Derek because this is a very sensitive situation, and it's not something we want to be actively discussing beyond this room and with the doctors and opening up a debate because Derek is Derek and the board is the board for a reason. Does that make sense?
I think it's fine that we can see it. It's utilizing it in any investigation. We literally just need to talk to a human being. Like, I don't think it's that deep, to be honest. You're a marshal. You should know better. So...
I do want to get a standard though too, just in case
Fair.
there's 'cause even PIPA is a byproduct of what the the board wanted, and it's important to understand the lens and the spirit of which it was written.
Understood.
Also, like kind of to your point, Blunt, is it's also important. Do you see it or do you not see it? I want to know the answer to that.
Yeah, I mean
myself.
Listen, I know it's kind of whatever. I've had to operate for a long time in the I don't see things smile
Not me.
realm, so I'm
yeah.
used to it.
I'm just not going to be a shit person. Talk about things.
But yeah,
I think we're discussing less about that and more about the legalities. Like we don't want to be breaking the law.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I get that.
In the same vein, I want to make sure that as director, I'd rather take the safest approach and get clarity before taking a more invasive.
Yes, 100%.
Y'all have a.
Yeah, I won't be around till later tomorrow.
Have a good night.
Somebody else might have to deal with Bobby if a psychiatrist comes around. Just heads up.
I'm sorry. What?
Oh. Good night,
enjoy
Brian.
your conversation, guys.
We've been dealing with this dumb corruption shit all night, and I've barely been able to talk to anyone else about Indianapolis. No one. I've talked to 0 people about Indianapolis.
So,
it's even.
Are you familiar with the Spooder Man and the shit that happened earlier, Sparks, or do I need to go through that? I'm assuming you're not, given your reaction to hearing Bobby's name.
Skip.
Okay, enough of a TLDR to get to why it's important, rather than the part that
just
you
tell me
skipped
why
over.
he's psych acted. Just tell me the reason why he's being psych acted.
He thinks he is a superhero / villain that he's calling himself Blue Screen.
He's an idiot. We still need to throw him in jail after the psych act. He shouldn't get any time served. In fact, it's a court order that we can't give him time served.
Well, he's probably getting a hag.
Hell yeah.
So,
good.
Again, enough of a TLDR of why it's relevant. We're overseeing Carmela's mayoral campaign party / event thing, right? It's at La Fuente Blanca. We got
it's not an out of
word
character thing,
from
chat. It's not that deep.
Spooder Man that there was
Sparks
going
is
to
just
be
like,
a
I've dealt
gobbler
with this
attack,
IA
so
shit
we
for
were on high
4
alert,
hours.
had some units there to
I
protect
just want to
Carmela
look at
and
my
the
archivist shit.
justices that were there, etc., etc. While I'm in Air 1 overlooking it, 2 gobbler type aircraft fly up to me and start opening fire on me in Air 1 with automatic weapons on that like hovercraft shit that they blew up Falconer with. So I miraculously did not explode, got Air 1 out of there, pulled Skyfall, came back with Skyfall to shoot the fuckers out of the sky, and they flew away. So I didn't get to shoot them out of the sky. Unlucky. RTB. Get a call from Nova. Nova tells me, hey, Spooder Man's at MRPD. He's got a suspect wrapped up in a web that he's stuck to the side of the building of MRPD. And he says it's the guy that was piloting that hovercraft that shot at you. It's like, okay, so this dumb fuck just kidnapped somebody and brought them to the police station, but that guy's also a suspect for a hag, so detain them both, put them both in interrogation, we're gonna come question them both. I have the person, Christopher Watt, process to start to ID the individual who was on this hovercraft that shot at me. He goes, he runs the DNA, he comes back, sir, this is Bobby Charles. What are you staring at over there?
The printer, obviously.
My knees are fucked. Can you go like check around like whatever the hell's going on right now?
Sparks. What's wrong? You good? Huh? Couldn't hear ya. Sparks.
Do you need a psych hold?
Is that printer reaching?
No.
Huh?
Is the printer reaching?
Let me call Frank William. Frank, are they reaching? Frank says they're reaching.
I feel better.
Anyway, yeah. So we interrogate Bobby. He's blue screen. Tony he's trying to harness the power of energy. That he needs electricity. He would not talk until he. I don't think anybody heard the shots here. Yeah. Tony.
I heard the shots. My fucking ears are ringing.
Oh, you're fine, Springfield. You scream louder than that.
Don's gonna kill me. Okay, so basically,
what
shit happened. He did stupid shit. He operated a giant fucking thing, and now he's on a cycle because he thinks he's a supervillain, but he's getting a hag because he operated a militarized vehicle.
Yes. Also, when he got put into his psych hold in Bolingbroke, they put him in ADSEG. He harnessed the power of the lights and threw a lifer, broke out of ADSEG and threw a lifer across the yard of the prison.
Okay. That sounds like a shift 1 problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm onboarding Juno at 7:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, and I probably will not be around before that.
Who?
Juno Sweeney.
Juno Sweeney!
No, I don't know Sweeney. Who's that?
Okay.
You'll meet her. Oh, if you want to read a funny report on that, look at Rooker's report from earlier. It's actually kind of funny.
I really don't. I've been trying to do archivist stuff for 5 hours,
Oh,
37 minutes, and 55 seconds.
TLDR, somebody dressed up as Juno and
Read
took
it.
photos of themselves. Oh, you read, okay.
Had an AK.
Yeah.
I've
But
done nothing
Juno
but
was
talk.
with the Marshals when it happened, so we kind of know it wasn't her.
I've done nothing but talk about the road stuff for nearly 6 hours. And if it wasn't for my toxic ex-girlfriend being in this shift, I would go on patrol. I just don't wanna. I'm going to Indiana.
You're
I think my car's full on petrol.
In all seriousness, does anyone need anything from me? It's 11:30. I should go to bed.
No.
Okay.
Hear back's girlfriend, so I have to go talk to Remy because she said I had another one and I'm confused.
I don't want to talk about her.
Oh, Remy?
No, you said my ex-girlfriend.
Oh. Well, apparently mine. I don't fuck out. I gotta figure
Your
some
ex-girlfriend?
shit out, I guess. Yeah, I had one a long time ago, and I told, and Remy knew this. I guess I said never again, and then Remy said I did again, and I don't know. I guess she needs to tell me about it or something.
We need to find you a new ex-girlfriend.
Memory loss sucks. No, never. No.
I'm never dating again.
That.
I think it's easier if I just don't date people. Then they won't abandon me in the wood. No.
That's what I do.
Yeah. Yeah,
Works
you
out pretty good for me.
All right, I'm gonna go to the archivist base now. Goodbye.
Bye.
What? Wait, what?
No one wanted to hear about Indianapolis, so I'm just gonna go to the heart of the problem.
What's in Indianapolis?
Nope, it's too late. You skipped that plot.
No, I didn't ask, and it got changed subject. It's not my fault.
Hold on, I might have a car here. I want to show you. I want to show chat. I want to show you. I need to confirm out of character if going to Indianapolis to that location physically will actually help. We're gonna go log out at Sassum on Davis. And when we get there though, I'm gonna show you what I researched today. Cause I wanna show you guys. Cause it's fucking insane. And whoever or whatever, like whoever, whether it's a single person or a group or whatever, whoever's running the plot on this side of things is fucking, they've done their research, which is great. I can go there, that's the thing. I don't know if it will matter. Ready to check channel 18?
Hi, hello.
Hello.
The one word was that's totally different.
You're very quiet, sir. tempted to go, even if it wouldn't like I want Sparks to go there anyway. And I'll show you why. I verified James Alderman's. I did basic I did a little bit of research based on what James Alderman gave us the other day, and I'm pretty sure I found the university that is it. These cars are like incredibly loud. I'm pretty sure, because he said go Hosiers a few times, right? So I looked up Hosiers for like universities, and the only one I could find was Indiana State University in Birmingham. That is an hour south of Indianapolis. We're breaking laws. Because Indiana is the Hosier state? Is it actually? So, I'm pretty sure Medi knows who's running that plot. I've got to DM him tomorrow and be like, hey, I have an idea. It does, which is what I'm about to get to. It has the archives. And I've been wanting to talk about this for literally fucking hours. And I shouldn't have dived into the roads thing, but we need to dive into the roads thing, so that's where we are. Why does my car have the police siren? It shouldn't. We're gonna go drive somewhere, because I want to show. I was at work when I did this, and I just want to show you, like really, really badly. So we're gonna go talk about it by ourselves. Who's there? Where's Remy? Go off my screen, please. Stacks, steel, clear, Vulcan. I want up a number admin card. That's fine. So if you look up the Indiana University base out of Birmingham, that's where the Hosiers come from. And they have an archives. Did they actually? So I need to finish this report, but we got fucking corruption locked up for dumb shit that doesn't matter. IT Jimmy. Nope. IT guy Jimmy. There. Check this shit out. So Jimmy stated yesterday, he said, go hosers, was, at the college, because he said multiple times, Bloomington, yeah. The archivist started at Indiana Bloomington versus IT guy. So if we go to their website, they have a fucking archive. And it's not just like an archive of stuff. It's called the Archives. Hosted on the 4th floor of the Wells Library East Tower with the largest, most comprehensive source of information on the history and culture of Indiana University and its affiliates. And you can contact an archivist. So I'm thinking about, I need to reach out to Mehdi, but I'm thinking about actually flying because it's only a couple hours away. I'm contemplating flying out to Indianapolis, getting a rental, and taking an hour drive down to the university. To go there, and it's like $800 round trip if I were to leave Friday. And so whether I leave IRL or I don't know yet. I haven't figured it out yet. But if we look at the here, I'll pull up the archivist website. Where is it? There it is. Oh, you know what we didn't do today? We didn't fucking, we can check the burner. So where was it? The archives was just where we played. We built maps. We kept notes. Our sessions took place in the forgotten wing of the campus library. A room that the staff called storage, but everyone else called the archives. We need to go over and put their labeling, their how they label things for their vaults. We have to put definitions and information into their vaults. Sorry, not in the vaults. I could be wrong, but I think Doc Wizard is running. If so, that's incredible. He's a fucking amazing role player. I just never got a chance to roleplay with him. I want to know as little. I want to know as little out of character. I don't want to know who's playing what NPC. I don't want to know who's running what. I don't want to know who's writing anything. I want to know as little as possible. Oh fuck, what is this? What the fuck is this? Hold on. Echoes are collected, verified, indexed, stored across multiple nodes, and the nodes are in the city, so the records are collected and copied in different places. We learned the truth that can be wasted, dropped at a time because of the noise. Noise became cover, cover becomes control. And they stated that there's so much noise happening there, so it's cover for what's going on. So we release echoes with intention. When the truth will return agency. When the truth will force the right questions. When the truth can no longer be dismissed as a rumor. Now what the fuck is this? The archivists are global because the problem is global. When one city learns how to erase truth, another city copies the method. Each city has an archivist, not a leader or role. Sometimes it's a person who never signs their name. Sometimes it is a small cell of archivists who only agree on one thing: the record must survive. Nodes coordinate through protocol, verification standards, shared indexing. Oh! Hold on. Archive nodes hold local records. Relay nodes move verified echoes between cities. Edge nodes are external endpoints where the release can surface. It keeps going. What the fuck? There aren't screenshots on this. This isn't anywhere that I've seen. Wait, did this get updated? When people came for leverage, at first the requests sounded reasonable. People wanted clarity. People wanted to understand. People wanted... I moused up like it would show my MDT. Then the tone shifted. People asked for information the way you ask for tools, not for freedom to control someone else, to grow an empire, to mark more efficient. That is where the archivist drew the line. We have freedom of information, not freedom to exploit. We exist to return agency, not to help take it. We stopped being something you can use. The Indiana University libraries are among the largest research libraries in the country. Yes, yes they are. They're fucking massive. The night the city knows this, a marshal fell at her hand. This is new. Fuck. Radio check.
2.
2-2.
'76 Observatory.
10-4.
It's either new or it was not in any of the screenshots that were taken. Really? There's other pages too. It's updated. It's updated. It's updated. It's updated.
What's updated?
The Archivist website.
I don't. What?
Huh? Words?
Did you not hear the words that I said? Like, sorry,
I don't
ma'am.
know anything about an archivist website. This is the first I'm hearing of those two words together. This is the first time.
They're talking about your sniping.
What? Where's that motherfucker at? Take him out this time.
A Marshal.
Did I tell you guys what happened that day?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to someone who wants to hear it. I've been trying to talk to people all day.
Waiting for you to talk. You were being quiet.
We don't have the. I don't have the.
You don't need an
context, but I'm waiting for
invitation.
you to tell
Just start
us.
yapping.
Yeah, just start talking.
Okay, hold on, please.
We're T-Sipper.
Okay, thank you. 2 seconds.
Uh-huh.
A Marshal fell at our hands, the kind of event that disappears into chatter, hushed in reports and not publicized. Then came a realization on our behalf, a message that had been normalized. Where's the freedom in this message? The message, obey and survive, which was the old LSPD message. Freedom is agency. Agency requires clarity. San Andreas lacks clarity. Oh.
Wait, I thought that was in there already.
Was it?
Hold on.
Was it? I didn't see screenshots of that. There was no information on this. There was even a chart. Was that in there?
I thought so. Hold on, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at Brian's report. 39691.
I'm not looking at it. That is why the vault exists, not to make people obedient, not to make people comfortable, to make people informed. We do not tell people what to think. We do not trade echoes to whoever shouts the loudest. We keep proof. We release when it matters. We take systems down when they need be. If you came here looking for a shortcut, you'll be disappointed. The city will keep trying to simplify us. A rumor, a gang, a ghost story. Let it. In Remembered Solution, our classmate, we do this for you. Every archivist group, everything that... Lucian Varthus is the person who died in prison.
Yeah, that's what I tried to tell Knight, but he wouldn't really listen to it.
Yeah, this is all in there, Sparks.
Okay, well, I'm stupid.
Chapter 4, the turning point?
You're not stupid.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, the turning point and then what we stand for.
Hey, don't call yourself stupid.
I've been trying to deal with 7 different things in the entire fucking state, and every time I do something, I haven't been able to digest even half the information in this investigation.
I feel that.
Oh.
And I'm kind of on the
to be fair,
archivist.
you're also picking up in the middle of everything.
Yeah, but I'm also on the archivist side at this point. Half the shit we deal with is just noise. And people can't stop being corrupt because of dumb where is it written down rules.
Yeah, it's crazy how cops will bitch about defense attorneys that do that, but then the moment anything even implicates them slightly, they suddenly become the worst of defense
because
attorneys.
They're whiny, petulant children. Regardless, I didn't see this until now because I haven't been able to get there, and I didn't think the website was updated, and so now I gotta go check the burner. So yes, in remembrance of Lucian, our classmate. What? There's nothing to apologize for. Rhodes is the one being corrupt and shit. I just don't have
How can we help?
Fucking shoot Rhodes in the face.
How can we legally help?
You can't, because there's not many people that have the spine to fucking deal with the corruption shit. I
Hello?
feel I didn't say no one did. I said that barely anyone does.
Yeah, but how can I help?
Rhodes isn't on duty.
Rhodes probably won't be on duty for 24 to 48 plus hours.
It's
Oh, okay.
It's.
I'll shoot him in the face when he gets back.
No. It's not. It's not the case. There's nothing you can really do. I just need to be able to have time to digest it and not have to.
Okay.
I guess have
so when other
competent.
people throw shit at you, tell them to call me. No, I'm busy. Call Blunt. Call Springfield.
I mean, I do. Like, that's not the issue. Like, I took it upon myself to talk to Ruby, and then I had 2 hours of a lecture on how not to talk to Ruby, and then we spent an hour talking to Ruby.
I have opinions on how all that went down.
I felt like my entire.
I've been. Sorry, go ahead.
Nope.
Brian
I was
pulled
going
up
to
Brian
relate
like he
because I-
pulled on the goddamn FIB scene the other day, and which he apologized for today because he realized he fucked up that day. Now that he got the rest of the context, so like he's.
It is my chain of command, sir. I'm not. It is what it is. I don't know. I could have looked at this before.
Yeah, that's right. You're good.
Who's around on first shift? I really need.
McQuillan.
Okay, I need someone to really talk to Aaron Carter. I was friends with Sophie Jewell. Part of her investigation, she's going to find text messages from me with Sophie Jewell. I was asking for parts for my car concerning like tires and stuff, and then suddenly now she's implicated in stealing cop parts, and I have a feeling she's trying to sell those to me. So no, I didn't tell her to bring me parts, but you understand how those text messages are going to look, and I'm happy to provide my entire history concerning my text messages with her and have a conversation with Aaron Carter, but we're out of shift completely, and so yes,
100%.
So I
we're
don't.
kind of in shift one grooming him to step up in a bigger way.
I don't know anything about him. I don't know if he has the spine for IA stuff, but
He does. He's as solid as they get, from what I can tell.
Good. No, she hasn't finished the subpoena yet. But when she does, she's gonna find text messages in there, and I'd rather just give her access to all my text messages so she knows that I wasn't the one that asked Sophie Jewell to steal a fucking you know what I mean? Like like she was a friend of mine before. We met before she was a criminal, and she had her business. She literally bought her business when she got an expungement, and I was supporting her business because she was a friend of mine. And then she got caught for street racing, and so I'm like, I was keeping her at arm's length. If you go through my profile history, she used to be a actually, I encourage you to do that, and obviously I give her consent to do that, though she doesn't have to. You will see that Sophie Jewell was on my emergency contacts until I saw she was doing crime to the point where she was getting a subpoena, and then I removed her. If that tells you like how upset I am that a friend of mine is getting involved in this, you know, or a former friend of mine, I guess. So I need to supplicate myself for that, and obviously I'm willing to provide whatever any information LSPD needs for that. So that needs to happen, so I'm less stressed about that. I'm waiting for this pred appeal dumb shit, and that's fine. The Carmine, so the Carmine stuff is being handled. That's going to be handled by Ruth, I imagine. And then it really seems like Duncan is stepping in. Is that correct? On that part?
I'm not caught up. Since coming back, have not had time to really catch up on that one.
Okay, that's fine. I'm trying to think what else. We don't really have anyone else that will be able to step up to. We don't have anyone else that'll be able to step up to do the road stuff, and I'm happy to do the road stuff. We may just need to get people to talk. Like, I'm not gonna be able to handle all the command conversations. I don't know if we have anyone that would be willing to ask those kind of questions and probing questions.
Springfield, no.
Yeah, but like, you guys are command. Like, other people should be able to do it, you know?
I mean, that's fair.
Like, genuinely, like, other people should be able to do it. So we need to delegate those conversations. And honestly, we don't even need every member of command. We just need
We
whoever
don't need
happens to be
that
on
many.
duty.
3 or 4. Like
No.
we just need a few people that like we need to identify the people who really pushed back and met with Rhodes and told him this is a bad idea. Remy is one of them.
Yeah, but she's
Remy
just a,
is
she's
going to
just
have
a
a lot
shard
of fucking
sergeant.
anxiety to deal with it. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I mean, that's not just it. It's any of them.
Who's this? This
Any
is
command
Maple, dumb fuck.
The point is,
and
if she
Fisher.
did it and she indicated there are others, we need to find the others.
Probably Maple, even though he's kind of a ping-locked cop. He's still...
Whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He still would probably push back against that.
All we need is a couple of them on record saying, I told Rhodes this was a bad idea, you shouldn't do this. I told you Rhodes he should wait until after Pred is expunged. I told Rhodes he should wait until after the appeal is done.
Well, we need people to talk that also are like, I don't want to talk and stuff like that to show like... Because the thing is, we're also doing it to pad the decision to bring it to the state to suspend the department, right? And we need either to exonerate that decision or to support that decision, whatever the interviews end up coming from. Because we need the actual evidence. We can't just go, quote unquote, trust me, bro. Because the thing is, at the end of the day, if it ends up being 5 people, it's just 5 people among what, 400? That doesn't mean the entire department needs suspended.
I do think we should probably clarify that a bit more with Brian because as of late,
Sorry, I need to make a
like,
phone call real quick.
Day or so, he's been much more on this like we need the departments and we can't. Like it's the same way he's like suggesting that we be friendlier when approaching Ruby, right? I don't necessarily agree with what he was saying there. I agree with the strategy that you're talking about, but it seems as though politically his motivation has shifted to don't piss off the rank and file necessarily unless they're implicated directly.
Sure, but how do we know
And the concept of suspending the whole department is going to piss everybody off.
Well, I'm not talking about suspending the whole department because that'd be significant destabilization, right? And that would be
auditing the whole, taking over, the restructuring, whatever fancy word we want to call it. If we assert our dominance over their department in a long... Yeah, but they're not going to see it that way.
Okay, but then why do we want a bunch of corrupt cops across the street? Like...
Yeah,
I don't like the argument. I think it needs to be considered, and I think we need to have evidence that proves or exonerates either way. I don't think 3 or 4 is necessary.
We just need to figure out what he wants now, because if he is going down that political path of that's going to be too bad, like it's going to be a bad look, and that's a part of the consideration now where it wasn't 2 days ago and probably shouldn't be. It seems as though that's the direction we're at, given what the way he took the Ruby thing today.
Okay, sure. Okay, I'm stepping away from that decision then because I don't have the bandwidth to deal with that.
I mean, you can tell me I'm wrong. I'm not saying I agree with that.
I think
that was the read I got from Brian.
Like I think it's an I think it's an overthought. I don't think it's that deep. Like we talked to what, 4 or 5 command members, and we talked to all of high command, and then 4 or 5 command members in each shift get a temperature read, and if we get those 6 or 7 discussions per shift, then we know if we need to dig deeper. We don't have to dig completely. We don't need to. We shouldn't just do surface level. We should peel back the surface a little bit, see if there's even a reason to dive into it, and if there's a reason to dive into it, then okay. And if we happen to get the only people that don't actually, if we get the only people that don't actually like show that there's any corruption, then that's it. You know, what are we supposed to do with the sample size? So,
why are you putting your head right by my feet? The fuck you doing?
Laying down.
So
but there's a whole other side of the couch that's not right by my stinky fucking feet.
We need...
Yeah, but if I'm right here, then she doesn't have to yell as loud.
Are they part of interviews? He's part of interviews.
I agree. We need to figure out who all can actually do it.
We just need people to have those discussions. I can do that in second shift, but I'm going to be splitting my task because this is the dumb shit.
Yeah, you have the other thing to focus on. That's what. So, realistically, on our roster,
We don't.
So we can look at who's.
We don't. There's very few people that are capable of doing it, or have the capability and the gumption to do so. It is not an easy decision because I love McNulty, but he has a bunch of friends in those departments, and he
McNulty can't do that. That's not his.
That's what I'm just saying in general. That's what.
What is it that y'all are trying to find somebody
I'm
for?
so frustrated.
The interviews with the LSPD command and high command about the Pred and Rhodes shit.
Ah. Well, they'll be very pissed off with me if I tried again. I already created a whole drama last time I tried it with Ruby. And I brought her, remember about the Bill Mays
I'm
thing?
finding out a character, by the way.
And I
Chat.
brought her in just to ask her questions about it, to get some info. And I Mirandized her, and she absolutely flipped the fuck out. And, like, freaked out about it. Went to Brian and everything. About, oh my god, she Mirandized me. And it was like I was being treated like a criminal, even though I was talking to her like in the middle of an
Skyler is the
office.
frustrated one.
I was literally doing it because I was trying to do it professionally and look out for her interests to protect herself.
There's no one on this list that's active, Blunt. It is just how it is.
I mean, okay, so shift 1, you've got Nakota, you've got McQuillan.
I don't know anything about McQuillan.
They work very well as a duo. So if they go to have these interviews, they can back each other, which is probably good for there to be 2 of them anyway. But you can absolutely assign to them the task of doing these in shift 1.
Great.
100%.
They're tasked to do
will
that
get
now.
Yes. Well, you have to tell them that.
I am never going to see them.
Then email
That's
them
true.
or something? I don't know. I don't fucking see them either.
We have a
At least
very
I won't
weak
tomorrow.
shift 1 presence.
I'm going to fucking crash out. You asked me how to help. I'm telling you how to help, and then you said I can't help.
Blunt, do it.
I'm leaving.
I can do it.
I don't need you to be first
Friday.
shift. I need you to pass the information along.
Okay.
I need someone to pass the information. Ugh.
Don't break our drywall. It's a pain in the ass to get that fixed. Oh my god.
I'm so fucking frustrated. I'm sending myself off duty. I'm fine out of character chat. This dumbass, stupid fucking corruption.
I'm gonna order you to do desk duty to focus on the archivist investigation for a minimum of 2 hours.
I'm fine out of character chat.
What?
Oh no! My repair kit! She needs to go to Indiana for a break. All it needs now is that those in LSPD chain of command claim the archivist told them to do this. She's gonna get in major trouble for that. She should not have done that. And it's like, that should be extremely telling, because she's like, I very much do not draw my service pistol unless I have to. That was my bad. Very much a, I do not draw a lethal weapon unless I fucking have to. She feels like upset because they're like, how do we help? And she says exactly how to help. And they're like, well, we can't help that way. It's a no, not like that. And she's like, so what the fuck is the point in me even bringing it up to you? Let me just do it myself. And so it's like this quasi like disappointment in a set of team members who are like, we need to find other people, but we don't have other people. Hi, McNew. What was the remark at the end? I must have missed it. I was very in character. I kind of reacted. Yeah, it was like, I can't help with that. Like, yes, that's exactly how Skyler feels. That's 100% how Skyler feels. Where she's like, you said that help, and so this needs to be passed on, and it doesn't need to be like. So she's like, it doesn't have to be you. It could be anyone else. Like, pass the information along if you see somebody. It doesn't happen tomorrow. Like, it's not like a necessary thing. Let's find a way to solve it. But it's a no, I can't do it. I can't do that. You have to do it. It's like, but you asked. So that's where she is.
Hi, Sparks.
Where would you like my firearm lodged, placed, for the evidence of criminal use of a firearm?
You're not using evident criminal use of a firearm. I want it in your holster where it's not going to get lost.
Okay. Is that all? Like, I discharged my firearm with no lawful reason to do so.
Yeah, and you're going to get punished for it. But it's a fucking misdemeanor. Like a $200 fine. You can pay me your $500.
Okay. I need to take a break.
Very clearly.
I need to be suspended for at least 24 hours. I can't have my superior saying to help me and then saying no, not like that. I can't do it. So.
No, I get it. We're talking about ways to improve communication right now. Because we don't have those lines available. And we need to do them. So we're going to try to figure this out.
Copy. What is the direction that I need to do right now?
I want you to go take a breather. Go hunt some deer or something where you can legally shoot something.
Copy. Where would you like my firearm?
Well, I mean, if you're going off duty to go hunt deer, put your firearm in your locker.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm aware. Okay.
Yep, then go shoot some deer.
Understood.
Legally.
Has my punishment been determined, or is that to be determined at this time?
No, your punishment is literally going to be you're going to sit at a desk tomorrow at a minimum of 2 hours and dig up every single report and anything you can find on the archivist and collect it together into a master document. Because we've kind of fragmented the whole thing and we need to recollect everything together in a proper documentation.
Okay. During that time, then I will endeavor to also take civilian reports and complaints at the desk, so that there's
No,
other...
I want you to focus purely on the archivist because it's going to be a nightmare to dig through all that shit. I don't need you getting distracted by their shit.
With all due respect, ma'am, that's not a punishment. That's my job.
No, it's a punishment. Trust me, when you're banging your head against the wall trying to fight with the MDT to find this shit because it's fighting against you, you're going to want to rip your hair out and you're never going to do it again.
Understood, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your time.
Of course.
Is that not the right ammo? Is it? Do I not have the ammo for this? Oh, that's the... I know what ammo that is. I don't have ammo. Do I not? Where is it? Oh, there it is. She did. She got sent home to do her fucking homework. You have that. This. This. Where's the others? It's here, here. I was expecting an actual... I mean, once Night hears, he might actually do something. Where the fuck are my... Skyler has a pretty butterfly? She does have a pretty butterfly. This was supposed to be your girlfriend's, but... Do your trophies at the end of it? She does have a pretty butterfly. I'm trying to find... Am I missing the magazines? Did they deteriorate? They did. M4 magazine extended. Weird. It's not 50 cal, it's the 45 premium. Wonder where that was found? I can tell you exactly where that was found. That was outside Sassum. Fire finger ring? An official finger. Is that not the correct ammo? What the fuck is the ammo then? Yeah, it was outside the Marshal's office, correct? It's not 50 cal. The Big Chester? Sure is. Oh, I didn't know that would cancel the ammunition. Oh, I need to buy way more than that. 1, 2, 3. I need to buy 5 of those. Are they actually my... Oh, it stopped the animation. I need to just stand still. Anytime? I actually really hope she gets in more trouble than that. Because she should get in more trouble than that. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it was intended to, like... It's only that way because they're massive fucking, magazines. They're extended mags for a reason. Shooting a printer is the most human thing you can do, though. Yes, but it was a discharge of her service pistol into government equipment out of frustration. Especially for her, it should be a big deal. And I'm not being like, oh my god, give me punishment, please. I'm just like, should be a big deal. But if that big deal ends up being like, you need to step away for a second, then that's it. It should be fine. I love this shit out of character. I have all the links set up at work. So I can... So it's very easy for me to write all that shit at work as long as she knows. And is like contacted. I have the MDT, but it's like, it's kind of odd to just like constantly check reports. I do that for formatting purposes. I'll like access the MDT to like check the docket, or I'll go and amend reports for formatting purposes so it looks prettier. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I just texted, before I forget, I texted you a spreadsheet that is the MDT edit logs from Brittany Angel. And it is showing because the archivist signed her profile with his normal -A, and he did it while logged in as an MDT admin.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So
yeah, I see it.
It's an extra piece of evidence. Did I give you a tool to read those edits? I can't remember if I did or not.
I mean, I could see it says editor name, Sean Danielson, Brittany Angel, Selena Frost, Jonah Slow, Cassandra Cage, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, those like on the right, on the furthest right column is the actual like body of the.
Oh.
It's what's in the body of the MDT.
Yeah.
And that's where the edit was made.
I mean,
So
it just has a tiny rural image. I assume that would be like, I think, what is it? Just capture it, right?
Yeah. So here's a tool. Hold on, I'm trying to email you one.
Okay.
Here's a tool I built to compare them. So you just copy the cell from the body of it into one, and paste it into like the before, and you copy the cell from the body of the one after into the after, and then have it compare it. If that makes sense at all.
Nope, it sure doesn't at all. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm still very frustrated, and I'm very embarrassed, and I'm disappointed in myself for drawing my service pistol. So was cleaning all of my stuff and getting ready for like.
No problem. We will handle it tomorrow, and I'll show you how to go through that. I just want to make sure that you have this evidence bookmark. Okay.
I will have to handle it tomorrow. I'm not in the mental place.
Yep, no problem. We'll do it tomorrow.
Understood.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Look at that. He literally accessed our MDT as an admin. Okay. I want to check the burner before we go to bed. $39623. Alright. Let's get the fuck out of here. I love you guys so very, very much. We're going to stream tomorrow, and I'm going to hyper-focus on the investigation, because that is what RP has led us to, but also I want to really badly. I love you all very, very much. You guys all are all incredible, fantastic, amazing human beings. We are at 74 out of 75 views for partner, and 5 individual subs away from partner. We are so, so, so very close. And I appreciate you all so very much. For everything, for all the steps, for all the love, for all the appreciation, the kind words. You're all incredible. Techno Mouse, it's great to see you, love. Where can we get to? I need to go to work tomorrow. I need to lock in. I need to make a bunch of fucking deposition calls. Who is streaming NoPixel on Kick and Twitch? Harry Falcon, Ricky Dallas. Oh, they're doing interviews. Maple. Archon, Mercury Frost. Let's go. We haven't rated Sil Bullet in a long time. Never on Twitch. Let's go say hi to Sil. Let's just give him a little bit of love. Let's get you over there. They're doing some interviews. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. And on Twitch, where can we send you? Let's go say hi to Allium. Let's go say hi. Let's go say hi to Allium.